Chapter 65, Part 1 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 65, Part 1. Black Will no sooner found himself inside the tent than he took out a dark lantern and opened the slide cautiously. There lay in one corner the two men fast asleep, side by side. Casting the glare around, he saw at his feet a dog with a chain round him. It startled him for a moment, but only for a moment. He knew that dog was dead. Mephistopheles had told him within an hour after the feat was performed. Close to his very hand was a pair of miner's boots. He detached them from the canvas and passed them out of the tent, and now looking closely at the ground, he observed a place where the soil seemed loose. His eye flashed with triumph at this. He turned up the openings of the tent behind him to make his retreat clear, if necessary. He made at once for the loose soil, and the moment he moved forward, Robinson's gut lines twisted his feet from under him. He fell headlong in the middle, and half a dozen little bells rang furiously at the sleepers' heads. Up jumped Tom and George, weapons in hand, but not before Black Will had wrenched himself clear and bounded back to the door. At the door, in his rage at being balked, he turned like lightning and levelled his pistol at Robinson, who was coming at him cutlass in hand. The ex-thief dropped on his knees and made a furious upward cut at his arm. At one and the same moment the pistol exploded, and the cutlass struck it and knocked it against the other side of the tent. The bullet passed over Robinson's head. Black Will gave a yell so frightful that for a moment it paralyzed the men, and even with this yell he burst backward through the opening, and with a violent wrench of his left hand brought the whole tent down and fled, leaving George and Robinson struggling in the canvas like cats in an empty flour sack. The baffled burglar had fled but a few yards, when, casting his eye back, he saw their helplessness. Losing danger in hatred, he came back, not now to rob, but murder, his left hand lifted high and gleaming like his cruel eye. As he prepared to plunge his knife through the canvas, flash, bang, bang, came 3 pistol shots in his face from the patrol, who were running right slap at him, not 30 yards off, and now it was life or death. He turned and ran for his life, the patrol blazing and banging at him. 18 shots they fired at him, one after another. More than one cut his clothes, and one went clean through his hat, but he was too fleet. He distanced them. But at the reports, diggers peeped out of distant tents, and at sight of him running, flash bang went a pistol at him from every tent he passed. And George and Robinson, who had struggled out into the night, saw the red flashes issue, and then heard the loud reports bellow and re-echo as he dodged about down the line, and then all was still and calm as death under the cold, pure stars. Craake! They put up their tent again. The patrol came panting back. He has got off, but he carried some of our lead in him. Go to bed, Captain. We won't leave your tent all night. Robinson and George lay down again, thus guarded. The patrol sat by the tent. 2 slept. 1 loaded the arms again and watched. In a few minutes the friends were actually fast asleep again, lying silent as the vast camp lay beneath the silver stars. Craake! And now it was cold, much colder than before. Darker too, no moon now, only the silver stars. It makes one shiver. Nature seemed to lie stark and stiff and dead, and that accursed craake, her dirge, all tended to shivering and gloom. Yet a great event approached. Craake! A single event, 1,000 times weightier to the world each time it comes, than if with one fell stroke all the kingdoms of the globe became republics, and all the republics empires, so to remain 1,000 years. An event 100 times more beautiful than any other thing the eye can hope to see while in the flesh. Yet it regaled the other senses too, and blessed the universal heart. Before this prodigious event came its little heralds sweeping across the face of night. First came a little motion of cold air. It was dead still before. Then an indefinable freshness. Then a very slight but rather grateful smell from the soil of the conscious earth. Next twittered from the bush one little hesitating chirp. Craake! Went the lugubrious quail, pooh-poohing the suggestion. Then somehow rocks and forest and tents seemed less indistinct in shape. Outlines peeped where masses had been. Jug, jug, went a bird with a sweet jurgle in his deep throat. Craake! Went the ill-omened one directly, disputing the last inch of nature. But a gray thrush took up the brighter view. Otock, 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 o twee o twee o o chee o chee o chee o chee, sang the thrush with a decision as well as a melody that seemed to say, ah, but I am sure of it, I am sure, I am sure. Wake up, joy, joy. From that moment there was no more craake. The lugubrious quail shut up in despair, perhaps in disdain. And out gurgled another jug, 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 as sweet a chuckle as nature's sweet voice ever uttered in any land. And with that a mist like a white sheet came to light, but only for a moment, for it dared not stay to be inspected. I know who is coming. I'm off. And away it crept off close to the ground, and little drops of dew peeped sparkling in the frost powdered grass. Yak, yak, o chio filiera, po, o tak, tak, o chio chi, o chio chi, jug, 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 off we go, off we go. And now a thin red streak came into the sky, and perfume burst from the bushes, and the woods rang, not only with songs, some shrill, some as sweet as honey, but with a grotesque yet beautiful electric merriment of birds that can only be heard in this land of wonders. The pen can give but a shadow of the drollery and devilry of the sweet merry rogues that hail the smiling morn. 10,000 of them, each with half a dozen songs, besides chattering and talking and imitating the fiddle, the fife, and the trombone. Neelgau, 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 whined a leatherhead. Take care of my hat, cries a thrush in a soft melancholy voice. Then with frightful harshness and severity, where is your bacca-box, your box, your box? Then before any one could answer, in a tone that said devil may care where the box is, or anything else, Jarock de dock, Jarock de dock, rock de dock, Chabak, Chabak. Then came a tremendous cackle, ending with an obstreperous hoo, hoo, ha, from the laughing jackass, who had caught sight of the red streak in the sky, harbinger, like himself, of morn. And the piping crows, or whistling magpies, modulating and humming and chanting, not like birds, but like practised musicians, with rich baritone voices, and the next moment creaking just for all the world like Punch, or barking like a pug dog, and the delicious thrush, with its sweet and mellow tune, nothing in an English wood so honey sweet as his otak, otak, tak, o tui o o, o tui o o, o chi o chi, o chi o chi. But the leatherheads beat all. Neelgau, 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 off we go, off we go, off we go, followed by rapid conversations, the words unintelligible but perfectly articulate, and interspersed with the oddest chuckles, plans of pleasure for the day, no doubt. Then re-tittle, tittle, 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 playing a thing like a fiddle with wires. Then off we go again, and bow, wow, wow, jug, 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 and the whole lot in exuberant spirits. Such extravagance of drollery, such rollicking jollity, evidently splitting their sides with fun, and not able to contain themselves for it. Oh, it was 12,000 miles above the monotonous and scanty strains of a European wood. And when the roving and laughing and harshly demanding bacca-boxes, and then as good as telling you they didn't care a feather for bacca-boxes or anything else, Jarock de dock, Chabak, 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 and loudly announcing their immediate departure, and perching in the same place all the more, and sweet low modulations ending in putting on the steam, and creaking like Punch, and then almost tumbling off the branches with laughing at the general accumulation of nonsense. When all this drollery and devilry and joy and absurdity were at their maddest, and 1,000 feathered fountains bubbling song were at their highest, then came the cause of all the merry hubbub. The pinnacles of rock glowed burnished gold. Nature, that had crept from gloom to pallor, burst from pallor to light and life and burning color. The great sun's forehead came with one gallant stride into the sky, and it was day. Out shone 10,000 tents of every size and hue and shape, from Isaac Levi's rood of white canvas down to sugar loaves, and even to miserable roofs built on the bare ground with slips of bark, under which unlucky diggers crept at night like badgers. Roofed beds no more, the stars twinkling through chinks in the tester. The myriad tents were clustered for full 5 miles on each side of the river, and it wound and sparkled in and out at various distances, and shone like a mirror in the distant background. At the first ray the tents disgorged their inmates, and the human hive began to hum. Then came the fight, the manoeuvring, the desperate wrestle with nature, and the keen fencing with their fellows, in short, the battle, to which that nothing might be wanting. Our burst the tremendous artillery of 10,000 cradles, louder than thunder, and roaring and crashing without a pause. The base of the two-peaked rock that looked so silvery in the moon is now seen to be covered with manuscript advertisements posted on it. We can only read 2 or 3 as we run to our work. Immense reduction in eggs, only 1 shilling each. Bevan's store. Go ahead library and registration office for new chums. Tom Long in the Dead Horse Gully. If this meets the eye of Tom Bowles, he will hear of his pal in the Iron Bark Gully. This is to give notice that whereas my wife Elizabeth Sutton has taken to drink and gone off with my mate Bob, I will not be answerable for your debts, nor hold any communication with you in future. James Sutton. A young Jew, Nathan, issued from Levi's tent with a rough table and 2 or 3 pair of scales, and other paraphernalia of a gold assayer and merchant. This was not the first mine by many the old Jew had traded in. His first customers this morning were George and Robinson. Our tent was attacked last night, Mr. Levi. Again? Humph! Tom thinks he has got enemies in the camp. Humph! The young man puts himself too forward not to have enemies. Well, said George quickly, if he makes bitter enemies, he makes warm friends. George then explained that his nerve and Robinson's were giving way under the repeated attacks. We have had a talk, and we will sell the best part of our dust to you, sir. Give him the best price you can afford for Susan's sake. And away went George to look for his quartz river, leaving the ex-thief to make the bargain and receive the money. In the transaction that followed, Mr. Levi did not appear to great advantage. He made a little advance on the £3 per ounce on account of the quantity, but he would not give a penny above 3 guineas. No, business was business. He could and would have given George a couple of £100 in day of need, but in buying and selling the habits of a life could not be shaken off. Wherefore Robinson kept back £8 of gold dust, and sold him the rest for notes of the Sydney Bank. Well, sir, said Tom cheerfully, now my heart is light. What we have got we can carry round our waists now by night or day. Well, friend, what do you want, poking your nose into the tent? Coming out suddenly, he had run against a man who was in a suspicious attitude at the entrance. No offence, muttered the man. I wanted to sell a little gold dust. Levi heard what Robinson said, and came quickly out. He seated himself behind the scales. Where's your gold? The man fumbled and brought out about an ounce. All the time he waited, the Jew's keen eye kept glancing into his face. He lowered his eyes and could not conceal a certain uneasiness. When he was gone, Levi asked Robinson whether he knew that face. No, said Robinson, I don't. Levi called Nathan out. Nathan, look at that man, follow him cautiously, and tell me where we have seen him. Above all, know him again. Surely that is the face of an enemy. Then the old man asked himself where he had seen such an eye and brow and shambling walk as that, and he fell into a brown study, and groped among many years for the clue. What, is Aaron go brag up with the sun for once? Cried Robinson to Mary McDogherty, who passed him spade on shoulder. Sure, if she warn't, she'd never keep up with Newgate, was the instant rejoinder. Hem, how is your husband, Mary? Och, captain, it is a true friend ye are for inquiring. Then it's tied in a knot he is. Mercy on us, tied in a knot. Tied in a knot entirely, wid the rheumatism, and it's 10 days I'm working for him and the children, and my heart's broke against gravel and stone entirely. I wish it was praties we are digging. I'd maybe dig up a dinner anyway. There's no difficulty. The secret is to look in the right place. Ay, ay, take your divarsion, ye sly rogue. I wish ye had my 5 children. Oh, you spiteful cat. Well, Ede, come to sell? A little. What is to do out there? Seems a bit of a crowd. What, haven't you heard? It is your friend Jem. He has got a slice of luck, bought a hole of a stranger, saw the stuff glitter, so offered him £30. He was green and snapped at it, and if Jem didn't wash 4 ounces out the first cradleful, I'm a Dutchman. Well, I'm right glad of that. The young digger now approached respectfully. Police report, Captain. Hand it here. May I sit at your table a minute, Mr. Levi? Mr. Levi bowed assent. No clue to the parties that attacked our tent last night? "None at present, captain, but we are all on the lookout. Some of us will be sure to hear of something course of the day, and then I'll come and tell you. Will you read the report? There is the week's summary as well." "Of course I will. Mum, mum, less violence on the whole this week. More petty larceny. That is bad. I'll put it down, Mr. Levi. I am determined to put it down. What an infernal row the cradles make. What is this? A great flow of strangers into the camp, most thought to be honest, but some great roughs. Also a good many Yankees and Germans come in at the south side. What is this? A thief lynched yesterday, flung head foremost into a hole and stuck in the clay. Not expected to live after it. Go it, my boys. Didn't I say law is the best for all parties, thieves included? Leave it, Andrew. I will examine it with the utmost minuteness." The dog used fine words on these occasions, that he might pass for a pundit with his clique, and being now alone, he pored over his police sheet as solemn and stern as if the nation depended on his investigations. A short explosion of laughter from Andrew interrupted this grave occupation. The beak looked up with offended dignity, and in spite of a mighty effort fell a sniggering, for following Andrew's eyes he saw two gig umbrellas gliding erect and peaceful side by side among the pits. "What on earth are they?" "Chinamen, captain. They are too lazy to dig. They go about all day looking at the heaps and poking all over the camp. They have got eyes like hawks. It is wonderful, I am told, what they contrive to pick up first and last. What hats! Why, one of 'em would roof a tent. Hurroo! What is up now? Hurroo!" And up came Mary Dougherty, dancing and jumping as only Irish ever jumped. She had a lump of dim metal in one hand and a glittering mass in the other. She came up to the table with a fantastic spring, and spanked down the sparkling mass on it, bounding back one step like India rubber, even as she struck the table. "There, old gentleman, what will ye be after giving me for that? Sure the luck is come to the right colleen at last." "I deal but in the precious metals and stones," replied Isaac, quietly. "Sure, and isn't gold a precious metal?" "Do you offer me this for gold? This is not even a metal. It is mica, yellow mica." "Mikey?" cried Mary, ruefully, with an inquiring look. At this juncture in ran George, hot as fire. "There!" cried he, triumphantly, to Robinson. "Was I right or wrong? What becomes of your gold dust?" And he laid a nugget as big as his fist on the table. "Ochone!" cried the Irishwoman. "They all have the luck, barrin' poor Molly McDogherty." The mica was handled, and George said to her compassionately, "You see, my poor girl, the first thing you should do is to heft it in your hand. Now see, your lump is not heavy like." "Pyrites," said Isaac, dryly, handing George back his lump. "No, pyrites is heavier than mica, and gold than pyrites." "Mr. Levi, don't go to tell me this is not a metal," remonstrated George, rather sulkily, "for I won't have it." "Nay, it is a metal," replied Levi, calmly, "and a very useful metal, but not of the precious metals. It is iron." "How can it be iron when it is yellow? And how is one to know iron from gold, at any rate?" "Be patient, my son," said the old Jew, calmly, "and learn. Take this needle. Here is a scale of gold. Take it up on the needle point. You have done it. Why? Because gold is a soft metal. Now take up this scale from your pyrites." "I can't." "No, because iron is a hard metal. Here is another childish test. A bloodstone, called by some the touchstone. Rub the pyrites on it. It colors it not a hard metal. Now rub this little nugget of pure gold I have just bought. Ay, this stains the stone yellow. A soft metal. Here in this little phial is muriatic acid. Pour a drop on my nugget. The metal defies it. Now pour on your pyrite. See how it smokes and perishes. It cannot resist the acid. There are many other tests, but little needed. No metal, no earthly substance resembles gold in the least." "Not to a Jew's eye," whispered Robinson. "And much I marvel that any man, or even any woman, who has been in a gold mine and seen and handled virgin gold, should take mica," here he knocked the mica clean off the table, "or pyrites," here he spanged that in another direction, "for the royal metal." "I'll tell you what to do, Mary," began Robinson, cheerfully. "Hallo, she is crying. Here's a faint heart. Och, captain dear, Pat and me, we are kilt right out for want of luck. Oh, we niver found but one gould, and that was mikey. We can't fall upon luck of any sort, good, bad, or indifferent. That is where I'm broke and spiled and kilt entirely. Ho, oh. Don't cry. You've chosen a bad spot. Captain, avick, they do be turning it up like carrots on both sides of huz, and I dig right down as if I'd go through the 'orld back to dear old Ireland again." He, ho, ho, and I do be praying to the Virgin at every stroke of the spade, I do, and she sends us no gold at all, barrin' Mikey, bad cess to it, oh." "That is it. You are on two wrong tacks. You dig perpendicular and pray horizontal. Now you should dig horizontal and pray perpendicular." "Ah, captain, them's hard words for poor Molly McDogherty to quarry through. What is that in your hand?" "Sure it is an illigant lump o' lead I've found," replied poor Mary, the base metal rising in estimation since her gold turned out dross. "Ye are great with the revolver, captain," said she, coaxingly. "Ye'll be afther giving me the laste pinch of the rale stuff for it." Robinson took the lump. "Good heavens, what a weight!" cried he. He eyed it keenly. "Come, Mr. Levi," cried he, "here's a find. Be generous. She is unlucky." "I shall be just," said the old man, gravely. He weighed the lump, and made a calculation on paper, then handed her 40 sovereigns. She looked at them. "Oh, now, it is mocking me ye are, old man," and she would not take the money. On this he put it coolly down on the table. "What is it at all?" asked she, faintly. "Platinum," replied Isaac, coldly. "And a magnificent lump of it!" cried Robinson, warmly. "Och, captain dear, and what is plateenum at all, if ye plaze?" "It is not like your mica," said Isaac. "See, it is heavier than gold, and far more precious than silver. It has noble qualities. It resists even the simple acid that dissolves gold. Fear not to take the money. I give you but your metal's value, minus the merchant's just profit. Platinum is the queen of the metals." "Och, captain of ich, och, come here till I eat you," and she flung her arm round Robinson's neck, and bestowed a little furious kiss on him. Then she pranced away, then she pranced back. "Platinum, you are the boy. Ye are the queen of the middles. May the Lord bless you, ould gentleman, and the saints bless you, and the Virgin Mary bless you." And she made at Isaac with the tears in her eyes to kiss him, but he waved her off with calm, repulsive dignity. "Hurroo!" and the child of nature bounded into the air like an antelope, and frisked 3 times. Then she made another set at them. "May you live till the skirts of your coat knock your brains out, the pair of ye. Hurroo!" Then with sudden demureness, "And here's wishing you all sorts of luck, good, bad, and indifferent, my darlings. Plateenum for river, and goold to the divil!" cried she suddenly with a sort of musical war shout, the last words being uttered 3 feet high in air, and accompanied with a vague kick, utterly impossible in that position except to Irish, and intended, it is supposed, to send the obnoxious metal off the surface of the globe forever. And away she danced. "Breakfast now," and all the cradles stopped at once. "What a delightful calm!" said Robinson. "Now I can study my police sheet at my ease." This morning, as he happened to be making no noise, the noise of others worried him. "Mr. Levi, how still and peaceful they are when their time comes to grub. The still sow sups the kale, and we used to say in the North. The English turn the proverb differently. They say the silent hog. Jabber, 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 aye, aye. Hallo, there's a scrimmage, and there go all the fools rushing to see it. I'll go too." Alas, poor human nature! The row was this. The peaceful children of the moon, whom last we saw gliding side by side, vertical and seemingly imperturbable, had yielded to the genius loci, and were engaged in bitter combat after the manner of their nation. The gig umbrellas were resolved into their constituent parts. The umbrellas proper, or hats, lay on the ground. The sticks, or men, rolled over one another, scratching and biting. Europe wrenched them asunder with much pain, and held them back by their tails, grinning horribly at each other, and their long claws working unamiably. The diggers were remonstrating. Their morality was shocked. "Is that the way to fight? What are fists given us for, ye varmint?" Robinson put himself at the head of the general sentiment. "I must do a bit of beak here," cried he. "Bring those 2 tomcats up before me." The proposal was received with acclamation. A high seat was made for the self constituted beak, and Mr. Stevens was directed to make the Orientals think that he was the lawful magistrate of the mine. Mr. Stevens, entering into the fun, persuaded the Orientals, who were now gig umbrellas again, that Robinson was the mandarin who settled property, and possessed, among other trifles, the power of life and death. On this they took off their slippers before him, and were awestruck, and secretly wished they had not kicked up a row, still more that they had stayed quiet by the banks of the Hoang Ho. Robinson settled himself, demanded a pipe, and smoked calm and terrible, while his myrmidons kept their countenances as well as they could. After smoking in silence a while, he demanded of the Chinese, "What was the row?" First Chinaman, jabber, jabber, jabber. Second Chinaman, jabber, jabber, jabber. Both jabber, jabber, jabber. What is that? Can't they speak any English at all? No. No wonder they can't conduct themselves then, remarked a digger. The judge looked him into the earth for the interruption. You get the story from them and tell it. After a conference, Mr. Stevens came forward. It is about a nugget of gold which is claimed by both parties. Robinson, stop, bring the nugget into court. That is the regular course. Great interest began to be excited, and all their necks craned forward when Mr. Stevens took from one of the Chinese the cause of so sanguinary a disturbance and placed it on the judge's table. A roar of laughter followed. It was between a pea and a pin's head in magnitude. Robinson, you know this is shocking. Asia, I'm ashamed of you. Silence in the court. Proceed with the evidence. Mr. Stevens, this one saw the gold shining, and he said to the other, "Ah!" Robinson, writing his notes, said to the other, "Ah!" Stop. What was the Chinese for "ah"? Stevens, "Ah." Robinson, "Oh." Andrew, come. The beggars have got hold of some of our words. Robinson, silence in the court. Andrew, I ask pardon, Captain. Stevens, but the other pounced on it first, so they both claim it. Robinson, well, I call it a plain case. Stevens, so I told them. Robinson, exactly. Which do you think ought to have it? Stevens, why, I told them we have a proverb, losers, seekers, finders, keepers. Robinson, of course. And which was the finder? Stevens, oh, of course, this one that, well, to be sure, he only said, ah, he did not point. Then perhaps, but on the other hand, Robinson, why don't you see? But no, yes, why, it must be the one that, ugh, drat you both, why couldn't one of you find it, and the other another? Robinson was puzzled. At last he determined that this, his first judgment, should satisfy both parties. Remove the prisoners, said he. Are they the prisoners or the witnesses? Remove them anyway, and keep them apart. Robinson then searched his pockets and produced a little gold swan shot, scarce distinguishable from the Chinese. He put this on the table and took up the other. Fetch in number one. The Chinaman came in with obeisances and misgivings, but when the judge signed to him to take up the gold which he mistook for the cause of quarrel, his face lightened with a sacred joy. He receded, and with a polite gesture cleared a space. Then advancing 1 foot with large and lofty grace, he addressed the judge, whose mouth began to open with astonishment, in slow, balanced, and musical sentences. This done, he retired with 3 flowing salams, to which the judge replied with 3 little nods. What on earth did the beggar say? What makes you grin, Mr. Stevens? Stephen, he said, click. Robinson, come, tell me first, laugh after. Stevens, he said, may your highness flourish like a tree by the side of a stream that never overflows, yet is never dry but glides, click, even and tranquil as the tide of your prosperity. Robinson, well, I consent. Stevens, may dogs defile the graves of your enemies. Robinson, with all my heart, provided I'm not dancing over them at the time. Stevens, when satiated with earthly felicity, may you be received in paradise by 70 dark-eyed Houris. Robinson, oh my eye. Stevens, click, each bearing in her hand the wine of the faithful, and may the applause of the good at your departure resemble the waves of the ocean beating musically upon rocky caverns. Thy servant, inexperienced in oratory, retires abashed at the greatness of his subject and the insignificance of his expressions. So then he cut his stick. Robinson, a very sensible speech. Well, boys, I'm not greedy. I take the half of that offer and give you the rest. Bring in the other gentlemen. Number 2 advanced with reverences and misgivings. Robinson placed the gold on the table and assigned it to him. A sacred joy illumined him, and he was about to retire with deep obeisances. Where is his speech? Cried the judge ruefully. Stevens explained to him that the other had returned thanks. On this, number 2 smiled assentingly, and advancing delivered the following sentences. Your slave lay writhing in adversity, despoiled by the unprincipled. He was a gourd withered by the noonday sun, until your virtues descended like the dew, and refreshed him with your justice and benignity. Wherefore hear now the benediction of him whom your clemency has raised from despair. May your shadow increase and cover many lands. May your offspring be a nation, dwelling in palaces with golden roofs and walls of ivory, and on the terraces may peacocks be as plentiful as sparrows are to the undeserving. May you live many centuries, shining as you now shine, and at your setting may rivulets of ink, dug by the pens of poets, flow through meadows of paper in praise of the virtues that embellish you here on earth. Sing to Chi, a person of small note, but devoted to your service, wishes these frivolous advantages to the Pearl of the West, on whom be honor. Chorus of diggers, my eye! Robinson rose with much gravity and delivered himself thus: "Sing tu Che, you are a trump, an orator, and a humbug. All the better for you. May felicity attend you. Heichter, Guster, honi soit qui mal y pense, donor un blitzen, tempora montantur, o mia cara, and pax vobiscum." The court is dissolved. It was, and I regret to add that Judge Robinson's concluding sentences raised him greatly in the opinion of the miners. "Captain knows a thing or two. If ever we send one to Parliament, that is the man. Hallo, you fellows, come here, come here." A rush was made toward Jem, who was roaring and gesticulating at Mr. Levi's table. When they came up, they found Jem black and white with rage, and Mr. Levi seated in calm indifference. "What is it?" asked Robinson. "The merchant refuses my gold." "I refuse no man's gold," objected Levi coolly, "but this stuff is not gold." "Not gold dust," cried a miner, and they all looked with wonder at the rejected merchandise. Mr. Levi took the dust and poured it out from one hand to the other. He separated the particles and named them by some mighty instinct. "Brass, or molu gilt platinum to give it weight. This is from Birmingham, not from Australia, nor nature." "Such as it is, it cost me £30," cried Jem. "Keep it. I shall find him. My spade shall never go into the earth again till I'm quits with this one." "That is right," roared the men. "Bring him to us, and the captain shall sit in judgment again." And the men's countenances were gloomy, for this was a new roguery, and struck at the very root of gold digging. "I'll put it down, Mr. Levi," said Robinson, after the others had gone to their work. "Here is a new dodge. Brummagem planted on us, so far from home. I will pull it down with a tenpenny cord, but I'll end it." Crash went 10,000 cradles. The mine had breakfasted. I wish I could give the European reader an idea of the magnitude of this sound, whose cause was so humble. I must draw on nature for a comparison. End of Chapter 65, Part 1. Chapter 65, Part 2 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 65, Part 2. Did you ever stand upon a rocky shore at evening, when a great storm has suddenly gone down, leaving the waves about as high as they were while it raged? Then there is no roaring wind to dull the clamor of the tremendous sea, as it lashes the long rebellowing shore. Such was the sound of 10,000 cradles. Yet the sound of each one was insignificant. Hence an observation and a reflection, the latter I dedicate to the lovers of antiquity, that multiplying sound magnifies it in a way science has not yet accounted for, and that, though men are all dwarfs, Napoleon included, man is a giant. The works of man are so prodigious they contradict all we see of any individual's powers. And even so, when you had seen and heard one man rock one cradle, it was all the harder to believe that a few thousand of them could rival thunder, avalanches, and the angry sea lashing the long re-echoing shore at night. These miserable wooden cradles lost their real character when combined in one mighty human effort. It seemed as if giant labor had stretched forth an arm huge as an arm of the sea, and rocked one enormous engine, whose sides were these great primeval rocks, and its mouth a thundering sea. Crash from meal to meal. The more was Robinson's surprise when, full an hour before dinner time, this mighty noise all of a sudden became feebler and feebler, and presently human cries of a strange character made their way to his ear through the wooden thunder. "What on earth is up now?" thought he. "An earthquake?" Presently he saw at about half a mile off a vast crowd of miners making toward him in tremendous excitement. They came on, swelled every moment by fresh faces, and cries of vengeance and excitement were now heard, which the wild and savage aspect of the men rendered truly terrible. At last he saw and comprehended all at a glance. There were Jem and two others dragging a man along whose white face and knocking knees betrayed his guilt and his terror. Robinson knew him directly. It was Walker, who had been the decoy duck the night his tent was robbed. "Here's the captain. Hurrah! I've got him, captain. This is the beggar that peppered the hole for me, and now we will pepper him." A fierce burst of exultation from the crowd. They thirsted for revenge. Jem had caught the man at the other end of the camp, and his offence was known by this time to half the mine. "Proceed regularly, Jem," said Robinson. "Don't condemn the man unheard." "Oh, no, he shall be tried, and you shall be the judge." "I consent," said Robinson, somewhat pompously. Then arose a cry that made him reflect. "Lynch! Lynch! A seat for Judge Lynch!" And in a moment a judgment seat was built with cradles, and he was set on high, with six strange faces scowling round him for one of his own clique. He determined to back out of the whole thing. "No, no," cried he, "that is impossible. I cannot be a judge in such a serious matter." "Why not?" roared several voices. "Why not? Because I am not a regular beak. Because I've not got authority from the Crown." There was a howl of derision. "We give you authority. We order you to be judge. We are kings, lords, and commons. Do what we bid you, or," added a stranger, "we will hang you and the prisoner with one rope." Grim assent of the surrounding faces. Robinson sat down on the judgment seat, not a little discomposed. "Now then," remonstrated one, "what are you waiting for? Name the jury." "Me, me, me! I!" and there was a rush for the office. "Keep cool," replied another. "Lynch law goes quick, but it goes by rule. Judge, name the jury." Robinson, a man whose wits seldom deserted him, at once determined to lead, since he could not resist. He said with dignity, "I shall choose one juryman from each of the different countries that are working in this mine, that no nation may seem to be slighted, for this gold belongs to all the world." "Hurrah! Well done, Judge! Three cheers for Judge Lynch!" "When I call a country, give me a name which I will inscribe on my report of the proceedings. I want a currency lad first." "Here is one, William Parker." "Pass over." "France. Present, Pierre Chanot." "Germany. Here, Hans Muller." "Holland. Here, Jan van der Stegen." Spain and Italy were called, but no reply. "Asleep, I take it." "United States. Here, Nathan Tucker." Here Robinson, casting his eyes round, spied McLaughlan, and being minded to dilute the severity of his jury, he cried out, "Scotland! McLaughlan, you shall represent her." No answer. "McLaughlan," cried several voices, "where are ye? Don't you hear Judge Lynch speak to you? Come, McLaughlan, come over. You are a respectable man." Mr. McLaughlan intimated briefly in his native dialect that he was, and intended to remain so, by way of comment on which he made a bolt from the judgment hall, but was rudely seized and dragged before the judge. "For heaven's sake, don't be a fool, McLaughlan. No man must refuse to be a juryman in a trial by lynch. I saw a Quaker stoned to death for it in California." "I guess I was thar," said a voice behind the judge, who shifted uneasily. McLaughlan went into the jury box with a meaning look at Robinson, but without another audible word. "Mercy, mercy!" cried Walker. "You must not interrupt the proceedings," said Judge Lynch. "Haud your whist, ye gowk! Ye are no fan guilty yet," remonstrated a juror. The jury being formed, the judge called the plaintiff. "The man sold me a claim for £30. I gave him the blunt because I saw the stuff was glittery. Well, I worked it, and I found it work rather easy. That is a fact." "Haw, haw, haw!" roared the crowd, but with a horrible laughter, no placability in it. "Well, I found lots of dust, and I took it to the merchant, and he said, 'It is none of it gold. That is my tale. Have you any witnesses? I don't know. Yes, the nigger. He saw it. Here, Jacky, come and tell them. Jacky was thrust forward, but was interrupted by McLaughlan as soon as he opened his mouth. The Scottish juror declined to receive evidence but upon oath. The judge allowed the objection. "Swear him in, then," cried 100 voices. "Swear?" inquired Jacky, innocently. Another brutal roar of laughter followed. Jacky was offended. "What for you laugh, you stupid fellows? I not a common black fellow. I been to Sydney and learn all the white man knows. Jacky will swear," added he. "Left your hond?" cried McLaughlan. "It is no swearing if you dinna left your hond." "Dat's so stupid," said Jacky, lifting his hand peevishly. This done, he delivered his evidence thus: "Damme, I saw dis fellow sell dirt to dis fellow, and damme, I saw dis fellow find a good deal gold, and damme, I heard him say dis is a damn good job, and den damme, he put down his spade and go to sell, and directly he come back and say, damme, I am done." "Aweel," said McLaughlan, "we jast refuse yon lad's evidence, the devilish heathen." A threatening murmur. "Silence! Hear the defendant." Walker, trembling like an aspen, owned to having sold the claim, but denied that the dust was false. "This is what I dug out of it," said he, and he produced a small pinch of dust. "Hand it to me," said the judge. "It seems genuine." "Put it to the test. Call the merchants for a witness," cried another. A party ran instantly for Levi. He refused to come. They dragged him with fearful menaces. "Attest, old man, attest of gold." The old Jew cast his eyes around, took in the whole scene, and with a courage few of the younger ones would have shown, defied that wild mob. "I will give you no test. I wash my hands of your mad passions and your mockeries of justice, men of Belial." A moment's silence and wonder, a yell of rage, and a dozen knives in the air. The judge rose hastily, and in a terrible voice that governed the tumult for an instant, said, "Down knives! I hang the first man that uses one in my court." And during the momentary pause that followed this, he cried out, "He has given me a test. Run and fetch me the bottle of acid on his table." "Hurrah! Judge Lynch forever!" was now the cry, and in a minute the bottle was thrust into the judge's hand. "Young man," said Isaac solemnly, "do not pour, lest Heaven bring your soul to as keen a test one day. Who are you that judge your brother?" Judge Lynch trembled visibly as the reverend man rebuked him thus, but fearing Isaac would go farther and pay the forfeit of his boldness, he said calmly, "Friends, remove the old man from the court, but use respect. He is an aged man." Isaac was removed. The judge took the bottle and poured a drop on that small pinch of dust the man had last given him. No effect followed. "I pronounce this to be gold." "There," put in McLaughlan, "you see the lad was no deceiving ye. Is it his fault if the gowd is no the same?" "No," whimpered Walker eagerly, and the crowd began to whisper and allow he might be innocent. The man standing behind the judge said with a cold sneer, "That is the stuff he did not sell. Now pour on the stuff he sold." These words brought back the prejudice against the prisoner, and 100 voices shouted, "Pour!" while their eyes gleamed with a terrible curiosity. Judge Lynch, awestruck by this terrible roar, now felt what it is to be a judge. He trembled and hesitated. "Pour!" roared the crowd still louder and more fiercely. McLaughlan read the judge's feeling and whimpered out, "Let it fa', lad, let it fa'. If he does, our knives fall on him and you. Pour!" Robinson poured. All their fierce eyes were fixed on the experiment. He meant to pour a drop or two, but the man behind him jogged his arm, and half the acid in the bottle fell upon Walker's dust. A quantity of smoke rose from it, and the particles fizzed and bubbled under the terrible test. "Trash! A rope! No, dig a hole and bury him. No, fling him off the rock into the water. "Silence!" roared Robinson. "I am the judge, and it is for me to pronounce the verdict." "Silence! Hear Judge Lynch!" Silence was not obtained for 5 minutes, during which the court was like a forest of wild beasts howling. "I condemn him to be exposed all day, with his dust tied round his neck, and then drummed out of the camp." This verdict was received, first with a yell of derisive laughter, then with a roar of rage. "Down with the judge! We are the judges! To the rock with him! Ay, to the rock with him!" With this, an all overpowering rush was made, and Walker was carried off up the rock in the middle of 500 infuriated men. The poor wretch cried, "Mercy! Mercy!" "Justice, dog!" was the roar in reply. The raging crowd went bellowing up the rock like a wave, and gained a natural platform 40 feet above the great deep pool that lay dark and calm below. At the sight of it the poor wretch screamed to wake the dead, but the roars and yells of vengeance drowned his voice. "Put his dust in his pocket!" cried one, crueler than the rest. Their thirst of vengeance was too hot to wait for this diabolical proposal. In a moment 4 of them had him by the shoulders and heels. Another moment, and the man was flung from the rock, uttering a terrible death cry in the very air. Then down his body fell like lead, and struck with a tremendous plunge the deep water that splashed up a moment, then closed and bubbled over it. From that moment the crowd roared no longer, but buzzed and murmured and looked down upon their work half stupidly. "Hush! What is that?" "It is his head." "He is up again." "Can he swim?" "Fling stones on him." "No, let him alone, or we'll fling you atop of him." "He is up, but he can't swim. He is only struggling. He is down again." He was down, but only for a moment. Then he appeared again, choking and gurgling. "Mercy! Mercy!" "Justice, thieving dog!" was the appalling answer. "Save me! Save me! Oh, save me! Save me!" "Save yourself, if you are worth it!" was the savage reply. The drowning, despairing man's head was sinking again, his strength exhausted by his idle struggles, when suddenly on his left hand he saw a round piece of rock scarce a yard from him. He made a desperate effort and got his hand on it. Alas, it was so slimy he could not hold by it. He fell off it into the water. He struggled up again, tried to dig his feet into the rock, but after a convulsive fling of a few seconds fell back. The slimy rock mocked his grasp. He came up again, and clung and cried piteously for help and mercy. There was none, but a grim silence and looks of horrible curiosity at his idle struggles. His crime had struck at the very root of their hearts and lives. Then this poor cowardly wretch made up his mind that he must die. He gave up praying to the pitiless, who could look down and laugh at his death agony, and he cried upon the absent only. "My children, my wife, my poor Jenny!" And with this he shut his eyes, and struggling no more, sank quietly down, down, down. First his shoulders disappeared, then his chin, then his eyes, and then his hair. Who can fathom human nature? That sad, despairing cry, which was not addressed to them, knocked at the bosoms that all his prayers to them for pity had never touched. A hasty, low, and uneasy murmur followed it almost as a report follows a flash. "His wife and children!" cried several voices with surprise. But there were 2 men this cry not only touched, but pierced, the plaintiff and the judge. "The man has got a wife and children!" cried Jem in dismay, as he tried to descend the rock by means of some diminutive steps. "They never offended me. He is gone down. Destitute me if I see the man drowned like a rat. Hallo! Splash!" Jem's foot had slipped, and as he felt he must go, he jumped right out and fell 20 feet into the water. At this the crowd roared with laughter, and now was the first shade of good nature mixed with the guffaw. Jem fell so near Walker that on coming up he clutched the drowning man's head and dragged him up once more from death. At the sight of Walker's face above water again, what did the crowd, think you? They burst into a loud hurrah, and cheered Jem till the echoes rang again. "Hurrah! Bravo! Hurrah!" pealed the fickle crowd. Now Walker no sooner felt himself clutched than he clutched in return with the deadly grasp of a drowning man. Jem struggled to get free in vain. Walker could not hear or see. He was past all that. But he could cling, and he got Jem round the arms and pinned them. After a few convulsive efforts, Jem gave a loud groan. He then said quietly to the spectators, "He will drown me in another half minute." But at this critical moment out came from the other extremity of the pool Judge Lynch, swimming with a long rope in his hand. One end of this rope he had made into a bight ere he took the water. He swam behind Walker and Jem, whipped the noose over their heads, and tightened it under their shoulders. "Haul!" cried he to Ede, who held the other end of the rope. Ede hauled, and down went the two heads. A groan of terror and pity from the mob. Their feelings were reversed. "Haul quick, Ede!" shouted Robinson, "or you will drown them, man alive." Ede hauled, hand over hand, and a train of bubbles was seen making all across the pool toward him, and the next moment two dripping heads came up to hand close together like cherries on a stalk, and now a dozen hands were at the rope, and the plaintiff and defendant were lifted bodily up on to the flat rock, which came nearly to the water's edge on this side the pool. "Och! Och! Och! Och!" gasped Jem. Walker said nothing. He lay white and motionless, water trickling from his mouth, nose, and ears. Robinson swam quietly ashore. The rocks thundered with cheers over his head. The next moment the many-headed beast remembered that all this was a waste of time, and bolted underground like a rabbit, and dug and pecked for the bare life with but one thought left, and that was gold. "How are you, Jem?" "Oh, Captain, oh!" gasped poor Jem. "I am choked, I am dead, I am poisoned. Why, I'm full of water. Bring this other beggar to my tent, and we will take a nanny goat together." So Jem was taken off, hanging his head and deadly sick, supported by two friends, and Walker was carried to the same tent, and stripped and rubbed and rolled up in a blanket, and lots of brandy poured down him and Jem to counteract the poison they had swallowed. Robinson went to Mr. Levi to see if he would lend him a suit while he got his own dried. The old Jew received my Lord Judge with a low, ironical bow, and sent Nathan to borrow the suit from another Israelite. He then lectured my Lord Lynch. "Learn from this, young man, how easy it is to set a stone rolling down hill, how hard to stop it half way down. Law must always be above the mob, or it cannot be law. If it fall into their hands, it goes down to their own level, and becomes revenge, passion, cruelty, anything but law. The madmen, they have lost 2,000 ounces of gold, to themselves and to the world, while they have been wasting their time and risking their souls over a pound of brass, and aspiring to play the judge and the executioner, and playing nothing but the brute and the fool, as in the days of old." Mr. Levi concluded by intimating that there was very little common sense left upon earth, and that little it would be lost time to search for among the Gentiles. Finally his discourse galled Judge Lynch, who thereupon resolved to turn the laugh against him. "Mr. Levi," said he, "I see you know a thing or two. Will you be so good as to answer me a question?" "If it come within my knowledge," replied the senior, with grave politeness. "Which weighs the heaviest, sir, a pound of gold or a pound of feathers?" And he winked at Nathan, but looked in Isaac's face as demure as a Quakeress. "A pound of feathers," replied Isaac. Robinson looked half puzzled, half satirical. "A childish question," said Isaac, sternly. "What boy knows not that feathers are weighed by avoirdupois, and gold by troy weight, and consequently that a pound of feathers weighs 16 ounces, and a pound of gold but 12?" "Well, that is a new answer," cried Robinson. "Good bye, sir, you are too hard for me," and he made off to his own tent. It was a day of defeats. The moment he was out of hearing, Isaac laughed, the only time he had done it during 6 years. And what a laugh! How sublimely devoid of merriment! A sudden, loud cackle of 3 distinct cachinni, not declining into a chuckle as we do, but ending sharp in abrupt and severe gravity. I discomfited the young man, Nathan. I mightily discomfited him. Ha, ha, ho, Nathan, did you, as I bade you? Yes, master, I found the man, and I sent Samuel, who went hastily to him and cried out, Mr. Meadows is in the camp and wishes to speak to you. Master, he started up in wonder, and his whole face changed. Without doubt, he is the man you suspected. Yes, said Isaac, reflecting deeply, the man is Peter Crawley. And what does he here? Some deep villainy lies at the bottom of this, but I will fathom it, ay, and thwart it. I swear by the God of Abraham. Let me think awhile in my tent. Sit you at the receipt of gold. The old man sat upon a divan in his tent and pondered on all that had happened in the mine, above all on the repeated attacks that had been made on that one tent. He remembered, too, that George had said sorrowfully to him more than once, "No letters from me, Mr. Levi, no letter again this month." The shrewd old man tied these 2 threads together directly. "All these things are one," said Isaac Levi. Thus pondering and patiently following out his threads, the old man paced a mile down the camp to the post office, for he had heard the postman's horn, and he expected important letters from England, from his friend and agent at Farnborough, old Cohen. There were letters from England, but none in old Cohen's hand. He put them in his bosom with a disappointed look, and paced slowly and deeply pondering back toward his tent. He was about half way when, much to his surprise, a stone fell close to him. He took, however, no notice, did not even accelerate his pace or look round, but the next moment a lump of clay struck him on the arm. He turned round, quivering with rage at the insult, and then he saw a whole band of diggers behind him, who, the moment he turned his face, began to hoot and pelt him. "Who got poor Walker drowned? Ah! ah! ah!" "Who refused to give evidence before Judge Lynch?" cried another. "Ah! ah! ah!" There were clearly 2 parties in the mob. "Down with the Jew, the bloodsucker! We do all the work, and he gets all the profit. Ah! ah! ah!" And a lump of clay struck that reverend head and almost stunned the poor old man. He sunk upon his knees, and in a moment his coat was torn to shreds, but with unexpected activity he wriggled himself free and drew a dagger long, bright, and sharp as a needle. His assailants recoiled a moment. The next a voice was heard from behind, "Get on both sides of him at once." Isaac looked and saw Peter Crawley. Then the old man trembled for his life and cried, "Help! help!" and they hemmed him in and knocked his dagger out of his hand and hustled and pummeled him and would have torn him in pieces, but he slipped down, and 2 of them got in front and dragged him along the ground. "To Walker's Pool!" cried brutus, putting himself at the head of those who followed. All of a sudden Isaac, though half insensible, heard a roar of rage that seemed to come from a lion. A whiz, a blow like a thunderclap, saw one of his assassins driven into the air, and falling like a dead clod 3 yards off, found himself dropped, and a man striding over him. It was George Fielding, who stood a single moment snorting and blowing out his cheeks with rage, then went slap at the mob as a lion goes at sheep, seized one of the small ruffians by the knees, and by a tremendous effect of strength and rage, actually used him as a flail, and struck brutus with the man's head, and knocked that ruffian down stunned, and his nose leveled with his cheeks. The mob recoiled a moment from this one hero. George knew it could be but for a moment, so he had no sooner felled brutus, and hurled the other's carcass in their faces, than he pounced on Isaac, whipped him on his back, and ran off with him. He had got 30 yards with him ere the staggered mob could realize it all. The mob recovered their surprise, and with a yell like a pack of hounds, bursting covert, dashed after the pair. The young Hercules made a wonderful effort, but no mortal man could run very fast, so waited. In spite of his start, they caught him in about 100 yards. He heard them close upon him, put the Jew down, and whispered hastily, "Run to your tent," and instantly wheeled round and flung himself at 30 men. He struck 2 blows and disabled a couple. The rest came upon him like one battering ram, and bore him to the ground, but even as he went down he caught the nearest assailant by the throat, and they rolled over one another, the rest kicking savagely at George's head and loins. The poor fellow defended his head with one arm and his assailant's body for a little while, but he received some terrible kicks on the back and legs. Give it him on the head, kick his life out, settle his hash. They were so fiercely intent on finishing George that they did not observe a danger that menaced themselves. As a round shot cuts a lane through a column of infantry, so clean came 2 files of special constables with their short staves severing the mob in two. Crick, crack, crick, 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 crack, crack. In 3 seconds 10 heads were broken, with a sound just like glass bottles under the short deadly truncheon, and there lay half a dozen ruffians writhing on the ground and beating the devil's tattoo with their heels. "Charge back!" cried the head policeman as soon as he had cut clean through, but at the very word the cowardly crew fled on all sides yelling. The police followed in different directions a little way, and through this error 3 of the felled got up and ran staggering off. When the head policeman saw that he cried out, "Back and secure prisoners!" They caught 3 who were too stupefied to run, and rescued Brutus from George, who had got him by the throat and was hammering the ground with his head. "Let go, George!" cried Policeman Robinson in some anxiety. "You are killing the man." "Oh, I don't want to kill him neither," said George, and he slowly withdrew his grasp and left off hammering with the rascal's head, but looked at him as if he would have preferred to have gone on a little longer. They captured the 3 others. "Now secure them," cried Ede. "Out with your wipes." "There is no need of wipes," said Robinson. He then, with a slight blush, and rather avoiding George's eye, put his hand in his pockets and produced 4 beautiful sets of handcuffs, brand new, polished to the fine. With a magical turn of the hand he handcuffed the 3 men, still avoiding George's eye. Unnecessary. George's sense of humor was very faint, and so was his sweetheart's, a sad defect. Perhaps I may as well explain here how Robinson came so opportunely to the rescue. The fact is that a week ago he had ordered a lot of constables' staves and 4 sets of handcuffs. The staves were nicely painted, lettered "Captain Robinson's Police, ABC," etc. They had just come home, and Robinson was showing them to Ede and his gang, when a hullabaloo was heard, and Levi was seen full half a mile off being hunted. Such an opportunity of trying the new staves was not to be neglected. Ede and his men jumped out of their claim and ran with Robinson to the rescue, but they would have been too late if George, who had just come into the camp at that very part, had not made his noble and desperate assault and retreat, which baffled the assailants for 2 precious minutes. "Robinson, what shall we do with them now we have got them?" "George, give them a kick apiece on their behinds, and let them go the rubbish." "Robinson, not if I know it." "Ede, I say blackguard 'em." "Robinson, no, that would be letting ourselves down to their level. No, we will expose them as we did my old pal here before." "Ede, why that is what I mean. Ticket them. Put a black card on them with their offense wrote out large." No sooner said than done. All 4 were tied to posts in the sun, and black carded, or as some spell it, placarded thus: "Coward. Attacked and abused an old man. N.B. Not hanged this time because they got a licking then and there." "Let us go and see after Mr. Levi, George." "Well, Tom, I had rather not." "Why not? He ought to be very much obliged to you." "That is it, Tom. The old man is of rather a grateful turn of mind, and it is 10 to 1 if he doesn't go and begin praising me to my face, and then that makes me I don't know which way to look. Wait till he has cooled upon it a bit." "You are a rum one. Well, George, I have got one proposal you won't say no to. First, I must tell you there is really a river of quartz in the country. Didn't I tell you? Yes, and I didn't believe it. But I have spoken to Jacky about it, and he has seen it. It is on the other side of the bush. I'm ready to start for it to morrow, for there is little good to be done here, now the weather is broken." George assented with joy, but when Robinson suggested that Jacky would be very useful to pilot them through the bush, his countenance fell. "Don't think of it," said he. "I know he is here, Tom, and I shan't go after him, but don't let him come near me, the nasty little creeping, murdering varmint." Poor Abner will never get over his tomahawk, not if he lives 50 years." In short, it was agreed they should go alone at peep of day. "I've talked it over with Jem already, and he will take charge of our tent till we come back." "So be it." "We must take some provisions with us, George." "I'll go and get some cold meat and bread, Tom." "Do. I'm going to the tent." Robinson, it is to be observed, had not been in his tent since George and he left it, and took their gold out of it just before sunrise. As he now carried their joint wealth about his person, his anxiety was transferred. Now at the door of the tent he was intercepted by Jem, very red in the face, partly with brandy, partly with rage. Walker, whose life he had saved, whom he had taken to his own tent, and whom Robinson had seen lying asleep in the best blanket, this Walker had absconded with his boots and half a pound of tobacco. "Well, but you knew he was a rogue. Why did you leave him alone in your tent?" "I only left him for a minute to go a few steps with you, if you remember, and you said yourself he was asleep. Well, the moment our backs were turned he must have got up and done the trick." "I don't like it," said Robinson. "No more don't I," said Jem. "If he was not asleep, he must have heard me say I was going to cross the bush with my mate to morrow at daybreak." "Well, and what if he did?" "He is like enough to have gone and told the whole gang." "And what if he has?" Robinson was about to explain to Jem that he now carried all the joint gold in his pocket, but he forbore. "It is too great a stake for me to trust anybody, unless I am forced," thought he. So he only said, "Well, it is best to be prudent. I shall change the hour for starting." "You are a cunning one, captain, but I really think you are over careful sometimes." "Jem," said the other gravely, "there is a mystery in this mine. There is a black gang in it, and that Walker is one of them. I think they have sworn to have my gold or my life, and they shan't have either if I can help it. I shall start 2 hours before the sun." He was quite right. Walker had been shamming sleep, and full 4 hours ago he had told his confederates, as a matter of course, all that he had heard in the enemy's camp. Walker, a timid villain, was unprepared for the bursts of savage exultation from brutus and Black Will that followed this intelligence. These two, by an instinct quick as lightning, saw the means of gratifying at one blow their cupidity and hate. Crawley had already told them he had seen Robinson come out of Levi's tent after a long stay, and their other spies had told them his own tent had been left unguarded for hours. They put these things together and conjectured at once that the men had now their swag about them in one form or another. "When do they go?" "To morrow at break of day," he said. "The bush is very thick, and dark too. It is just the place for a job." "Will 2 of you be enough?" "Plenty, the way we shall work. The men are strong and armed. Their strength will be no use to them, and they shan't get time to use their arms." "For heaven's sake, shed no blood unnecessarily," said Crawley, beginning to tremble at the pool of crime to whose brink he had led these men. "Do you think they will give up their swag while they are alive?" asked brutus scornfully. "Then I wash my hands of it all," cried the little self deceiving caitiff, and he affected to have nothing to do with it. Walker was then thanked for his information, and he thought this was a good opportunity for complaining of his wrongs and demanding redress. This fellow was a thorough egotist, saw everything from his own point of view only. Jem had dragged him before Judge Robinson. Robinson had played the beak and found him guilty. Levi had furnished the test on which he had been convicted. All these had therefore cruelly injured and nearly killed him. Himself was not the cause. He had not set all these stones rolling by forging upon nature and robbing Jem of £30. No, he could not see that, nor did he thank Jem one bit for jumping in and saving his life at risk of his own. Why did he ever get him thrown in, the brute? If he was not quite drowned, he was nearly, and Jem the cause. His confederates soothed him with promises of vengeance on all their 3 his enemies, and soon after catching sight of one of them, Levi, they kept their word. They roused up some of the other diggers against Isaac on the plea that he had refused to give evidence against Walker, and so they launched a mob and trusted to mob nature for the rest. The recoil of this superfluous villainy was, as often happens, a blow to the head scheme. brutus, who was wanted at peep of day for the dark scheme already hinted at, got terribly battered by George Fielding, and placarded, and what was worse, chained to a post by Robinson and Ede. It became necessary to sound his body and spirit. One of the gang was sent by Crawley to inquire whether he felt strong enough to go with Black Will on that difficult and dangerous work to morrow. The question, put in a passing whisper, was answered in a whisper. "I'm as strong as a lion for revenge. Tell them I would not miss to morrow's work for all the gold in Australia." The lowering face spoke loud enough if the mouth whispered. The message was brought back to Black Will and Crawley. "What energy!" said Crawley admiringly. "Ay," said Black Will, "that is your sort. Give me a pal with his skin smarting and his bones aching for the sort of job that Wood should see to morrow. Have they marked him?" he inquired, with a strange curiosity. "I'm afraid they have. His nose is smashed frightful." "I am glad of it. Now we are brothers, and will have blood for blood." "Your expressions are dreadfully terse," said Crawley, trying to smile, but looking scared instead. "But I don't understand your remark. You were not in the late unsuccessful attack on Mr. Levi, and you escaped most providentially in the night business. The men have not marked you, my good friend." "Haven't they?" yelled the man with a tremendous oath. "Haven't they? Look here." A glance was enough. Crawley turned wan and shuddered from head to foot. Chapter 65, Part 2.
Chapter 66 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 66. We left Robinson and Jim talking at the entrance to the tent. "Come in," said Robinson. "You will take care of this tent while we are gone." Jim promised faithfully. He then asked Robinson to explain to him the dodge of the gut lines. Robinson showed him and how the bells were rung at his head by the thief's foot. Jim complimented him highly. Robinson smiled, but the next moment sighed. "They will be too clever for us some of these dark nights. See how nearly they have nicked us again and again." "Don't be down on your luck, Captain." "Jim, what frightens me is the villains getting off so. There they are to try again, and next time the luck will be theirs. It can't always be ours. Why should it? Jim, there was a man in my tent last night." "There's no denying that, Captain." "Well, Jim, I can't get it off my heart that I was to kill that man, or he me. Everything was on my side. I had my gut lines, and I had a revolver and a cutlass, and I took up the cutlass like a fool. If I had taken up the revolver, the man would be dead. I took up the wrong, and that man will be my death. The cards never forgive. I had the odd trick and didn't take it. I shall lose the game." "No, ye shan't," cried Jim hastily. "What if the man got clear for the moment? We will hunt him out for you. You give me his description." "I couldn't," said Robinson despondently. "It was so dark. Here is his pistol. But that is no use. If I had but a clue, I ever so slight, I'd follow it up. But no, there is none. Hallo! What is the matter? What is it? What on earth is the man looking at like that?" "What was you asking for?" stammered Jim. "Wasn't it a clue?" "Yes." Robinson got up and came to Jim, who was standing with dilated eyes looking at the ground in the very corner of the tent. He followed the direction of Jim's eyes and was instantly transfixed with curiosity and rising horror. "Take it up, Jim," he gasped. "No, you take it up. It was you who—" "No. Yes. There is George's voice. I wouldn't let him see such a thing for the world. Oh, God, here is another." "Another?" "Yes, in the long grass, and there is George's voice. Come out, Jim. Not a word to George for the world. I want to talk to you. If it hasn't turned me sick. I should make a poor hangman, but it was in self-defense, thank heaven for that." "Where are you going in such a hurry, Tom?" said George. "Oh, only a little way with Jim." "Don't be long. It is getting late." "No, George. Jim, this is an ugly job." "An ugly job, no. Blank him, I wish it was his head. Give them me, Captain." "What, will you take charge of them?" "That I will, Captain, and what is more, I'll find your enemy out by them, and when you come back he shall be in custody waiting your orders." "Give them me." "Yes, take them. Oh, but I am glad to be rid of them. What a ghastly look they have. I don't care for their looks. I am right glad to see them. They are a clue and no mistake. Keep dark tonight. Don't tell this to Eddie. He is a good fellow, but chatters too much. Let me work it out. I'll find the late owner double quick," said Jim with a somewhat brutal laugh. "Your orders about the prisoners, Captain," cried Eddie, coming up. Robinson reflected. Turn them all loose but one." "And what shall I do with him?" "Put a post up in your own tent." "Yes." "Tie him to it in his handcuffs, give him food enough, and when shall we loose him?" "At noon tomorrow." "It shall be done, but you must come and show me which of the four it is." Robinson went with Eddie and his men. "Turn this one loose," said he. It was done on the instant. "And this, and this, and," laying his finger on Brutus, "keep this one prisoner in your tent, handcuffed and chained, till noon tomorrow." At the touch Brutus trembled with hate. At the order his countenance fell like Cain's. Full 2 hours before sunrise the patrol called Robinson by his own order, and the friends made for the bush with the day's provision in their blankets, their picks, and their revolvers. When they arrived at the edge of the bush, Robinson halted and looked round to see if they were followed. The night was pretty clear. No one was in sight. The men struck rapidly into the bush, which at this part had been cut and cleared in places, lying as it did so near a mine. "What, are we to run, Tom?" "Yes, I want to get to the river of quartz as soon as possible," was the dry answer. "With all my heart." After running about half a mile, George pulled up, and they walked. "What do you keep looking behind for, Tom?" "Oh, nothing." "You fidget me, Tom. Can't help it. I shall be like that till daylight. They have shaken my nerves among them." "Don't give way to such nonsense. What are you afraid of?" "I am not afraid of anything. Come, George, another run." "Oh, as you like. This beats all." The run brought them to the end of the broad road, and they found two smaller paths. After some hesitation Robinson took the left-hand one, and it landed them in such a terribly thick scrub they could hardly move. They forced their way through it, getting some frightful scratches, but after struggling with it for a good half-hour began to fear it was impenetrable and interminable, when the sun rising showed them a clear space some yards ahead. They burst through the remainder of the scrub and came out upon an old clearing full a mile long and a quarter of a mile broad. They gave a hurrah at the sight of it, but when they came to walk on it the ground was clay, and so sticky with a late shower that they were like flies moving upon varnish, and at last were fain to take off their shoes and stockings and run over it on the tips of their toes. At the end of this opening they came to a place like the 7 Dials, no end of little paths into the wood, and none very promising. After a natural hesitation they took the one that seemed to be the most on their line of march, and followed it briskly till it brought them plump upon a brook, and there it ended. Robinson groaned. "Confound the bush!" cried he. "You were wrong not to let me bring Jackie. What is to be done?" "Go back." "I hate going back. I would rather go 30 miles ahead than one back. I've got an idea. Off shoes and paddle up the stream. Perhaps we shall find a path that comes to it from the other side." They paddled up the stream a long way, and at last, sure enough, they found a path that came down to the stream from the opposite side. They now took a hasty breakfast, washing it down with water from the brook, and dived into the wood. The sun was high in heaven, yet they still had not got out of the bush. "I can't make it out, George. There is nothing to steer by, and these paths twist and turn so. I don't think we shall do any good till night. When I see the Southern Cross in the sky I shall be able to steer northeast. That is our line." "Don't give in," said George. "I think it looks clearer ahead. I believe we are at the end of it." "No such luck, I'm afraid," was the despondent reply. For all that, in a few yards more they came upon an open place. They could not help cheering. "At last!" cried they. But this triumph gave way to doubts. "I'm afraid we're not clear yet," said Robinson. "See, there is wood again on the other side. Why, it is that sticky clay again. Why, George, it is the clearing we crossed before breakfast." "You're talking nonsense, Tom," cried George angrily. "No, I am not," said the other sadly. "Come across. We shall soon know by our footsteps in the clay." Sure enough, halfway across they found a track of footsteps. George was staggered. "It is the place, I really think," said he. "But, Tom, when you talk of the footsteps, look here. You and I never made all these tracks. This is the track of a party." Robinson examined the ground. "Tracks of 3 men, 2 barefoot, 1 in nailed boots." "Well, is that us?" "Look at the clearing, George. You have got eyes. It is the same." "So 'tis, but I can't make out the 3 tracks." Robinson groaned. "I can. This 3rd track has come since we went by." "No doubt of that, Tom. Well?" "Well, don't you see?" "No. What?" "You and I are being hunted." George looked blank a moment. "Can't we be followed without being hunted?" "No, others might, but not me. We are being hunted," said Robinson sternly. "George, I am sick of this. Let us end it. Let us show these fellows they are hunting lions and not sheep. Is your revolver loaded?" "Yes." "Then come on." And he set off to run, following the old tracks. George ran by his side, his eyes flashing with excitement. They came to the brook. Robinson showed George that their pursuer had taken some steps down the stream. "No matter," said he. "Don't lose time, George. Go right up the bank to our path. He will have puzzled it out, you may take your oath." Sure enough, they found another set of footsteps added to their own. Robinson paused before entering the wood. He put fresh caps on his revolver. "Now, George," said he in a low voice, "we couldn't sleep in this wood without having our throats cut. But before night I'll be out of danger in my grave, for life is not worth having in the midst of enemies. Hush! Hush! You must not speak to me but in a whisper." "No," whispered George. "Nor rustle against the boughs." "No, I won't," whispered George. "But make me sensible, Tom. Tell me what all this caution is to lead to. What are you doing?" "I am hunting the hunter," hissed Robinson with concentrated fury, and he glided rapidly down the trodden path, his revolver cocked, his ears pricked, his eye on fire, and his teeth clenched. George followed, silent and cautious, his revolver ready cocked in his hand. As they glided thus, following their own footsteps and hunting their hunter with gloomy brows, and nerves quivering, and hearts darkening with anger and bitterness, suddenly a gloom fell upon the wood. It darkened and darkened. Meantime a breeze chill as ice disturbed its tepid and close air, forerunner of a great wind which was soon heard, first moaning in the distance, then howling and rushing up, and sweeping over the tall trees and rocking them like so many bulrushes. A great storm was coming. End of chapter 66. Recording by Philip Gould. Chapter 67 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 67. This very afternoon Mr. Levi came to inquire for George Fielding. Unable to find him, he asked of several diggers where the young man was. He could get no information till Jem saw him and came and told him. Now when he heard they were gone and not expected back for some days, Isaac gave quite a start, and showed a degree of regret and vexation that Jem was puzzled to account for. On reflection he begged Jem to come to his tent. There he sat down and wrote a letter. "Young man," said he, "I do entreat you to give this to George Fielding the moment he returns to the camp. Why did he go without coming to see me? My old heart is full of misgivings." "You needn't have any, sir," said Jem, surprised at the depth of feeling in the old Jew's face and voice. "He shall have the letter, you may depend." Levi thanked him. He then said to Nathan, "Strike the tents, collect our party, and let us be gone." "What? Going to leave us, sir?" "Yes, young man, this very hour." "Well, now, I am sorry for that, and so will the captain be and his pal that you think so much of." "We shall not be long parted," said the old man in his sweet musical Eastern accent. "Not very long, if you are faithful to your trust and give the good young man my letter. May good angels hover round him, may the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob guard him." "Amen," said rough Jem, for the reverend face glowed with piety, and the voice was the voice of prayer. Suddenly an unpleasant reflection occurred to Jem. "Well, but if you go, who is to buy our gold dust?" "The Christian merchants," said Isaac with an indifferent air. "But they are such Jews!" cried Jem inadvertently. I mean, and rough as he was, he looked as if he could have bitten his tongue off. "I know what you mean," said Isaac sadly. He added, "Such as they are all you have now." The old Jew was hunted and hooted and insulted in this place yesterday. Here then he trades no more. Those who set no value on him can of course supply his place." "The blackguards!" cried Jem. "The ruffians! I wish I had seen them." "Come, Mr. Levi, that was not the mind, that was only the riffraff. You might forgive us that." "I never forgive," was the calm reply. End of chapter 67. Recording by Philip Gould. Chapter 68 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 68. A tremendous snowstorm fell upon the mine and drove Jem into his tent, where he was soon after joined by Jacky, a circumstance in itself sufficient to prove the violence of the storm, for Jacky loathed indoors. It choked him a good deal. The more was Jem surprised when he heard a lamentable howl coming nearer and nearer, and a woman burst into his tent, a mere pillar of snow, for she was covered with 1,000 flakes, each as big as a lady's hand. "Ochone! Ochone! Ochone!" cried Mary McDougherty, and on being asked what was the matter, she sat down and rocked herself and moaned and cried, "Ochone! Oh, Captain Avick! What will I do for you? And who will I find to save you? And oh, it is the warm heart and the kind heart ye had to poor Molly McDougherty that'd give her life to save yours this day." "The captain!" cried Jem in great alarm. "What is wrong with the captain?" "He is lying cold and stiff in the dark, bloody wood. Och, the murtherin' villains! Och, what will I do at all? Och, Captain Avick, warm was your heart to the poor Irish boys, but it is cold now. Ochone! Ochone!" "Woman!" cried Jem in great agitation, "leave off blubbering and tell me what is the matter." Thus blandly interrogated, Mary told him a story, often interrupted with tears and sighs, of what had been heard and seen yester eve by one of the Irish boys, a story that turned him cold, for it left on him the same impression it had left on the warm-hearted Irishwoman, that at this moment his good friend was lying dead in the bush hard by. He rose and loaded Robinson's double-barreled gun. He loaded it with bullets, and as he rammed them fiercely down, he said angrily, "Leave off crying and wringing your hands. What on earth is the use of that? Here goes to save him or to revenge him. And och, James, take the wild Injine with ye. They know them bloody murtherin' woods better than our boys. Glory be to God for teaching them that same." "Of course I shall take him. You hear, Jacky? Will you show me how to find the poor dear captain and his mate if they are in life?" "If they are alive, Jacky will find them a good deal soon. If they are dead, still Jacky will find them." The Irishwoman's sorrow burst out afresh at these words. The savage then admitted the probability of that she dreaded. "And their enemies, the cowardly villains, what will you do to them?" asked Jem, black with rage. Jacky's answer made Mary scream with affright, and startled even Jem's iron nerves for a moment. At the very first word of the Irishman's story, the savage had seated himself on the ground with his back turned to the others, and unnoticed by them had rapidly painted his face with the war paint of his tribe. Words cannot describe the ghastly terrors, the fiendish ferocity these traditional lines and colours gave his countenance. This creature, that looked so like a fiend, came erect into the middle of the tent with a single bound, as if that moment vomited forth by hell, and yet with a grander carriage and princelier presence than he had worn in time of peace. And even as he bounded, he crossed his tomahawk and narrow wooden shield to signify that his answer was no vulgar asseveration, but a vow of sacred war. "Kalingalunga will kill them and drink their blood." Kalingalunga glided from the tent. Jem followed him. The snow fell in flakes as large as a lady's hand, and the air was dark. Jem could not see where the hunter was taking him, but he strode after him and trusted to his sagacity. 5 hours' hard walking, and then the snow left off. The air became clear, and to Jem's surprise the bush, instead of being on his right hand, was now on his left, and there on its skirts, about a mile off, was the native camp. They had hardly come in sight of it when it was seen to break from quietude into extraordinary hustle. "What is up?" asked Jem. The hunter smiled and pointed to his own face. Kalingalunga painted war. "What eyes the beggars must have," said Jim. The next minute a score of black figures came tearing up in such excitement that their long rows of white teeth and the whites of their eyes flashed like Buddha lights in their black heads. Kalingalunga soon calmed them down by letting them know that he was painted for a private, not a national feud. He gave them no further information. I suspect he was too keen a sportsman to put others on the scent of his game. He went all through the camp and ascertained from the stragglers that no men answering the description of George and Robinson had passed out of the wood. "They are in the wood," said he. He then ordered a great fire, bade Jem dry his clothes and eat. He collected 2 of his wives and committed Jem to their care, and glided like a panther into the wood. What with the great heat succeeding to the great cold, and the great supper the gins gave him, Jem fell fast asleep. It was near daylight when a hand was laid on his shoulder, and there was Kalingalunga. Not a track on the snow. No. Then let us hope they are not in the wood. The hunter hung his head. "Me tink they are in the wood," said he gravely. Jim groaned. "Then they are lying under the soil of it, or in some dark pit." Kalingalunga reflected. He replied to this effect, that there were no more traces of an assassin than of victims, consequently that it was impossible to know anything, and that it was a good deal too stupid to speak a good deal, knowing nothing. All this time Jim's fear and rage and impatience contrasted greatly with the philosophic phlegm of the Pict, who looked so fierce and took it all so cool, ending with an announcement that now Kalingalunga would sleep a good deal. The chief was soon asleep, but not till he had ordered his gins to wake him the moment the snow should be melted. This occurred at noon, and after snatching a hasty meal he put a tomahawk into Jem's hands and darted into the bush. All the savage's coldness disappeared now he was at work. He took Jem right across the wood from southeast to northwest. Nothing stopped him. When the scrub was thick above but hollow below, he threw himself on his belly and wriggled along like a snake. When it was all thick, he hacked into it with fury and forced a path. When it was impenetrable, he went round it, and by some wonderful instinct got into the same line again. Thus they cut clean across the wood, but found no tracks. Then the savage, being out in the open, trotted easily down the woodside to the southwest point. Here he entered and took a line straight as an arrow to the northeast. It was about 5 in the afternoon. Kalingalunga was bleeding all over with scratches, and Jem was torn to pieces and done up. He was just about to tell the other he must give in, when Kalingalunga suddenly stopped and pointed to the ground. "Track." "What of?" "A white man's shoe." "How many are there?" "1." Jem sighed. "I doubt it is a bad job, Jacky," said he. "Follow. Not too close," was the low reply. And the panther became a serpent, so smooth and undulating were the motions with which he glided upon the track he had now discovered. Jem, well aware that he could not move noiselessly like the savage, obeyed him and crept after at some distance. The savage had followed the man's footsteps about half a mile, and the white man the savage, when suddenly both were diverted from their purpose. Kalingalunga stood still and beckoned Jem. Jem ran to him and found him standing, snuffing the air with his great broad nostrils, like a stag. "What is it?" "White fellow burn Wambiloa wood." "How do you know? How do you know?" "Wambiloa wood smell a good way off when him burn." "And how do you know it is a white man?" "Black fellow never burn Wambiloa wood. Not good to burn that. Keep it for Milmeridian." The chief now cut off a few of his long hairs and held them up to ascertain the exact direction of the wind. This done, he barked a tree to mark the spot to which he had followed the trail, and striking out into quite a different direction, he hunted by scent. Jem expected to come on the burning Wambiloa very soon, but he underrated either the savage's keen scent or the acrid odor of the sacred wood, perhaps both. They had gone half a mile at least before his companion thought it necessary to show any caution. At last he stopped short, and then Jem smelled a smell as if cinnamon and ginger, nutmegs and cloves were all blazing in one bonfire. With some difficulty he was prevailed on to stand still and let the subtle native creep on, nor would he consent to be inactive until the other solemnly vowed to come back for him and give him his full share of the fighting. Then Kalingalunga went gliding like a shadow and flitted from tree to tree. Woe be to the enemy the subtle, noiseless, pitiless, remorseless savage surprises. He has not put on his war paint in sport, or for barren show. End of chapter 68. Recording by Philip Gould. Chapter 69 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 69. A man was hunting Robinson and George Fielding, and they were hunting him. Both parties inflamed with rage and bitterness, both master of the other's fate, they thought. A change of wind brought a fall of snow, and the fall of snow baffled both parties in 5 minutes. Down came the Australian flakes, large as a woman's hand. I am not romancing. And effaced the tracks of the pursuing and pursued and pursuers. So tremendous was the fall that the two friends thought of nothing but shelter. They drew their blankets over their heads and ran hither and thither looking for a friendly tree. At last they found an old tree with a prodigious stem that parted about 10 feet up into 2 forks. With some effort they got up into this cleft, and then they were on a natural platform. Robinson always carried nails in his pocket, and he contrived to nail the 2 blankets to the forks so as to make a screen. Then they took out their provisions and fortified themselves with a hearty supper. As they were eating it, they were suddenly startled by an explosion so tremendous that their tree seemed to have been struck by lightning. Out went Robinson with his mouth full onto a snowdrift 4 feet high. He looked up and saw the cause of the fracas. A large bough of a neighboring tree had parted from the trunk with the enormous weight of the snow. Robinson climbed back to George and told him. Supper recommenced, but all over the wood at intervals they now heard huge forks and boughs parting from their parent stems with a report like a 32-pounder ringing and echoing through the woods. Others so distant they were like crackers. These sounds were very appalling in the ghostly wood. The men instinctively drew closer to each other, but they were no chickens. Use soon hardened them even to this. They settled it that the forks they were sitting on would not give way because there were no leaves on them to hold a great burden of snow. And soon they yielded to nature and fell fast asleep in spite of all the dangers that hemmed them. At his regular hour, just before sunrise, Robinson awoke and peeped from below the blanket. He shook George. "Get up directly, George. We are wasting time when time is gold. What is it? What is it? There is a pilot in the sky that will take us out of this cursed trap if the day does not come and spoil all." George's eye followed Robinson's finger, and in the center of the dark vault of heaven this glittered. Southern Cross constellation. End of chapter 69. Recording by Philip Gould.
Chapter 70 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 70. I know it, Tom. When I was sailing to this country, we came to a part where the North Star went down, and down to the water's edge, and this was all we got in exchange for it. "George," said Tom rather sternly, "how do you know they don't hear us? And here we are surrounded by enemies, and would you run down our only friend?" "That silver star will save our lives if they are to be saved at all. Come on. And, George, if you were to take your revolver and blow out my brains, it is no more than I deserve for sleeping away the precious hours of night when I ought to have been steering out of this cursed timber net by that blessed star." With these words Robinson dived into the wood, steering due east by the Southern Cross. It was like going through a frozen river. The scrub was loaded with snow, which it discharged in masses on the travellers at every step. "Keep your revolver dry in your hat, and your lucifers too," cried Robinson. "We shall have to use them both 10 to 1. As to our skins, that is hopeless." Then the men found how hard it is to take a line and keep it in the Australian bush. When the Southern Cross was lost in a cloud, though but for a minute, they were sure to go all wrong, as they found upon its reappearance. and sometimes the scrub was impenetrable, and they were forced to go round it, and walk 400 yards, advancing eastward but 20 or 30. Thus they battled on till the sun rose. "Now we shall be all in the dark again," said poor Robinson. "Here comes a fog." "Stop, Tom," said George. "Oughtn't we to make this good before we go on?" "What do you mean? We have come right by the star so far, have we not?" "Yes." "Then let us bark 50 of these trees for a mark. I have seen that varmint Jacky do that." "A capital idea, George. Out with our knives. Here goes." "No breakfast to day, Tom." "No, George, nor dinner either, till we are out of the wood." These two poor fellows walked and ran and crept and struggled all day, sometimes hoping, sometimes desponding. At last, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, their bellies gnawed with hunger, their clothes torn to rags, their skin bleeding, they came out upon some trees with the bark stripped. They gave one another a look that words can hardly paint. They were the trees they had barked 12 hours ago. The men stood silent. Neither cared to tell the other all he felt. For now there crept over these two stout bosoms a terrible chill, the sense of a danger new to them in experience, but not new in report. They had heard of settlers and others who had been lost in the fatal labyrinth of the Australian bush, and now they saw how easily it might be true. "We may as well sit down here and rest. We shall do no good till night. What, are you in pain, George?" "Yes, Tom, a little." "Where?" "Something gnaws my stomach like an adder." "Oh, that is the soldier's gripes," said Tom, with a ghastly attempt at a jest. "Poor George," said he kindly. "I dare say you never knew what it was to go 24 hours without food before." "Never in my life, Tom." "Well, I have, and I'll tell you the only thing to do. When you can't fill the bread basket, shut it. Go to sleep till the Southern Cross comes out again." "What, sleep in our dripping clothes?" "No, we will make a roaring fire with these strips of bark. They are dry as tinder by now." A pyre 4 feet high was raised, the strips being laid from north to south and east to west alternately, and they dried their blankets and warmed their smoking bodies. "George, I have got 2 cigars. They must last us 2 days." "Oh, I'm no great smoker. Keep them for your own comfort." Robinson wore a sad smile. "We can't afford to smoke them. This is to chew. It is not food, George, but it keeps the stomach from eating itself. We must do the best for our lives we can, for Susan's sake." "Give it me, Tom. I'll chew it, and thank you kindly. You are a wise companion in adversity, Tom. It is a great grief to me that I have brought you into this trouble, looking for what I know you think is a mare's nest, as the saying is. Don't talk so, George. True pals like you and me never reproach one another. They stand and fall together like men. The fire is warm, George. That is one comfort." "The fire is well enough, but there's nothing down at it. I'd give £100 for a mutton chop." The friends sat like sacrifices by the fire, and chewed their cigars in silence, with foreboding hearts. After a while, as the heat laid hold of him, George began to doze. Robinson felt inclined to do the same, but the sense that perhaps a human enemy might be near caused him to fight against sleep in this exposed locality. So whenever his head bobbed down, he lifted it sharply and forced his eyes open. It was on one of these occasions that, looking up, he saw, set as it were in a frame of leaves, a hideous countenance glaring at him. It was painted in circular lines, red, blue, and white. "Get up, George!" roared Robinson. "They are upon us." And both men were on their feet, revolvers pointed. The leaves parted, and out came this diabolical face, which they had never seen before, but with it a figure they seemed to know, and a harsh cackle they instantly recognised, and it sounded like music to them. "Oh, my dear Jacky," cried George, "who'd have thought it was you? Well, you are a godsend. Good afternoon. Oh, Jacky, how do you do?" "Jacky, not Jacky now, 'cause a good deal angry and paint war. Kalingalunga, berry well, tank you." He always took these 4 words for one. "Now I go fetch white fellow," and he disappeared. "Who is he going to fetch? Is it the one that was following us?" "No doubt. Then, Tom, it was not an enemy after all." Jacky came back with Jem, who at sight of them alive and well burst into extravagances. He waved his hat round his head several times, and then flung it into a tree, then danced a pas seul, consisting of steps not one of them known at the Opera House, and chanted a song of triumph, the words of which were, "Ry told de riddy iddy doll," and the ditty naught. Finally he shook hands with both. "Never say die." "Well, that is hearty, and how thoughtful of him to come after us, and above all to bring Jacky." "That it was," replied George. "Jem," said he with feeling, "I don't know but what you have saved 2 men's lives." "If I don't, it shan't be my fault, farmer." "George." "Oh, Jacky, I am so hungry. I have been 24 hours without food." "Kalingalunga, you stupid fellow, to go widout food. Always a good deal food in bush." "George, is there? Then for heaven's sake go and get us some of it." "Kalingalunga, no need go. Food here." He stepped up to the very tree against which George was standing, showed him an excrescence on the bark, made 2 clean cuts with his tomahawk, pulled out a huge white worm, and offered it to George. George turned from it in disgust. The wild chief grinned superior, and ate it himself, and smacked his lips with infinite gusto. Meantime his quick eye had caught sight of something else. "A good deal dinner in dis tree," said he, and he made the white men observe some slight scratches on the bark. "Possum claws go up tree." Then he showed them that there were no marks with the claw reversed, a clear proof the animal had not come down. "Possum in tree." The white men looked up into the bare tree with a mixture of wonder and incredulity. Jacky cut steps with his tomahawk, and went up the main stem, which was short, and then up a fork, 1 out of above 12. Among all these he jumped about like a monkey, till he found one that was hollow at the top. "Throw Kalingalunga a stone. Den he find Possum a good deal quick." They could not find a stone for their lives, so being hungry, Robinson threw a small nugget of gold he had in his pocket. Jacky caught it, placed it at the top of the hollow fork, and let it drop. Listening keenly, his fine ear heard the nugget go down the fork, striking the wood first one side, then another, and then at a certain part sound no more. Down he slips to that silent part, makes a deep cut with his tomahawk just above the spot, thrusts in his hand, and pulls out a large opossum, yelling and scratching and emitting a delicious scent in an agony of fear. The tomahawk soon silenced him, and the carcass fell among the applauding whites. Now it was Robinson's turn. He carved the raw animal for greater expedition, and George helped him to wrap each limb and carcass in a thin covering of clay. Thus prepared, it was thrust into the great pile of burning ashes. "Look yonder, do! Look at that, Jem! Why, Jem, what are you up to, patrolling like a sentinel out there?" "Never you heed Jem," was the dry reply. "You mind the roast, captain, and I'll mind my business." And Jem continued to parade up and down with his gun cocked, and his eye piercing the wood. To Robinson's repeated and uneasy inquiries what meant this pantomime, Jem persisted in returning no answer but this: "You want your dinner, captain. Eat your dinner, and then I'll hoffer a hobservation. Meantime, as these woods are queer places, a little hextra caution is no sin." The pie dishes were now drawn out of the ashes and broken, and the meat, baked with all its juices, was greedily devoured. "It tastes like a rabbit stuffed with peppermint," said George, "and uncommon nice it is. Now I am another man." "So am I, Jacky for ever." "Now, Jem, I have dined. Your story, if you please. Why are you here? For you are a good fellow, but you haven't got gumption enough to say to yourself, 'These two will get lost in the bush. I'll take Jacky and pull them out.'" "You are right, Captain. That wasn't the way at all. And since your belly is full and your courage is up, you will be able to enjoy my story better than you could afore." "Yes, so let us have it." And Robinson leaned back luxuriously, being filled and warmed. "First and foremost," commenced this artful narrator, "there is a chap prowling in this wood at the present time, with a double-barreled gun, to blow out your brains, Captain." "The devil!" cried Robinson, starting to his feet. "And yours, farmer." "How do you know?" asked George, without moving. "That is what I am going to tell you. That Mary McDogherty came crying to my tent, all through the snow. 'What is up?' says I. Says she, 'Murder is up.' Then she told me her cousin, an Irish boy, was at Bevan's store, and he heard some queer talk, and he looked through a chink in the wall, and saw two rascals putting their heads together, and he soon made out they were driving a bargain to rob you two. One was to do it, the other was egging him on. 'I must have £50 first,' says this one. 'Why?' says the other. 'Because he has been and locked my pal up, that was to be in it with me.'" "Ah!" cried Robinson. "Go on, Jem. There's a clue anyway." "I've got a thicker one behind." Says the other, "Agreed. When will you have it?" "Why now," says t'other. Then this one gave him a note. Pat couldn't see that it was a 50, but no doubt it was. But he saw the man take it and put it in a little tin box, and shove it in his bosom. "That note was the price of blood," said Robinson. "Oh, the black-hearted villains! Tell me who they are, that is all. Tell me but who they were." The boy didn't know. There, it is always so. The fools, they never know. "Stop a bit, Captain. There is a clue. Your own word." "Ay, and what is the clue?" "As soon as ever the note was safe in his bosom, he says. I sold you, blind mate. I'd have given 50 sooner than not done this job. Look here," says he, "I've sworn to have a life for each of these. And Captain," said Jem, suddenly lowering his voice, with that, it seems, he held up his right hand. "Well, yes, yes, eh? And there were 2 fingers a missing on it." "Ah! Now those 2 fingers are the ones you chopped off with your cutlass the night when the tent was attacked." "Why, Tom, what is this? You never told me of this," cried George. "And which are in my pocket." "In your pocket!" said George, drawing away from him. "Ay, farmer, wrapped up in silver paper, and they shall never leave my pocket till I have fitted them on the man, and seen him hung or shot with them 2 pickers and stealers tied round his bloodthirsty, mercenary, assassinating neck. Say that I said it." "George, Jacky, show us the way out of this wood." Kalingalunga bowed assent, but he expressed a wish to take with him some of the ashes of the Wambeloa. George helped him. Robinson drew Jem aside. "You shouldn't have mentioned that before George. You have disgusted him properly." "Oh, hang him! He needn't be so squeamish. Why, I've had 'em salt. There, there, drop it, Jem, do. Captain, are you going to let them take us out of the wood before we have hunted it for that scoundrel?" "Yes, I am. Look here, Jem. We are 4, and he is 1. But a double-barrel gun is an awkward enemy in a dark wood. No, Jem, we will outwit him to the last. We will clear the wood, and get back to the camp. He doesn't know we have got a clue to him. He will come back without fear, and we will nail him with the £50 note upon him. And then Jack Ketch." The whole party was now on the move, led by Kalingalunga. bearing the sacred ashes. What on earth is he going to do with them? The chief heard this query, and looking back, said gravely, "He take them to Milmeridien." And the party followed Jacky, who twisted and zigzagged about the bush, till at last he brought them to a fairy spot, whose existence in that rugged wood none of them had dreamed possible. It was a long open glade, meandering like a river between two deep, irregular fringes of the drooping acacia, and another lovely tree, which I only know by its uncouth, unmelodious, scientiuncular name, the eucalyptus. This tree, as well as the drooping acacia, leaned over the ground with long leaves like dishevelled hair. Kalingalunga paused at the brink, and said to his companions in a low, awe-struck voice, "Milmeridien." The glade was full of graves, some of them fresh, glittering with bright red earth under the cool green acacias, others richly veiled with golden moss, more or less according to their age. And in the recesses of the grove peeped smoother traces of mortality, mossy mounds 1,000 years old, and others far more ancient still, now mere excrescences of green, known to be graves only by the light of that immense gradation of times and dates and epochs. The floor of the open glade was laid out as a vast parterre, each grave a little flower bed, round, square, oval, or rhomboid, and all round each bed flowed in fine and graceful curves little paths too narrow for a human foot. Primeval tradition had placed them there that spirits might have free passage to visit all the mighty dead. For here reposed no vulgar corpses. Here, their heads near the surface, but their feet deep in earth, sat the great hunters and warriors of every age of the race of Kalingalunga, once a great nation, though now a failing tribe. They sat there this many a day, their weapons in their hands, ready to start up whenever the great signal should come, and hunt once more, but without fatigue, in woods boundless as the sea, and with bodily frames no longer mortal, to knock and be knocked on the head ad infinitum. Simple and benign creed. A cry of delight burst from the white men, and they were going to spread themselves over the garden of the dead. The savage checked them with horror. "Nobody walk there while him alive," said he. "Now you follow me, and not speak any words at all, or Kalingalunga will leave you in the bush. Hush!" The savage paused, that even the echo of his remonstrance might die well away before he traversed the garden. He then bowed his head down upon his breast in a set manner, and so remained quiet a few seconds. In that same attitude he started and walked slowly by the verge of the glade, keeping carefully clear of the graves, and never raising his head. About half way he stopped, and reverently scattered the ashes of the Wambiloa upon 3 graves that lay near the edge, then forward, silent, downcast, reverential. Mors omnibus est communis. The white men, even down to Jem, understood and sympathized with Kalingalunga. In this garden of the dead of all ages they felt their common humanity, and followed their black brother, silent and awestruck. Melted, too, by the sweet and sacred sorrow of this calm scene, for here death seemed to relax its frown, and the dead but to rest from trouble and toil, mourned by gentle tender trees. And in truth it was a beautiful thought of these savage men to have given their dead for companions, those rare and drooping acacias, that bowed themselves and loosed their hair, so like fair women abandoned to sorrow over the beloved and dead, and night and morning swept with their dewy eyelashes the pillows of the brave. Resquiescant in pace, resurgant in pacem. For I wish them better than they wish themselves. After Milmeridien came a thick scrub, through which Kalingalunga tracked his way, and then a loud hurrah burst from all, for they were free. The net was broken. There were the mountains before them, and the gaunt wood behind them at last. The native camp was visible 2 miles distant, and thither the party ran, and found food and fires in abundance. Black sentinels were set at such distances as to render a surprise impossible, and the travellers were invited to sleep and forget all their troubles. Robinson and Jem did sleep, and George would have been glad to, and tried, but was prevented by an unfortunate incident. Les enfants terribles found out his infirmity, viz., that nothing they could do would make him hit them. So half a dozen little rascals, potter-bellied than you can conceive, climbed up and down George, sticking in their 20 claws like squirrels, and feeling like cold, slippery slugs. Thus was sleep averted, until a merciful gin, hearing the man's groans, came and cracked 2 or 3 of these little black pots with a waddy or club. So then George got leave to sleep, and just as he was dozing off, ting tong tie, tong tong tong, came a fearful drumming of parchment. A corroboree, or native dance, was beginning. No more sleep till that was over, so all hands turned out. A space was cleared in the wood. Women stood on both sides with flaming boughs, and threw a bright red light upon a particular portion of that space. The rest was dark as pitch. Time, midnight. When the white men came up, the dancing had not begun. Kalinga Lunga was singing a preliminary war song. George had picked up some of the native language, and he explained to the other that Jacky was singing about some great battle near the Wurragurra River. The Wurragurra? Why, that is where we first found gold. Why, of course it is. And yes, I thought so. Thought what? It is our battle he is describing. Which of 'em? We live in hot water. The one before Jem was our friend. What is he singing? Oh, come, that is overdoing it, Jacky. Why, Jem, he is telling them he killed you on the spot. I'll punch his head. No, take it easy, said Robinson. He is a poet. This is what they call poetical license. Lie without sense, I call it, when here is the man. Ting tong, ting tong tong. I slew him, he fell by the Wurragurra River. I slew him, ting tong, he fell, ting tong, by the Wurragurra River, ting, ting tong. This line Jacky repeated at least 40 times, but he evaded monotony by the following simple contrivance. I slew him, he fell by the Wurragurra River, ting tong. I slew him, he fell by the Wurragurra River. I slew him, he fell by the Wurragurra River, with similar changes, and then back again. One of our own savages saved a great poet from monotony by similar means. Very good of him. The elder Sheridan, who used to teach his pupils to tresh dead Dryden out thus: none but the brave, none but the brave, none but the brave deserve the fair. And now the gins took up the tune without the words, and the dance began to it. First 2 figures, ghastly with white paint, came bounding like jacks in the box out of the gloom into the red light, and danced gracefully. Then one more popped out, then another at set intervals of time, then another, all painted differently, and swelled the dance by degrees. And still, as the dance grew in numbers, the musicians sang and drummed louder and faster by well-planned gradations, and the motion rose in intensity, till they all warmed into the terrible savage corroboree jump, legs striding wide, head turned over one shoulder, the eyes glaring with fiendish intensity in one direction, the arms both raised and grasping waddies and boomerangs, till at last they worked up to such a gallop of fierce buck-like leaps that there was a jump for each beat of the music. Now they were in 4 lines, and as the figures in the front line jumped to the right, each keeping his distance to a hair, the second line jumped to the left, the third to the right, and the fourth to the left. The twinkle and beauty and symmetry of this was admirable, and strange as it may appear, not only were the savages now wrought up to frenzy at this climax of the dance, but the wonderful magnetic influence these children of nature have learned to create and launch in the corroboree so stirred the white men's blood, that they went half mad too, and laughed and shouted and danced, and could hardly help flinging themselves among the mad fiends, and jumping and yelling with them. And when the jump was at its fiercest and quickest, and the great frenzy boiling over, these cunning artists brought it to a dead stop, sharp upon the climax, and all was still. In another minute they were all snoring. But George and Robinson often started in their slumbers, dreaming they saw the horrid figures, the skeletons, lizards, snakes, tartan shawls, and whitened fiends, the whole lot, blazing at the eyes and mouth like white bood lights, come bounding one after another out of the black night into the red torchlight, and then go striding and jumping and glaring and raging and bucking and prancing and scattering battle and song and joy and rage and inspiration and stark staring frenzy all around. They awoke at daylight rather cold, and found piles of snow upon their blankets, and the lizards and skeletons and imps and tartan shawls deteriorated. The snow had melted on their bodies, and the colours had all run, some of them away. Quid multa? We all know how beauties look when the sun breaks on them after a ball. They asked for Jacky. To their great chagrin he was not to be found. They waited, getting crosser and crosser, till 9 o'clock, and then out comes my lord from the wood, walking toward them with his head down on his bosom, the picture of woe, the meridian movement over again. "There, don't let us scold him," said George. "I'm sure he has lost a relation, or maybe a dear friend. Anyway, I hope it is not his sweetheart, poor Jacky. Well, Jacky, I'm glad you have washed your face. Now I know you again. You can't think how much better you look in your own face than painted up in that unreasonable way, like I don't know what all." "Like something between a devil and a rainbow?" suggested Robinson. "But what is wrong?" asked George, kindly. "I'm almost afraid to ask, though." Encouraged by the tone of sympathy, the afflicted chief pointed to his face, sighed, and said, "Kalingalunga paint war, and now Kalingalunga wash 'em face, and not kill anybody first. Kalingalunga Jacky again, and show your white place in 'em hill a good deal soon." And the amiable heathen cleared up a little at the prospect of serving George, whom he loved aboriginally. Jem remained with the natives upon some frivolous pretence. His real hope was to catch the ruffian, whom he secretly believed to be still in the wood. "He is like enough to creep out this way," thought Jem, "and then won't I nail him?" In half an hour they were standing under the spot whose existence Robinson had so often doubted. "Well, George, you painted it true. It really is a river of quartz running between those two black rocks. And that you think is the home of the gold, eh?" "Well, I do. Look here, Tom. Look at this great large heap of quartz boulders, all of different sizes. They have all rolled down here out of that river of quartz." "Why, of course they have. Who doubts that? Many is the time I have sat on that green mound where Jacky is sitting now, and eaten my bread and cheese." "I dare say. But what has that to do with it? What are we to do? Are we to go up the rock and peck into that mass of quartz?" "Well, I think it is worth while." "Why, it would be like biting a piece out of the world. Look here, Master George, we can put your notion about the home of the gold to the test without all that trouble." "As how?" "You own all these quartz stones rolled out of yon river. If so, they are samples of it. 10,000 quartz stones is quite sample enough. So begin, and turn them all over. Examine them. Break them if you like. If we find but a speck of gold in one of them, I'll believe that quartz river is gold's home. If not, it is all humbug." George pulled a wry face. He found himself pinned to his own theory. "Well," said he, "I own the sample tells us what is in the barn. So now I am vexed for bringing you here. Now we are here, give it a fair trial. Let us set to and break every boulder in the thundering heap." They went to work and picked the quartz boulders. Full 2 hours they worked, and by this time they had made a considerable heap of broken quartz. It glittered in the sun, but it glittered white. Not a speck of yellow came to light. George was vexed. Robinson grinned, expecting nothing. He was not disappointed. Besides, he was winning an argument, and we all like to turn out profits. Presently a little cackle from Jacky. "I find 'em." "Find what?" asked Robinson, without looking up. "A good deal yellow stone," replied Jacky, with at least equal composure. "Let me see that," said George, with considerable curiosity, and they both went to Jacky. Now the fact is that this heap of quartz stones was in reality much larger than they thought. Only the greater part of it had been overgrown with moss and patches of grass a few centuries ago. Jacky, seated on what seemed a grassy mound, was in reality perched upon a part of the antique heap. His keen eye saw a little bit of yellow protruding through the moss, and he was amusing himself clipping it with his tomahawk, cutting away the moss and chipping the stone, which made the latter glitter more and yellower. "Hallo!" cried George, "this looks better." Robinson went on his knees without a word. "It is all right," said he, in a great flutter. "It is a nugget, and a good-sized one. A pound weight, I think. Now then, my lad, out you come," and he dug his fingers under it to jerk it out. But the next moment he gave a screech and looked up amazed. "Why, this is the point of the nugget. It lies the other way, not flat. George, I can't move it. The pick! Oh Lord, the pick, the pick!" "Stand clear!" shouted George, and he drove the point of the pick down close by the prize. Then he pressed on the handle. "Why, Tom, it is jammed somehow." "No, it is not jammed. It is its own weight." "Why, George!" "Then, Tom, it is a hundredweight, if it is an ounce." "Don't be a fool," cried the other, trembling all over. "There is no such thing in nature." The nugget now yielded slowly to the pressure, and began to come up into the world again, inch by inch, after so many thousand years. Of course, before it could come all out, the soil must open first, and when Robinson, glaring down, saw a square foot of earth part and gape as the nugget came majestically up, he gave another cry, and with trembling hands laid hold of the prize, and pulled and tugged and rolled it on the clean moss. To lift it was not so easy. They fell down on their knees by the side of it like men in a dream. Such a thing had never been seen or heard of. 100 weight of quartz and gold, and beautiful as it was great. It was like honeycomb, the cells of which had been sliced by a knife. The shining metal brimmed over in the delicate quartz cells. They lifted it. Yes, full 100 weight. Half the mass was quartz, but 4/5 of the weight they knew must be gold. Then they jumped up, and each put a foot on it, and shook hands over it. "Oh, you beauty!" cried George, and he went on his knees and kissed it. "That is not because you are gold, but because you take me to Susan. Now, Tom, let us thank Heaven for its goodness to us, and back to camp this very day." "Ay, but stop, we must wrap it in our wipes, or we shall never get back alive. The very honest ones would turn villains at sight of it. It is the wonder of the world." "I see my Susan's eyes in it," cried George, in rapture. "Oh, Tom, good, kind, honest Tom, shake hands over it once more." In the midst of all this rapture, a horrible thought occurred. "Why, it's Jacky's," said George, faintly. "He found it." "Nonsense, nonsense!" cried Tom, uneasily. He added, however, "But I'm afraid 1/3 of it is pal's share, white or black." All their eyes now turned uneasily to the aboriginal, who lay yawning on the grass. "Jacky, give him you, George," said this worthy savage, with superb indifference. He added with a yawn, "What for you dance corroboree when not dark? Den you bite yellow stone," continued this original. "Den you red, den you white, den you red again, all because we pull up yellow stone. All dis a good deal damn ridiculous." "So 'tis, Jacky," replied Robinson, hastily. "Don't you have anything to do with yellow stone. It would make you as great a fool as we are. Now show us the shortest cut back home through the bush." At the native camp they fell in with Jem. The monstrous nugget was too heavy to conceal from his shrewd eye, so they showed it him. The sight of it almost knocked him down. Robinson told him where they found it, and advised Jem to go and look for another. Alas, the great nugget already made him wish one friend away. But Jem said, "No, I will see you safe through the bush first." Chapter 70.
Chapter 71 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria de Fátima da Silva. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 71. All this time 2 persons in the gold mine were upon thorns of expectation and doubt, Brutus and Peter Crawley. George and Robinson did not return, but no more did Black Will. What had happened? Had the parties come into collision? And if so, with what result? If the friends had escaped, why had they never been heard of since? If, on the other hand, Will had come off conqueror, why had he never reappeared? At last Brutus arrived at a positive conviction that Black Will had robbed and probably murdered the men, and was skulking somewhere with their gold, thereby defrauding him, his pal. However, he kept this to himself, and told Crawley that he feared Will had come to grief, so he would go well armed, and see what was the matter, and whether he could help him. So he started for the bush, well armed. Now his real object, I blush to say, was to murder Black Will, and rob him of the spoils of George and Robinson. Wicked as these men of violence had been 6 months ago, Gould and Crawley had made them worse, aye, much worse. Crawley, indeed, had never openly urged any of them to so deep a crime as murder, and it is worthy of note, as a psychological fact, that this reptile contrived to deceive itself into thinking that it had stopped short of crime's utmost limits. To be sure, it had tempted and bribed and nudged men to robbery under circumstances that were almost sure to lead to murder, but still murder might not occur. Meantime, it had openly discountenanced that crime, and checked the natural proclivity of Brutus and Black Will toward deeds of blood. Self-deception will probably cease at the first blast of the archangel's trumpet. But what human heart will part with it till then? The circumstances under which a human being could not excuse or delude or justify himself have never yet occurred in the huge annals of crime. Prejudice apart, Crawley's moral position behind Brutus and Black Will seems to bear a strong family likeness to that which Holy Writ assigns to the great enemy of man. That personage knocks out nobody's brains, cuts nobody's throat, never was guilty of such brutality since the world was, but he finds some thorough egotist, and whispers how the egotism of his passions or his interests may be gratified by the death of a fellow creature. The egotist listens and blood flows. Brutus and Black Will had both suffered for their crimes. Brutus had been nailed by Carlo, twice gibbeted, and the bridge of his nose broken once. Black Will had been mutilated, and Walker nearly drowned, but the close contriver of all harms had kept out of harm's way. Violence had never recoiled on him who set it moving. For all that, Crawley, I must inform the reader, was not entirely prosperous. He had his little troubles, too, whether warnings that he was on the wrong path, or punishments of his vices, or both, I can't say. Thus it was. Mr. Crawley had a natural love of spirits, without a stomach strong enough to deal with them. When he got away from Mr. Meadows, he indulged more and more, and for some months past he had been subject to an unpleasant phenomenon that arises now and then out of the fumes of liquor. At the festive board, even as he raised the glass to his lips, the face of Crawley would often be seen to writhe with a sort of horror, and his eyes to become fixed on unseen objects, and perspiration to gather on his brow. Then such as were not in the secret would jump up and say, "What on earth is the matter?" and look fearfully round, expecting to see some horrid sight to justify that look of horror and anguish. But Crawley, his glassy eyes still fixed, would whimper out, his teeth chattering and clipping the words. "Oh, never mind. It's only a trifling apparition." He had got to try and make light of it, because at first he used to cry out and point, and then the miners ran out and left him alone with his phantoms, and this was terrible. He dreaded solitude, he schemed against it and provided against it, and paid fellows to bear him company night and day. And at the festive board it was one thing to drink his phantoms neat, and another to dilute them with figures of flesh and blood. He much preferred the latter. At first his supernatural visitors were of a unfavourable but not a ghastly character. Number one was a judge who used to rise through the floor and sit half in and half out of the wall, with a tremendous flow of horse hair, a furrowed face, a vertical chasm between the temples, and a strike-me-off-the-rolls eye gleaming with diabolical fire from under a grey, shaggy eyebrow. Number two was a policeman who came in through the window and stood imperturbable, all in blue, with a pair of handcuffs and a calm eye, and a disagreeable absence of effort or emotion, an inevitable-looking policeman. But as Crawley went deeper in crime and brandy, blurred, bolted figures, erect corpses, with the sickening signs of violence in every conceivable form, used to come and blast his sight and arrest the glass on its way to his lips, and make his songs and the boisterous attempts at mirth of his withered heart die in a quaver and a shiver of fear and despair. And at this period of our tale these horrors had made room for a phantom more horrible still to such a creature as Crawley. The air would seem to thicken into sulphurous smoke, and then to clear, and then would come out clearer and clearer, more and more awful, a black figure with hoof and horns and tail, eyes like red-hot carbuncles, teeth as chevaux de frise of white-hot iron, and an appalling grin. Footnote: the god Pan colored black by the early Christians. End of footnote. End of chapter 71.
Chapter 72 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 72. The party, consisting of Jackie, Jem, Robinson, and George, had traversed about one half the bush when a great heavy crow came wheeling and cackling over their heads, and then joined a number more who were now seen circling over a gum tree some 100 yards distant. "Let us go and see what that is," said Jem. Jackie grinned and led the way. They had not gone very far when another great black bird rose so near their feet as to make them jump, and peering through the bushes they saw a man lying on his back. His arm was thrown in an easy, natural way round his gun, but at a second glance it was plain the man was dead. The crows had ripped his clothes to ribbons with their tremendous beaks, and lacerated the flesh and picked out the eyes. They stepped a few paces from this sight. There was no sign of violence on the body. "Poor fellow," said Jem. "How did he come by his end, I wonder?" And he stretched forward and peered with pity and curiosity mingled. "Lost in the bush," said Robinson very solemnly, and he and George exchanged a meaning look. "What is that for?" said George angrily to Jackie, grinning in sight of a dead body. "White fellow, stupid fellow," was all Jackie's reply. The men now stepped up to the body to examine it, not that they had much hope of discovering who it was, but still they knew it was their duty for the sake of his kindred to try and find out. George, overcoming a natural repugnance, examined the pockets. He found no papers. He found a knife, but no name was cut in the handle. In the man's bosom he found a small metal box, but just as he was taking it out Jem gave a hallo. "I think I know him," cried Jem. "There is no mistaking that crop of black hair. It is my old captain, Black Will." "You don't say so! What could he be doing here without his party?" "Anything in the box, George?" asked Robinson. "Nothing but a little money. Here's a sovereign. Look, and here's a banknote." "A £5 note?" "Yes. No, it is more than that, a good deal. It is for £50, Tom." "What? A 50-pound note, I tell you. Jem! Captain! A most expressive look was exchanged between these two, and by one impulse they both seized the stock of the gun that was in the dead man's hand. They lifted it, and yes, 2 fingers were wanting on the right hand. "Come away from that fellow," cried Robinson to George. "Let him lie." George looked up in some wonder. Robinson pointed sternly to the dead hand in silence. George, by the light of the other men's faces, saw it all, and recoiled with a natural movement of repugnance as from a dead snake. There was a breathless silence, and every eye bent upon this terrible enemy lying terrible no longer at their feet. "How did he die?" asked Robinson in a whisper. "In the great snowstorm," replied George in a whisper. "No," said Jem in the same tone, "he was alive yesterday. I saw his footprint after the snow was melted." "There was snow again last night, Tom. Perhaps he went to sleep in that with his belly empty." "Starvation and fatigue would do it without the snow, George. We brought a day's provisions out with us, George. He never thought of that, I will be bound." "Not he," said Jem. "I'll answer for him he only thought of robbing and killing, never thought about dying himself." "I can't believe he is dead so easy as this," said Robinson. The feeling was natural. This man had come into the wood and had followed them, burning to work them ill, and they to work him ill. Both were utterly baffled. He had never prevailed to hurt them, nor they him. He was dead, but by no mortal hand. The immediate cause of his death was unknown, and will never be known for certain while the world lasts. L'homme propose, mais Dieu dispose. End of chapter 72.
Chapter 73 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 73. Don't keep staring at it so, farmer. It is an ugly sight. You will see him in your sleep if you do that. Here is something better to look at, a letter. And there I carried it, and never once thought of it till the sight of his hand made me feel in my pocket, and then my hand ran against it. 'Tis from Mr. Levi. Thank you, Jem. Tom, will you be so kind as read it me while I work? Yes, give it me. Work? Why, what are we going to work at in the bush? I should think you might guess, replied George quietly, while putting down his pickaxe and taking off his coat. Well, I am astonished at both of you. You ought to know what I am going to do. Humph! Under this tree will be as good a place as any. Jem, as I am a sinner, he is going to bury him. Bury what? The nugget. No, Jem, the Christian. In Berkshire, among a certain class, this word means a human being. A pretty Christian, sneered Robinson. You know what I mean, Tom. I know it is very kind of you to take all this trouble to bury my enemy, said Robinson, hurt. Don't ye say that, replied George, hurt in his turn. He was as much my enemy as yours. No such thing. He was here after me, and has been tormenting me this 12 months. You have no enemy, a great soft spoon like you. Keep your temper, Tom, answered George in a mollifying tone. Let each man act according to his lights. I couldn't leave a corpse to the fowls of the air. Gibbet a murderer, I say. Don't bury him, especially when he has just been hunting our very lives. Tom, replied George doggedly, death settles all accounts. I like the man as little as you could, and it is not to say I am in love with a man because I sprinkle a little earth over his dead bones. Ugh, this is the unkindest soil to work. It is full of roots enough to break a fellow's heart. While George was picking and grubbing out roots and fighting with the difficult soil, Robinson opened Levi's letter viciously and read out, George Fielding, you have an enemy in the mine, a secret, cowardly, unscrupulous enemy, who lies in wait for your return. I have seen his face, and tremble for you. Therefore listen to my words. The old Jew, whom twice you have saved from harm and insult, is rich. His children are dead. The wife of his bosom is dead. He loves no creature now but you and Susanna. Therefore run no more risks for gold, since much gold awaits you without risk. Come home. Respect the words of age and experience. Come home. Delay not an hour. Oh, say not, I will sleep yet one more night in my tent, and then I will depart, but ride speedily after me on the very instant. 2 horses have I purchased for you, and the young man your friend, 2 swift horses with their saddles. The voucher is enclosed. Ride speedily after me this very hour, lest evil befall you, and yet more sorrow fall upon Susanna and upon Isaac Levi. The reading of this letter was followed by a thoughtful silence, broken only by the sound of George's pickaxe and the bursting roots. "This is a very extraordinary letter. Mr. Levi knows more than he tells you, George. I am of your opinion." "Why, Captain," said Jem, "to go by that letter, Fielding is the marked man, and not you after all. So it is his own enemy he is digging that grave for." "Do you think you will stop him by saying that?" asked Robinson, with a shrug. "He was my enemy, Tom, and yours too, but now he is nobody's enemy. He is dead. Will you help me lay him in the earth, or shall I do it by myself?" "We will help," said the others, a little sullenly. They brought the body to its grave under the tall gum tree. "Not quite so rough, Tom, if you please." "I didn't mean to be rough that I know of. There." They laid the dead villain gently and reverently in his grave. George took a handful of soil and scattered it over him. "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust," said he, solemnly. The other 2 looked down and sprinkled soil too, and their anger and bitterness began to soften by the side of George and over the grave. Then Jem felt in his pocket and produced something wrapped in silver paper. "This belongs," said he, with a horrible simplicity. "The farmer is too good for this world, but it is a good fault. There, farmer," said he, looking to George for approbation as he dropped the little parcel into the grave. "After all," continued Jem, good naturedly, "it would have been very hard upon a poor fellow to wake up in the next world and not have what does belong to him to make an honest living with." The grave was filled in and a little mound made at the foot of the tree. Then George took out his knife and began to cut the smooth bark. "What now? Oh, I see. That is a good idea, George. Read them a lesson. Say in a few words how he came here to do a deed of violence and died himself by the hand of Heaven." "Tom," replied George, cutting away at the bark, "he is gone where he is sure to be judged, so we have no call to judge him. God Almighty can do that, I do suppose, without us putting in our word. Well, have it your own way. I never saw the toad so obstinate before, Jem. What is he cutting, I wonder?" The inscription, when finished, ran thus: "Please don't cut down this tree. It is a tombstone. A white man lies below." "Now, Tom, for England." They set out again with alacrity, and battled with the bush about 2 hours more. George and Robinson carried the great nugget on a handkerchief stretched double across 2 sticks. Jem carried the picks. They were all in high spirits, and made light of scratches and difficulties. At last, somewhat suddenly, they burst out of the thick part into the mere outskirts frequented by the miners, and there they came plump upon brutus, with a gun in his hand and pistols peeping out of his pockets, come to murder Black Will and rob him of his spoils. They were startled, and brutus astounded, for he was fully persuaded George and Robinson had ceased to exist. He was so dumbfounded that Robinson walked up to him and took the gun out of his hands without any resistance on his part. The others came round him, and Robinson demanded his pistols. "What for?" said he. Now at this very moment his eye fell upon that fabulous mass of gold they carried, and both his eyes opened, and a sort of shiver passed over him. With ready cunning he looked another way, but it was too late. Robinson had caught that furtive glance, and a chill came over him that this villain should have seen the prize, a thing to excite cupidity to frenzy. Nothing now would have induced Robinson to leave him armed. He replied sternly, "Because we are 4 to 1, and we will hang you on the nearest tree if you don't give them up. And now what are you doing here?" "I was only looking for my pal," said brutus. "Well, you won't want a gun and pistols to look for your pal. Which way are you going?" "Into the bush." "Then mizzle, that is the road." brutus moved gloomily away into the bush. "There," said Robinson, "he has turned bushranger. I've disarmed him and saved some poor fellow's life and property. Cover up the nugget, George." They went on, but presently Robinson had a thought. "Jacky," said he, "you saw that man. Should you know him again?" "Yes." "Jacky, that man is our enemy. Could you track him by his footsteps without ever letting him see you?" Jacky smiled superior. "Then follow him and see where he goes and whom he joins, and come to the mine directly and tell me." Jacky's eyes gleamed at this intelligence. He sat down, and in a few turns of the hand painted his face, swore, and glided like a serpent on brutus's trail. The rest cleared the wood and brought the nugget, safe hidden in their pocket handkerchief, to camp. They begged Jem to accept the £50 if he did not mind handling the price of blood. Jem assured them that he had no such scruples, and took it with a burst of thanks. Then they made him promise faithfully not to mention to a soul about the monster nugget. No more he did while he was sober, but alas, some hours later, having a drop in his head, he betrayed the secret to 1 or 2, say 40. Robinson pitched their tent and mounted guard over the nugget. George was observed to be in a strange flutter. He ran hither and thither, ran to the post office, ran to the stationer, got paper, drew up a paper, found McAlpin, made him sign it, went to Mr. Moore, showed him Isaac's voucher, on which Moore produced the horses, a large black horse with both bone and blood, and a good cob. George was very much pleased with them, and asked what Levi had given for them. £250 for the pair. "Good heavens!" cried George, "what a price!" Mr. Levi was in earnest. Then he ran out and went to the tent and gave Robinson his letters. "But there were none for me, Tom," sighed George. "Never mind, I shall soon." Now these letters brought joy and triumph to Robinson. One contained a free pardon. The other was a polite missive from the colonial government, in answer to the miners' petition he had sent up. Secretary had the honor to inform Mr. Robinson that police were on the road to the mine, and that soldiers would arrive by tomorrow to form an escort, so that the miners' gold might travel in safety down to Sydney. "Hurrah! This is good news," cried Robinson, "and what a compliment to me. Do you hear, George? An escort of soldiers coming to the camp tomorrow. They will take the nugget safe to Sydney." "Not if we are robbed of it to night," replied George. At this moment in came Jacky with news of brutus. That wily man had gone but a little way in the bush, when he had made a circuit and had slipped back into another part of the mine, and Jacky had followed him, first by trail, afterward by sight, and had marked him down into a certain tent, on which he had straightway put a little red mark. "Come back after our nugget, George. Fools we were to carry it blazing in folks' eyes." "I dare say we can beat him." "I am game to try. Jacky, I want to put a question to you." While Jacky and Tom were conferring in animated whispers, George was fixing an old spur he had picked up into the heel of his boot. "That is capital, Jacky. Well, George, we have hit upon a plan." "And so have I." "You?" "Yes, me. But tell me yours first, Tom." Robinson detailed him his scheme with all its ramifications, and a very ingenious stratagem it was. For all that, when George propounded his plan in less than 6 words, Robinson stared with surprise, and then gave way to ludicrous admiration. "Well," cried he, "simplicity before cunning. Look at that now. Where was my head? George, this is your day. Carried nemcon. And Tom, you can do yours all the same." "Can I? Why, yes, to be sure I can. There, he saw that too before. Why, George, if you don't mind, you will be number 1 and I number 2. What makes you so sharp all of a sudden?" "I have to think for Susan as well as us," said the poor fellow, tenderly. "That is why I am sharp for once in a way. And now, Jacky, you are a great anxiety to me, and the time is so short. Come sit by me, dear Jacky, and let me try and make you understand what I have been doing for you, that you may be good and happy and comfortable in your old age, when your poor old limbs turn stiff and you can hunt no longer. In grateful return for the nugget, and more than that, for all your goodness and kindness to me in times of bitter trouble." Then George showed Jacky how he had given Abner 1/3 of all his sheep and cattle, and Jacky 2/3, and how McAlpin, a just man, would see the division made. "And do leave the woods, except for a hunt now and then, Jacky. You are too good for them." Above all, George explained with homely earnestness the nature of the sheep, her time of lambing, etc., and showed Jacky how the sheep and cattle would always keep him fed and clothed, if he would but use them reasonably, and not kill the breeders for dinner. And Jacky listened with glistening eyes, for George's glistened, and the sweet tones of affection and gratitude pierced through this family talk, and it is said that we must drop the curtain on this green spot in the great camp, and go among our villains. Chapter 73.
Chapter 74 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria de Fátima da Silva. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 74. Robinson did not overrate the fatal power of the fabulous mass of gold, a glimpse of which he had incautiously given to greedy eyes. It drew Brutus like a magnet after it. He came all in a flutter to Mephistopheles, and told him he had met the two men carrying a lump of solid gold between them, so heavy that the sticks bent under it. The sweat ran down me at the sight of it, but I managed to look another way directly. What with the blows and kicks and bruises and defeats he had received, and with the gold mass his lawless eye had rested on, Brutus was now in a state of mind terrible to think of. Lust and hate, terrible twins, stung that dark heart to frenzy. Could he have had his will, he would have dispensed with cunning, would have gone out and fired bullets from his gun into the tent, and, if his enemies came out alive, have met them hand to hand to slay or be slain. But the watchful foe had disarmed him, and he was compelled to listen to the more Reynard-like ferocity of his accomplice. "Bill," said the assassin of Carlo, "keep cool, and you shall have the swag, and yet not lose your revenge neither." "You tell me how." "Let the bottle alone, then. You are hot enough without that. Come nearer me. What I have to say is not the sort of thing for me to bawl about. We should not be alive half an hour if it was heard to come from our lips." The two heads came close together, and Crawley leaned over the other side of the table and listened with senses keen as a razor. "Suppose I show you how to make those two run out of their tent like two frightened women and never once think about their swag?" "Ah, and fall blinded for life or dead or dying while we walk off with the swag." "Blind, dead, dying? Give me your hand. How?" "Hush! Don't shout like that. Come closer, and you, Smith." Then a diabolical scheme hissed into the listener's ears, a scheme at once cowardly and savage, a scheme of that terrible kind that robs courage, strength, and even skill of their natural advantages, and reduces their owners to the level of the weak and the timid, a scheme worthy of the assassin of Carlo, and the name I have given this wretch, whose brain was so fertile and his heart so fiendish. Its effect on the hearers was great, but very different. Crawley recoiled, not violently, but like a serpent on which water had been poured. But Brutus broke into a rapture of admiration, exultation, gratified hate. bless you, cried he, with a violence more horrible than his curses. You warm my heart, you are a pal. What a headpiece you have got. You, Smith, have you nothing to say? Isn't this a dodge out of the common? Now, for the last minute or two, Crawley's eyes had been fixed with a haggard expression on a distant corner of the room. He did not move them. He appeared hardly to have the power, but he answered, dropping the words down on the table anyway. Yes, it is very ingenious. Ah, Mephisto, we must buy the turpentine directly. There is only one store sells it, and that shuts at 9. Brutus, do you hear, Smith? Hand us out the blunt. Crawley, and his eyes seemed fascinated to that spot. Brutus, following Crawley's eye uneasily. What is the matter? Crawley, look there. No, on your right. Oh, his tail is in the fire. Brutus, whose tail? Don't be a fool. Crawley, and it doesn't burn. Oh, it burns black in the fire. Aha, now the eyes have caught fire, diamonds full of hell. They blast. Ah, now the teeth have caught light, red-hot nails. The mouth is as big as the table, gaping wider, wider, wider. Ah, ha, ha. Brutus, him, I won't stay in the room with such a fellow. He makes my blood run cold. Has he cut his father's throat in a church or what? Crawley shrieking. Oh, don't go! Oh, my dear friends, don't leave me alone with it! My dear friends, you sit down right upon it. That sends it away. And Crawley hid his face and pointed wildly to whereabouts they were to sit upon the phantom. Brutus, come, it is gone now. Was forced nearly to squash it first, though. Ho, ho, ho. Crawley, yes, it is gone. Thank heaven, I'll give up drinking. Brutus, so now fork out the blunt for the turps. Crawley, no, I will give no money toward murder. Robbery is bad enough. Where shall we go to? And he rose and went out, muttering something about a little brandy. Brutus, the sneak, to fail us at the pinch. I'll wring his neck round. What is this, £5? Mephisto, don't you see the move? He won't give it us. Conscience forbids. But if we are such rogues as take it, no questions asked. The tarnation hypocrite, roared Brutus, with disgust. Hypocrisy was the one vice he was innocent of. Out of jail, Mephistopheles stole Crawley's money, left for that purpose, and went and bought a 4-gallon cask of turpentine. Brutus remained and sharpened an old cutlass, the only weapon he had got left. Crawley and Mephistopheles returned almost together. Crawley produced a bottle of brandy. Now, said he to Mephistopheles, I don't dispute your ingenuity, my friend, but suppose while we have been talking the men have struck their tent and gone away, nugget and all. The pair looked terribly blank. What fools we were not to think of that. Crawley kept them in pain a moment or two. Well, they have not, said he. I have been to look. Well done, cried Mephistopheles. Well done, cried Brutus, gasping for breath. There is their tent all right. How near did you go to it? Near enough to hear their voices muttering. When does the moon rise? Tonight? She is rising now. When does she go down? Soon after 2 o'clock. Will you take a share of the work, Smith? Heaven forbid. End of chapter 74. Chapter 75 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria de Fátima da Silva. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 75. It was a gusty night. The moon had gone down. The tents gleamed indistinct in form, but white as snow. Robinson's tent stood a little apart among a number of deserted claims, some of them dry, but most of them with 3 or 4 feet of water in them. There was, however, one large tent about 20 yards from Robinson's. A man crept on his stomach up to this tent and listened. He then joined another man who stood at some distance, and whose form seemed gigantic in the dim starlight. "All right," said the spy. "They are all fast as dormice, snoring like hogs, no fear from them." "Go to work then," whispered Brutus. "Do your part." Mephistopheles laid a deep iron dish upon the ground and removed the bung from the turpentine cask and poured. "Confound the wind, how it wastes the stuff!" cried he. He now walked on tiptoe past Robinson's tent and scattered the turpentine with a bold sweep, so that it fell light as rain over a considerable surface. A moment of anxiety succeeded. Would their keen antagonists hear even that slight noise? No, no one stirred in the tent. Mephistopheles returned to the cask, and, emboldened by success, brought it nearer the doomed tent. 6 times he walked past the windward side of the tent and scattered the turpentine over it. It was at the other side his difficulties began. The first time he launched the liquid, the wind took it and returned it nearly all in his face and over his clothes. Scarce a drop reached the tent. The next time he went up closer with a beating heart and flung it sharper. This time full 2/3 went upon the tent, and only a small quantity came back like spray. By the time the cask was emptied, the tent was saturated. Then this wretch passed the tent yet once more, and scattered a small quantity of oil to make the flame more durable and deadly. "Now it is my turn," whispered Brutus. "I thought it would never come." "What is that figure crouching and crawling about 100 yards to windward?" "It is the caitiff, Crawley, who, after peremptorily declining to have anything to do with this hellish act, has crept furtively after them, partly to play the spy on them, for he suspects they will lie to him about the gold, partly urged by curiosity." He could see nothing at that distance but the dark body of Mephistopheles passing at intervals between him and the white tent. He shivered with cold and terror at the crime about to be done, and quivered with impatience that it was so long a doing. The assassins now divided their force. Mephistopheles took his station to leeward of the tent, Brutus to windward. Crawley saw a sudden spark upon the ground. It was Brutus striking a lucifer match against his heel. With this he lighted a piece of tow, and running along the tent he left a line of fire behind him, and awaited the result. His cutlass griped in his hand, and his teeth clinched. Crawley saw that line of fire come and then creep and then rise and then roar, and shoot up into a great column of fire 30 feet high, roaring and blazing and turning night into day all round. Simultaneously with this tremendous burst of fire and light, which startled Crawley by bringing him in a moment into broad daylight, he saw rise from the earth a black figure with a fiendish face. At this awful sight the conscience-stricken wretch fell flat and tried to work into the soil like a worm. Nor did he recover any portion of his presence of mind till he heard a shrill whoop, savage and soul-chilling, but mortal, and looking up saw Kalingalunga go bounding down upon Brutus with gigantic leaps, his tomahawk whirling. Crawley cowered like a hare and watched. Brutus, surprised but not dismayed, wheeled round and faced the savage, cutlass in hand. He parried a fierce blow of the tomahawk, and with his left fist struck Kalingalunga on the temple, and knocked him backward 6 yards. The elastic savage recovered himself and danced like a fiend round Brutus in the red light of the blazing tent. Warned by that strange blow, straight from the armpit, a blow entirely new to him, he came on with more deadly caution, eyes and teeth Buddha-lights, and Brutus felt a chill for a moment, but it speedily turned to rage. Now, as the combatants each prepared to strike again, screams suddenly issued from the other side the tent, so wild, despairing, and unnatural as to suspend their arms for a moment. They heard but saw nothing, only the savage heart of Brutus found time to exult. His enemies were perishing. But Crawley saw as well as heard. A pillar of flame 8 feet high burst out from behind the tent and ran along the ground. From that conical flame issued those appalling shrieks. It was a man on fire. The living flame ran but a few steps, then disappeared from the earth, and the screams ceased. Apparently the fire had not only killed, but annihilated its prey and so itself. Crawley sickened with horror, and for a moment with remorse. But already Brutus and Kalingalunga were fighting again by the light of the burning tent. They closed, and this time blood flowed on both sides. The savage, by a skillful feint, cut Brutus on the flesh of the left shoulder, but not deep, and Brutus once more surprised the savage by delivering point with his cutlass, and inflicted a severe graze on the ribs. At the sight of his enemy's blood, Brutus followed up and aimed a fierce blow at Kalingalunga's head. He could not have made a more useless attack. The savage bore on his left arm a shield so called. It was but 3 inches broad and 2 feet long, but skill and practice had made it an impenetrable defense. He received the cutlass on this shield as a matter of course, and simultaneously delivered his tomahawk on Brutus's unguarded head. Brutus went down under the blow and rolled over on his face. The crouching spectator of this terrible combat by the decaying light of the tent heard the hard blow and saw the white man roll upon the ground. Then he saw the tomahawk twice lifted and twice descend upon the man's back as he lay. The next moment the savage came running from the tent at his utmost speed. Crawley's first thought was that assistance had come to Brutus. His next was a terrible one. The savage had first risen from the earth at a spot between the tent and him. Perhaps he had been watching both him and the tent. A moment of horrible uncertainty, and then Crawley yielded to his instinct and ran. A terrible whoop behind told him he was indeed to be the next victim. He ran for the dear life. No one would have believed he could shamble along at the rate he did. His tent was 1/2 mile off. He would be a dead man long ere he could reach it. He turned his yelling head as he ran to see. The fleet savage had already diminished the distance between them by half. Crawley now filled the air with despairing cries for help. A large tent was before him. He knew not whose, but certain death was behind him. He made for the tent. If he could but reach it before the death stroke was given him. Yes, it is near. No, it is white and looks closer than it is. A whoop sounded in his ears. It seemed to ring inside his head. It was so near. He flung himself yelling with terror at the wall of the tent. An aperture gave way. A sharp cut as with a whip seemed to sting him, and he was on his knees in the middle of the tent, howling for mercy, first to the savage, who he made sure was standing over him with his tomahawk, then to a man who got him by the throat and pressed a pistol barrel, cold as an icicle, to his cheek. "Mercy, mercy! The savage! He is killing me! Murder, murder! Help!" "Who are you?" roared the man, shaking him. "Oh, stop him! He will kill me! Shoot him! Don't shoot me! I am a respectable man. It is the savage! Kill him! He is at the door! Please kill him! I'll give you £100. What is it to do? The critter is mad. There, you will see a savage. Shoot him, kill him. For pity's sake, kill him, and I'll tell you all. I am respectable. I'll give you £100 to kill him. Why, 'tis Smith that gives us all a treat at times. Don't I? Oh, my dear good friend, he has killed me. He came after me with his tomahawk. Have pity on a respectable man, and kill him. The man went to the door of the tent, and sure enough there was Jackie, who had retired to some distance. The man fired at him with as little ceremony as he would at a glass bottle, and as was to be expected, missed him. But Jackie, who had a wholesome horror of the make thunders, ran off directly, and went to hack the last vestiges of life out of Brutus. Crawley remained on his knees, howling and whimpering so piteously that the man took pity on this abject personage. Have a drop, Mr. Smith. You have often given me one. There, I'll strike a light. The man struck a light and fixed the candle in the socket. He fumbled in a corner for the bottle and was about to offer it to Crawley when he was arrested by a look of silent horror on his visitor's face. Why, what is wrong now? Look, 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 cried Crawley, trembling from head to foot. Here it comes. There is its tail. Soon its eyes and teeth will catch light. It knows the work we have been at. Ah, ha, ha! The man looked round very uneasily. Crawley's way of pointing and glaring over one's head at some object behind one was anything but encouraging. What? Where? There, coming through the side of the tent. It can come through a wall. And Crawley shook from head to foot. Why, that is your own shadow, said the man. Why, what a faint-hearted one to shake at your own shadow. My shadow? Cried Crawley. Heaven forbid! Have I got a tail? Screeched Crawley reproachfully. That you have, said the man. Now I look at you full. Crawley clapped his hand behind him, and to his horror he had a tail. End of chapter 75. Chapters 76 and 77 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria de Fátima da Silva. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 76. Crawley, who, what with the habit of cerebral hallucination due to brandy and the present flutter of his spirits and his conscience, had for a moment or two lost all the landmarks of probability, no sooner felt his hand encounter a tail, slight in size but stiff as a pug's and straight as a pointer's, than he uttered a dismal howl, and it is said that for a single moment he really suspected premature caudation had been inflicted on him for his crimes. But such delusions are short-lived. He slewed himself round after this tail in his efforts to see it, and squinting over his shoulder he did see it, and a warm liquid which he now felt stealing down his legs and turning cold as it went, opened his eyes still further. It was a red spear sticking in his person, sticking tight. Jackie, who had never got so near him as he fancied, saw him about to get into a tent, and, unable to tomahawk him, did the best he could. Flung a light javelin with such force and address that it pierced his coat and trousers, and buried half its head in his flesh. This spearhead, made of jagged fish bones, had to be cut out by the simple and agreeable process of making all round it a hole larger than itself. The operation served to occupy Crawley for the remaining part of the night, and exercised his vocal powers. This was the first time he had smarted in his penetrable part, the skin, and it made him very spiteful. Away went his compunction, and at peep of day he shambled out very stiff, no longer dreading, but longing to hear which of his enemies it was he had seen wrapped in flame, shrieking, and annihilated like the snuff of a candle. He came to the scene of action just as the sun rose. But others were there before him. A knot of men stood round a black patch of scorched soil, round which were scattered little fragments of canvas burned to tinder, talking over a most mysterious affair of the night past. It came out that the patrol, some of whom were present, had been ordered by Captain Robinson not to go their rounds as usual, but to watch in a tent near his own, since he expected an attack. Accustomed to keep awake on the move, but not in a recumbent posture, they had slept the sleep of infancy, till suddenly awakened by the sound of a pistol. Then they had run out and had found the captain's tent in ashes, and the man lying near it, saw-hacked and insensible, but still breathing. They had taken him to their tent, but he had never spoken, and the affair was incomprehensible. While each was giving some wild opinion or another, a faint voice issued from the bowels of the earth, invoking aid. Several ran to the spot, and at the bottom of an old claim, full 30 feet deep, they discovered, on looking intently down the face of a man rising out of the clayey water. They lowered ropes and hauled him up. "How did you come there, mate?" He had come into the camp in the dark, and not knowing the ground, and having, to tell the truth, had a drop, he had fallen into the claim. He was asked with an air of suspicion how long ago this had happened. "More than an hour," replied the wily one. Crawley looked at him, and being unlike the others acquainted with the man's features, saw, spite of the clay cake he was enveloped in, that his whiskers were frizzled to nothing and his fiendish eyebrows gone. Then a sickening suspicion crept over him. He communicated it by a look to Mephistopheles. Acting on it, he asked, with an artful appearance of friendly interest, "But the men, the poor men that were in the tent?" "What, the captain and his mate?" "Yes." "Why, ye fool, they are halfway to Sydney by now." "Halfway to Sydney?" And a ghastly look passed between the speaker and Mephistopheles. "Aye, lad, they rode off on Moore's two best nags at midnight." "The captain had a belt round his waist crammed with dust and banknotes," cried another, "and the farmer a nugget as big as a pumpkin on the pommel of his saddle." 4 hours had not elapsed ere Crawley and Mephistopheles were on the road to Sydney, but not on horseback. Crawley had no longer funds to buy 2 horses, and even if he had, he could not have borne the saddle after the barbarous surgery of last night. The lance head was cut out with a cheese knife. But he and Mephistopheles joined a company of successful diggers going down with their swag. On the road they constantly passed smaller parties of unfortunate diggers who had left the mine in despair when the weather broke and the claims filled with water. And the further they went, the more wretched was the condition of those they overtook. Ragged, shoeless, hungry, footsore, heartsore, poor, broken pilgrims from the shrine of Mammon. Now it befell that 40 miles on this side Sydney, they fell in with 7 such ragged spectres, and while they were giving these a little food, up came from the city a large joyful party, the eagerness of hope and cupidity on their faces. "Hullo! Are they mad going up to the diggings in the wet weather?" They were questioned. 100 weight of gold had been found at the diggings, and all the town was turning out to find some more such prizes. And in fact, every mile after this, they met a party, great or small, ardent, sanguine, on an almost hopeless errand. Such is the strange and fatal no logic of speculation. For us, the rare is to turn common, and when we have got it, be rare as ever. Mephistopheles and Crawley parted at the suburb. The former was to go to certain haunts and form a gang to seize the rich prize. Meantime, Crawley would enter the town and discover where the men were lodging. If in an inn, one of the gang must go there as a well-dressed traveller and watch his opportunity. If in a lodging, other means. Crawley found the whole city ringing with a great nugget. Crawley put eager questions and received ready answers. He was shown the bank up to which the men had ridden in broad daylight. The one on the big horse had the nugget on his saddle. They had taken it and broken it and weighed it and sold it in the bank parlour for £3,800. Crawley did not like this. He had rather they had not converted it into paper. His next question was whether it was known where the men lodged. Known, I believe you. Why, they are more thought of than the governor. Everybody runs to get a word with them, gentle or simple. You will find them at the Ship Inn. To the Ship went Crawley. He dared not be too direct in his queries, so he put them in form of a statement. You have got some lucky ones here that found the great nugget. Well, we had, but they are gone. Been gone this 2 hours. Do you know them? Yes, said Crawley without fear, as they were gone. Where are they gone, do you know? Why, home, I suppose. You chaps make your money out of us, but you all run home to spend it. What, gone to England? Gasped Crawley. Aye, look, there is the ship just being towed out of the harbour. Crawley shambled and tore and ran, and was just in time to see the two friends standing with beaming faces on the vessel's deck as she glided out on her voyage home. He sat down half stupid. Mephistopheles went on collecting his gang in the suburbs. The steamer cast off and came wheeling back. The ship spread her huge white plumage and went proudly off to sea, the blue waves breaking white under her bows. Crawley sat glaring at all this in a state of mental collapse. Chapter 77. Thus have I told in long and tedious strains how George Fielding went to Australia to make £1,000, and how by industry, sobriety, and cattle he did not make £1,000, and how, aided with the help of a converted thief, this honest fellow did by gold digging, industry, and sobriety make several £1,000s, and take them safe away home, spite of many wicked devices and wicked men. Thus have I told how Mr. Meadows flung out his left hand into Australia to keep George from coming back to Susan with £1,000, and how, spite of one stroke of success, his left hand eventually failed, and failed completely. But his right. End of chapter 77. Chapters 78 and 79 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Fátima da Silva. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 78. Joyous as the first burst of summer were the months Susan passed after the receipt of George's happy letter. Many warm feelings combined in one stream of happiness in Susan's heart. Perhaps the keenest of all was pride at George's success. Nobody could laugh at George now and insult her again there where she was most sensitive, by telling her that George was not good enough for her or any woman. And even those who set such store upon money-making would have to confess that George could do even that for love of her, as well as they could do it for love of themselves. Next to this, her joy was greatest at the prospect of his speedy return. And now she became joyfully impatient for further news, but not disappointed at his silence till 2 months had passed without another letter. Then indeed anxiety mingled now and then with her happiness. Then it was that Meadows, slowly and hesitatingly to the last, raised his hand and struck the first direct blow at her heart. He struck in the dark. He winced for her both before and after. Yet he struck. One market day a whisper passed through Farnborough that George Fielding had met with wonderful luck, that he had made his fortune by gold and was going to marry a young lady out in Australia. Farmer Merton brought the whisper home. Meadows was sure he would. Meadows did not come to the house for some days. He half feared to look upon his work, to see Susan's face agonized under his blow. At last he came. He watched her by stealth. He found he might have spared his qualms. She chatted as usual in very good spirits, and just before he went she told him the report with a smile of ineffable scorn. She was simple, unsuspicious, and every way without a shield against a Meadows, but the loyal heart by its own virtue had turned the dagger's edge. A week after this Jeffreys brought Meadows a letter. It was from Susan to George. Meadows read it writhing. It breathed kind affection, with 1 or 2 demi-maternal cautions about his health, and to be very prudent for her sake. Not a word of doubt. There was, however, a postscript of which the following is the exact wording. P.S. It is all over Farnborough that you are going to be married to someone in Australia. 2 months more passed and no letter from George. These 2 months told upon Susan. She fretted and became restless and irritable, and cold misgivings crept over her, and the anguish of suspense. At last one day she unbosomed herself, though with hesitation, to a warm and disinterested friend. Blushing all over with tearful eyes, she confessed her grief to Mr. Meadows. "Don't tell father, sir. I hide my trouble from him as well as I can. But what does it mean, George, not writing to me these 4 months and 3 days? Do pray tell me what does it mean?" And Susan cried so piteously that Meadows winced at his success. "Oh, Mr. Meadows, don't flatter me. Tell me the truth." While he was exulting in her firmness, who demanded the truth, bitter or not, she continued, "Only don't tell me that I am forgotten." And she looked so piteously in the oracle's face that he forgot everything in the desire to say something she would like him the better for saying. He muttered, "Perhaps he has sailed for home." He expected her to say, "And if he has, he would have written to me before sailing." But instead of this, Susan gave a little cry of joy. "Ah, how foolish I have been, Mr. Meadows! You are a friend out of 1,000. You are as wise as I am foolish. Poor George, you will never let him know I was so wicked as to doubt him." And Susan brightened with joy and hope. The heart believes so readily the thing it longs should be true. She was happy all the rest of the evening. Meadows went away mad with her for her folly, and with himself for his feebleness of purpose. And next market day again the whisper went round the market that George Fielding was going to marry out there. This time a detail was sketched in. It was a lady in the town of Bathurst. Old Merton brought this home and twitted his daughter. She answered haughtily that it was a falsehood. She would stake her life on George's fidelity. "See, Mr. Meadows, they are all against poor George, all except you. But what does it mean? If he does not write or come soon, I think I shall go mad. Report is a common liar. I would not believe anything till I saw it in black and white," said Meadows doggedly. No more I will. Soon after this, William Fielding had a talk with Susan. Have you heard a report about George? Yes, I have heard a rumour. You don't believe it, I hope. Why should I believe it? I'm going to trace it up to the liar that forged it, if I can. Susan suppressed her satisfaction at this resolution of Will Fielding's. Is it worthwhile? Asked she coldly. If I didn't think so, I shouldn't take that much trouble, not expecting any thanks. Have I said anything to offend you? Asked Susan with a still more frigid tone. The other did not trust himself to answer, but 2 days after he came again and told her he had written a letter to George, telling him what reports were about and begging for an answer whether or not there was any truth in them. A gleam of satisfaction from Susan's eyes, but not a word. This man, who had once been George's rival at heart, was the last to whom she would openly acknowledge her doubts. Then Will went on to tell her that he had traced the rumour from one to another up to a stranger whose name nobody knew. But I dare say Mr. Meadows has a notion. No. Are you sure? Yes, he would have told me if he had. William gave a snort of incredulity and hinted that probably Mr. Meadows himself was at the bottom of the scandal. Now Meadows' artful conduct had fortified Susan against such a suspicion, and being by nature a warm-hearted friend, she fired up for him, as she would have for Mr. Eden, or even for poor Will in his absence. She did it, too, in the most womanish way. She did not tell the young man that she had consulted Mr. Meadows, and that he had constantly discredited the report and set her against believing it. Had she done this, she would have staggered the simple-minded Will. But no, she said to herself, he has attacked a good friend of mine. I won't satisfy him so far as to give him reasons. So she merely snubbed him. Oh, I know you are set against poor Mr. Meadows. He is a good friend of ours, of my father and me, and of George too. I wish you may not have to alter your mind, sneered Will. I will not without a reason. I will give you a reason. Do you remember that day? When you insulted him in his own house, and me into the bargain, Will? Not you, Susan, leastways I hope not, but him I did, and I'm just as like to do it again. Well, when you were gone, I took a thought, and I said, appearances deceive the wisest. I may be mistaken. He, he, he. I don't know what you are laughing at. And then, says I, it is his own house, after all. So I said, if I am wrong, and you don't mean to undermine my brother, take my hand. And I gave it him. And he refused it? No, Susan. Well then. But Susan, said William solemnly, his hand lay in mine like a stone. Really now, a lump of ice would be as near the mark. Well, is that the reason you promised me? William nodded. William, you are a fool. Oh, I am a fool now. You go and insult a man, your superior in every respect, and the very next moment he is to give you his hand as warmly as to a friend and an equal. You really are too foolish to go without a keeper, and if it was in any man's power to set me against poor George altogether, you have gone the way to do it this 12 months past. And Susan closed the conference abruptly. It was William's fate to rivet Meadows' influence by every blow he aimed at it. For all that, the prudent Meadows thought it worth his while to rid himself of this honest and determined foe. And he had already taken steps. He had discovered that this last month William Fielding, returning from market, had been seen more than once to stop and chat at one Mrs. Holliday's, a retired small tradeswoman in Farnborough. Now Mrs. Holliday was an old acquaintance of Meadows, and had given him sugar plums 30 years ago. It suited his purpose to remember all of a sudden these old sugar plums, and that Mrs. Holliday had lately told him she wanted to get out of the town and end her days upon turf. There was a cottage, paddock, and garden for sale within 100 yards of the grove. Meadows bought them a good bargain, and offered them to the widow at a very moderate rent. The widow was charmed. "Why, we can keep a cow, Mr. Meadows." "Well, there is grass enough." The widow took the cottage with enthusiasm. Mrs. Holliday had a daughter, a downright handsome girl, and a good girl into the bargain. Meadows had said to himself, "It is not the old woman Will Fielding goes there for. Well, she will want someone to teach her how to farm that half-acre of grass, and buy the cow and milk her. Friendly offices, chat coming and going. Come in, Mr. Fielding, and taste your cow's cream. And when he has got a lass of his own, his eye won't be forever on mine." William's letter to George went to the post office, and from the post office to a little pile of intercepted letters in Meadows' desk. Chapter 79. Nearly 8 months had now elapsed without a letter from George. Susan could no longer deceive herself with hopes. George was either false to her or dead. She said as much to her false friend. This inspired him with an artifice as subtle as unscrupulous. A letter had been brought to him by Jeffreys, which he at once recognized as the planned letter from Crawley to another tool of his in Farnborough. This very day he set about a report that George was dead. It did not reach Susan so soon as he thought it would, for old Merton hesitated to tell her. But on the Sunday evening, with considerable reluctance and misgivings, he tried in a very clumsy way to prepare her for sad news. But her mind had long been prepared for bitter tidings. Fancy 8 weary months spent in passing every possible calamity before her imagination, death as often as any. She fixed her eyes on the old man. "Father, George is dead." Old Merton hung his head and made no reply. That was enough. Susan crept from the room pale as ashes. She tottered, but she did not fall. She reached her room and locked herself in. End of chapter 79.
Chapter 80 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 80. Mr. Meadows did not visit Grassmere for some days. The cruel one distrusted his own firmness. When he did come, he came with a distinct purpose. He found Merton alone. "Susan sees no one, you have heard." "What?" "Her sweetheart, he is dead." "Why, how can that be? And who says so?" "That is the news." "Well, it is a falsehood," said Mr. Meadows, coolly. "I wish to heaven it might," whispered old Merton, "for she won't live long after him." Mr. Meadows then told Merton that he had spoken with a man who had got news of George Fielding, not 4 months old, and he was in very good health. "Will you tell Susan this?" "Certainly." Susan was called down. Meadows started at the sight of her. She was pale and hollow-eyed, and in these few days seemed 10 years older. She was dressed all in black. "I am a murderer," thought he, and remorse, without one grain of honest repentance, pierced his heart. "Speak out, John," said the father. "The girl is not a fool. She has borne ill news. She can bear good. Can't you, Susan?" "Yes, dear father, if it is God's will any good news should come to me." And she never took her eyes off Mr. Meadows, but belied her assumed firmness by quivering like an aspen leaf. "Do you know Mr. Griffin?" asked Meadows. "Yes," replied Susan, still trembling gently, but all over. He has got a letter from Sydney from a little roguish attorney called Crawley. I heard him say with my own ears that Crawley tells him he had just seen George Fielding in the streets of Sydney, well and hearty. You are deceiving me out of kindness. Her eyes fixed on his. I am not. I wish I may die, if the man is not as well as I am. Her eyes were never off his face, and at this moment she read for certain that it was true. She uttered a cry of joy, so keen it was painful to hear, and then she laughed and cried, and sank into a chair, laughing and crying in strong hysterics that lasted till the poor girl almost fainted from exhaustion. Her joy was more violent and even terrible than her grief had been. The female servants were called to assist her, and old Merton and Meadows left her in their hands, feeble, but calm and thankful. She even smiled her adieu to Meadows. The next day Meadows called upon Griffin. "Let me look at that letter," said he. "I want to copy a part of it." "There has been one here before you," said Griffin. "Who?" "She did not give her name, but I think it must have been Miss Merton. She begged me hard to let her see the letter. I told her she might take it home with her. Poor thing, she gave me a look as if she could have eaten me." "What else?" asked Meadows, anxiously. His success had run ahead of his plot. "She put it in her bosom." "In her bosom?" "Ay, and pressed her little white hands upon it as if she had got a treasure. I doubt it will be more like the asp in the Bible story, eh, sir?" "There, I don't want your reflections," said Meadows, fiercely, but his voice quavered. The myrmidon was silenced. Susan made her escape into a field called the Kinecroft, belonging to the citizens, and there she read the letter. It was a long, tiresome one, all about matters of business which she did not understand. It was only at the last page that she caught sight of the name she longed to see. She hurried down to it, and when she got to it with beating heart, it was the fate of this innocent, loving woman to read these words: "What luck some have! There is George Fielding of the Grove Farm has made his fortune at the gold, and married yesterday to one of the prettiest girls in Sydney. I met them walking in the street to day. She would not have looked at him but for the gold." Susan uttered a faint moan, and sank down slowly on her knees, like some tender tree felled by a rude stroke. Her eyes seemed to swim in a mist. She tried to read the cruel words again, but could not. She put her hands before her eyes. "He is alive," she said. "Thank God he is alive." And at last tears forced their way through her fingers. She took her handkerchief and dried her eyes. "Why do I cry for another woman's husband?" And the hot colour of shame and of wounded pride burst even through her tears. "I will not cry," said she, proudly. "He is alive. I will not cry. He has forgotten me. From this moment I will never shed another tear for one that is alive and unworthy of a tear. I will go home." She went home, crying all the way, and now a partial success attended the deep Meadows policy. It was no common stroke of unscrupulous cunning to plunge her into the very depths of woe, in order to take her out of them. The effects were manifold, and all tended his way. First, she was less sorrowful than she had been before that deadly blow, for now the heart had realized a greater woe, and had the miserable comfort of the comparison. But above all, new and strong passions had risen and battled fiercely with grief, anger, and wounded pride. Susan had self-respect and pride too, perhaps a shade too much, though less small vanity than have most persons of her moderate caliber. What had she wept and sighed all these months for a man who did not care for her? What had she defied sneers and despised affectionate hints, and gloried openly in her love, to be openly insulted and betrayed? What had she shut herself from the world, and put on mourning, and been seen in mourning, for one who was not dead, but well and happy, and married to another? An agony of shame rushed over the wronged, insulted, humiliated beauty. She longed to fly from the world. She asked her father to leave Grassmere and go to some other farm 100 miles away. She asked him suddenly, nervously, and so impetuously that the old man looked up in dismay. "What, leave the farm where your mother lived with me, and where you were born? I should feel strange, girl, but," and he gave a strange sigh, "mayhap I shall have to leave it, whether I will or no." Susan misunderstood him, and coloured with self reproach. She said hastily, "No, no, father, you shan't leave it for me. Forgive me, I am a wayward girl." And the strung nerves gave way, and tears gushed over the hot cheeks as she clung to her father, and tried to turn the current of her despised love, and bestow it all on that selfish old noodle. The great treasure went a begging in Grassmere farmhouse. Mr. Meadows called, but much to his chagrin Susan was never visible. Would he excuse her? She was indisposed. The next evening he came, he found her entertaining 4 or 5 other farmers' daughters, and a couple of young men. She was playing the piano to them, and talking and laughing louder and faster than ever he had heard her in his life. He sat moody a little while, and watched her uneasily, but soon took his line, and exerting his excellent social powers, became the life of the party. But as he warmed, Susan froze, as much as to say, "Somebody must play the fool to amuse these triflers. If you undertake it, I need not." For all that, the very attempt at society indicated what was passing in Susan's mind, and the deep Meadows invited all present to meet at his house in 2 days' time. Meadows was now living in Isaac Levi's old house. He had examined it, found it a much nicer house for him than his new one. It was like himself, full of ins and outs, and it was more in the heart of business, and yet quiet. For though it stood in a row, yet it was as good as detached, because the houses on each side were unoccupied. They belonged to Jews, probably dependents on Isaac, for they had left the town about 12 months after his departure, and had never returned, though a large quantity of goods had been deposited in one of the houses. Meadows contrived that this little party should lead to another. His game was to draw Susan into the world, and moreover have her seen in his company. She made no resistance, for her wounded pride said, "Don't let people know you are breaking your heart for one who does not care for you." She used to come to these parties radiant, and playing her part with consummate resolution and success, and go home and spend the night in tears. Meadows did not see the tears that followed these unusual efforts. Perhaps he suspected them. Enough for him that Susan's pride and shame and indignation were set against her love, and above all against her grief, and that she was forming habits whose tendency at least was favourable to his views. Another 4 months, and Susan, exhausted by conflicting passions, had settled down into a pensive languor, broken by gusts of bitter grief, which became rarer and rarer. Her health recovered itself, all but its elasticity. Her pride would not let her pine away, but her heart scarcely beat at all, and perhaps it was a good thing for her that a trouble of another kind came to gently stir it. Her father, who had for some months been moody and depressed, confessed to her that he had been speculating and was on the verge of ruin. This dreadful disclosure gave little more pain to Susan than if he had told her his head ached, but she put down her work and came and kissed him, and tried to console him. "I must work harder, that is all, father. I am often asked to give a lesson on the pianoforte. I will do that for your sake, and don't you fret for me. What with the trifle my mother settled on me, and my industry, I am above poverty, and you shall never see me repine." In short, poor Susan took her father for a woman, adopted a line of consolation addressed to his affection instead of his selfishness. It was not for her he was afflicted, it was for himself. It was at this conjuncture that Meadows spoke out. There was no longer anything to be gained by delay. In fact, he could not but observe that since the fatal letter he appeared to be rather losing ground in his old character. There was nothing left him but to attack her in a new one. He removed the barrier from his patient impatience. He found her alone one evening. He begged her to walk in the garden. She complied with an unsuspecting smile. Then he told her all he had suffered for her sake, how he had loved her this 3 years with all his soul, how he had never thought to tell her this, how hard he had struggled against it, how he had run away from it, and after that how he had subdued it, or thought he had subdued it, to esteem, and how he had been rewarded by seeing that his visits and his talk had done her some good. "But now," said he, "that you are free, I have no longer the force to hide my love. Now that the man I dared not interfere with has thrown away the jewel, it is not in nature that I should not beg to be allowed to take it up and wear it in my heart." Susan listened, first with surprise, then with confusion and pain, then with terror at the violence of the man's passion. For the long restraint removed, it overwhelmed him like a flood. Her bosom heaved with modest agitation, and soon the tears streamed down her cheeks at his picture of what he had gone through for her sake. She made shift to gasp out, "My poor friend!" but she ended almost fiercely, "Let no man ever hope for affection from me, for my heart is in the grave. Oh, that I was there too!" and she ran sobbing away from him in spite of his entreaties. Another man, and not George, had made a confession of love to her. His voice had trembled, his heart quivered with love for her, and it was not George. So then another link was snapped. Others saw they had a right to love her now, and acted on it. Meadows was at a loss, but he stayed away a week in silence, and thought, and then he wrote a line begging permission to visit her as usual. "I've been so long used to hide my feelings, because they were unlawful, that I can surely hide them, if I see they make you more unhappy than you would be without." Susan replied that her advice to him was to avoid her as he would a pestilence. He came as usual, and told her he would take her commands, but could not take her advice. He would run all risks to his own heart. He was cheerful, chatty, and never said a word of love, and this relieved Susan, so that the evening passed pleasantly. Susan, listless and indifferent to present events, and never accustomed, like Meadows, to act upon a preconceived plan, did not even observe what Meadows had gained by this sacrifice of his topic for a single night, viz., that after declaring himself her lover, he was still admitted to the house. The next visit he was not quite so forbearing, yet still forbearing, and so on by sly gradations. It was every way an unequal contest, a great man against an average woman, a man of 40 against a woman of 22, a man all love and selfishness against a woman all affection and unselfishness. But I think his chief ally was a firm belief on Susan's part that he was the best of men, that from first to last of this affair his conduct had been perfection, that while George was true, all his thought had been to console her grief at his absence, that he never would have spoken but for the unexpected treason of George, and then seeing her insulted and despised, he had taken that moment to show her she was loved and honoured. Oh, what an ungrateful girl she was, that she could not love such a man. Then her father was on the same side. "John Meadows seems down like, Susan. Do try and cheer him up a bit. I am sure he has often cheered thee." "That he has, father." Susan pitied Meadows. Pitying him, she forced herself at times to be gracious, and when she did he was so happy that she was alarmed at her power, and drew in. Old Merton saw now how the land lay, and he clung to a marriage between these two as his only hope. "John Meadows will pull me through, if he marries my Susan." And so the two selfish ones had got the unselfish one between them, one pulling gently, the other pushing quietly, but both without intermission. Thus days and days rolled on. Meadows now came 4 times a week instead of 2, and courted her openly, and beamed so with happiness that she had not always the heart to rob him of this satisfaction, and he overwhelmed her with kindness and attention of every sort, and if any one else was present, she was sure to see how much he was respected, and this man whom others courted was her slave. This soothed the pride another had wounded. One day he poured out his love to her with such passion that he terrified her, and the next time he came she avoided him. Her father remonstrated. "Girl, you will break that man's heart if you are so unkind to him. He could not say a word because you shunned him like. Why, your heart must be made of stone." A burst of tears was all the reply. At last 2 things presented themselves to this poor girl's understanding: that for her there was no chance of earthly happiness, do what she would, and that, strangely enough, she, the wretched one, had it in her power to make 2 other beings happy, her father and good Mr. Meadows. Now a true woman lives to make others happy. She rarely takes the self-contained views of life men are apt to do. It passed through Susan's mind, "If I refuse to make these happy, why do I live? What am I on the earth for at all?" It seemed cruel to her to refuse happiness when she could bestow it without making herself 2 shades more miserable than she was. Despair and unselfishness are evil counsellors in a scheming, selfish world. The life blood had been drained out of her heart by so many cruel blows, by the long waiting, the misgivings, the deep woe when she believed George dead, the bitter grief and mortification and sense of wrong when she found he was married to another. Many of us, male and female, treated as Susan imagined herself treated, have taken another lover out of pique. Susan did not so. She was bitterly piqued, but she did not make that use of her pique. Despair of happiness, pity, and pure unselfishness, these stood John Meadows' friends with this unhappy dupe, and perhaps my male readers will be incredulous as well as shocked when I relate the manner in which at last this young creature, lovely as an angel in the spring of life, loving another still, and deluding herself to think she hated and despised him, was one afternoon surprised into giving her hand to a man for whom she did not really care a button. It was as if she had said, "Is it really true your happiness depends on me? Then take me, quick, before my courage fails. Are you happy now, my poor soul?" On the other side there were the passionate pleadings of a lover, the deep manly voice broken with supplication, the male eyes glistening, the diabolical mixture of fraud and cunning with sincerity. At the first symptom of yielding the man seized her, as the hawk the dove. He did not wait for a second hint. He poured out gratitude and protestations. He thanked her and blessed her, and in his manly ardor caught her to his bosom. She shut her eyes and submitted to the caress as to an executioner. "Pray let me go to my father," she whispered. She came to her father and told him what she had done, and kissed him. And when he kissed her in return, that rare embrace seemed to her her reward. Meadows went home on wings. He was in a whirlwind of joy and triumph. Aha, what will not a strong will do? He had no fears, no misgivings. He saw she did not really like him even, but he would make her love him. Let him once get her into his house and into his arms, by degrees she should love him. Ay, she should adore him. He held that a young and virtuous woman cannot resist the husband who remains a lover, unless he is a fool as well as a lover. She could resist a man, but hardly the hearth, the marriage bed, the sacred domestic ties, and a man whose love should be always present, always ardent, yet his temper always cool, and his determination to be loved unflinching. With this conviction, Meadows had committed crimes of the deepest dye to possess Susan. Villain as he was, it may be doubted whether he would have committed these felonies had he doubted for an instant her ultimate happiness. The unconquerable dog said to himself, "The day will come that I will tell her how I have risked my soul for her, how I have played the villain for her, and she shall throw her arms round my neck, and bless me for committing all those crimes to make her so happy against her will." It remained to clinch the nail. He came to Grassmere every day, and one night that the old man was telling Susan and him how badly things were going with him, he said, with a cheerful laugh, "I wonder at you, father-in-law, taking on that way. Do you think Susan will let you be uncomfortable for want of £1,000 or two?" Now this remark was slyly made while Susan was at the other end of the room, so that she could hear it, but was not supposed to. He did not look at her for some time, and then her face was scarlet. The next day he said privately to old Merton, "The day Susan and I go to church together, you must let me take your engagements, and do the best I can with them." "Ah, John, you are a friend, but it will take a pretty deal to set me straight again." "How much? 2,000?" "More, I am afraid, and too much. Too much for me to take out of my pocket for a stranger, but not for my wife's father, not if it was 10 times that." From that hour Meadows had an ally at Grassmere, working heart and soul to hasten the wedding day. Meadows longed for this day, for he could not hide from himself that as a lover he made no advances. Susan's heart was like a globe of ice, he could get no hold of it anywhere. He burned with rage when the bitter truth was forced on him, that with the topic of George Fielding he had lost those bright animated looks of affection she used to bestow on him, and now could only command her polite attention, not always that. Once he ventured on a remonstrance, only once. She answered coldly that she could not feign. Indifferent she was to everything on earth, indifferent she always should be, but for that indifference she should never have consented to marry him. Let him pause then, and think what he was doing, or better still, give up this folly, and not tie an icicle like her to an honest and warm heart like his. The deep Meadows never ventured on that ground again. He feared she wanted to be off the marriage, and he determined to hurry it on. He pressed her to name the day. She would not. Would she let him name it? No. Her father came to Meadows' assistance. "I'll name it," said he. "Father, no, no." Old Merton then made a pretence of selecting a day, rejected one day for one reason, another for another, and pitched on a day only 6 weeks distant. The next day Meadows bought the license. "I thought you would like that better than being cried in church, Susan." Susan thanked him, and said, "Oh, yes." That evening he had a note from her in which she humbly asked his pardon, but she could not marry him. He must excuse her. She trusted to his generosity to let the matter drop, and forgive a poor broken hearted girl who had behaved ill from weakness of judgment, not lightness of heart. 2 days after this, which remained unanswered, her father came to her in great agitation, and said to her, "Have you a mind to have a man's death upon your conscience?" "Father, I have seen John Meadows, and he is going to kill himself." "What sort of a letter was that to write to the poor man?" Says he, "It has come on me like a thunderclap. I saw a pistol on his table, and he told me he wouldn't give a button to live. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, trifling with folks' hearts so." "I trifle with folks' hearts! Oh, what shall I do?" cried Susan. "Think of others as well as yourself," replied the old man, in a rage. "Think of me." "Of you, dear father? Does not your Susan think of you?" "No. What will become of me if the man kills himself? He is all I have to look to save me from ruin." "What, then?" cried Susan, coloring scarlet. "It is not his life you care for. It is his means of being useful to us. Poor Mr. Meadows! He has no friend but me. I will give you a line to him." The line contained these words: "Forgive me." Half an hour after receipt of it, Meadows was at the farm. Susan was going to make some faint apology. He stopped her and said, "I know you like to make folk happy. I have got a job for you. A gentleman, a friend of mine in Cheshire, wants a bailiff. He has written to me. A word from me will do the business. Now is there any one you would like to oblige? The place is worth 500 a year." Susan was grateful to him for waiving disagreeable topics. She reflected and said, "Ah, but he is no friend of yours." "What does that matter if he is yours?" "Will Fielding?" "With all my heart, only my name must not be mentioned." "You are right. He can marry on this. They would both have starved in the grove." Thus he made the benevolent girl taste the sweets of power. You will be asked to do many a kind action like this when you are Mrs. Meadows. So he bribed father and daughter, each after their kind. The offer came in form From the gentleman to Will Fielding, he and Miss Holiday had already been cried in church. They were married and went off to Cheshire. So Meadows got rid of Will Fielding at a crisis when it suited his strategy. He made his enemy's fortune with as little compunction as he would have ruined him. A man of iron, cold iron, hot iron, whatever iron was wanted. Mr. and Mrs. Fielding gone off to Cheshire, and Mrs. Holiday after them on a visit of domestic instruction, Meadows publicly announced his approaching marriage with Miss Merton. The coast being clear, he clinched the last nail. From this day there were gusts of repugnance, but not a shadow of resistance on Susan's side. It was to be. The weather was fine, and every evening this man and woman walked together, the woman envied by all the women, the man by all the men, yet they walked side by side like the ghosts of lovers. And since he was her betrothed, 1 or 2 iron gray hairs in the man's head had turned white, and lines deepened in his face. The victim had unwittingly revenged herself. He had stabbed her heart again and again, and drained it. He had battered this poor heart till it had become more like leather than flesh and blood, and now he wanted to nestle in it, and be warmed by it, to kill the affections, and revive them at will. No! She tried to give happiness, and to avoid giving pain, but her heart of hearts was inaccessible. The town had capitulated, but the citadel was empty, yet impregnable. And there were moments when flashes of hate mingled with the steady flame of this unhappy man's love, and he was tempted to kill her and himself. But these weaknesses passed like air. The iron purpose stood firm. This day week they were to be married. Meadows counted the days, and exulted. He had faith in the magic ring. It was on this Monday evening, then, they walked arm in arm in the field, and it so happened that Meadows was not speaking of love, but of a scheme for making all the poor people in Grassmere comfortable, especially of keeping the rain out of their roofs, and the wind out of what they vulgarly, but not unreasonably, call their windies. And Susan's colour was rising, and her eyes brightening at this, the one interesting side marriage offered, to make people happy near her and round about her. And she cast a look of gratitude upon her companion, a look that, coming from so lovely a face, might very well pass for love. While thus pleasantly employed, the pair suddenly encountered a form in a long bristling beard, who peered into their faces with a singular expression of strange and wild curiosity and anxiety, but did not stop. He was making toward Farnborough. Susan was a little startled. "Who is that?" "I don't know. He looked as if he knew us." "A traveller, I think, dearest. The folk hereabouts have not got to wear those long beards yet." "Why did you start when he passed us?" "Did I start, Susan?" "Your arm twitched me." "You must have fancied it," replied Meadows, with a sickly smile. "But come, Susan, the dew is falling. You had better make toward home." He saw her safe home, then, instead of waiting to supper as usual, got his horse out, and rode to the town full gallop. "Any one been here for me?" "Yes, a stranger." "With a long beard?" "Why, yes, he had." "He will come again in half an hour." "Show him into my room when he comes, and admit no one else." Meadows was hardly seated in his study, and his candles lighted, when the servant ushered in his visitor. "Shut both the doors, and you can go to bed. I will let Mr. Richards out." "Well, well, we have done the trick between us, eh? What made you come home without orders?" asked Meadows, somewhat sternly. "Why, you know as well as me, sir. You have seen them." "Who?" "George Fielding and his mate." Meadows started. "How should I see them?" "Sir? Why, they are come home. They gave me the slip, and got away before me. I followed them. They are here. They must be here." Crawley, not noticing Meadows' face, went on. "Sir, when I found they had slipped out of the camp on horseback, and down to Sydney, and saw them with my own eyes go out of the harbour for England, I thought I should have died on the spot. I thought I should never have the courage to face you. But when I met you arm in arm, her eye smiling on you, I knew it was all right then. When did the event come off?" "What event?" "The marriage, sir. You and the lady. She is worth all the trouble she has given us." "You fool!" roared Meadows. "We are not married. The wedding is to be this day week." Crawley started and gasped. "We are ruined. We are undone." "Hold your bawling," cried Meadows fiercely, "and let me think." He buried his face in his hands when he removed them. He was gloomy, but self possessed. "They are not in England, Crawley, or we should have seen them. They are on the road. You sailed faster than they. Passed them at night, perhaps. They will soon be here. My own heart tells me they will be here before Monday. Well, I will beat them still. I will be married Thursday next." The iron man then turned to Crawley, and sternly demanded how he had let the man slip. Crawley related all, and as he told his tale, the tone of Meadows altered. He no longer doubted the zeal of his hireling. He laid his hand on his brow, and more than once he groaned and muttered half articulate expressions of repugnance. At the conclusion he said moodily, "Crawley, you have served me well, too well. All the women upon earth were not worth a murder, and we have been on the brink of several. You went beyond your instructions." "No, I did not," replied Crawley. "I have got them in my pocket. I will read them to you. See, there is no discretion allowed me. I was to bribe them to rob. Where do I countenance the use of deadly weapons?" "Where is there a word against deadly weapons?" asked Crawley, sharply. "Be just to me, sir," he added, in a more whining tone. "You know you are a man that must and will be obeyed. You sent me to Australia to do a certain thing, and you would have flung me to perdition if I had stuck at anything to do it." "Well, sir, I tried skill without force. Look here," and he placed a small substance like white sugar on the table. "What is that?" "Put that in a man's glass. He will never taste it, and in half an hour he will sleep. You might take the clothes off his back. 3 of us watched months and months for a chance, but it was no go. Those 2 were teetotal or next door it." "I wish I had never sent you out." "Why?" replied Crawley. "There is no harm done. No blood has been spilled, except on our own side. George Fielding is coming home all right. Give him up the lady, and he will never know you were his enemy." "What!" cried Meadows. "Wade through all these crimes for nothing? Lie and feign, and intercept letters, and rob, and all but assassinate, and fail? Wade in crime up to my middle, and then wade back again without the prize. Do you see this pistol? It has 2 barrels. If she and I are ever parted, it shall be this way. I'll send her to heaven with 1 barrel, and myself to hell with the other." There was a dead silence. Crawley returned to their old relation, and was cowed by the natural ascendancy of the greater spirit. "You need not look like a girl at me," said Meadows. "Most likely it won't come to that. It is not easy to beat me, and I shall try every move man's wit can devise. This last," said he, in a voice of iron, touching the pistol as it lay on the table. There was another pause. Then Meadows rose, and said calmly, "You look tired. You shall have a bottle of my old port," and my own heart is staggered, but it is only for a moment. He struck his hand upon his breast, and walked slowly from the room, and Crawley heard his step descend to the hall, and then to the cellar, and the indomitable character of the man rang in his solid tread. Crawley was uneasy. "Mr. Meadows is getting wildish. It frightens me to see such a man as him burst out like that. He is not to be trusted with a loaded pistol. Ah! and I am in his secrets, deep in his secrets. Great men sweep away little folk that know too much. I never saw him with a pistol before." All this passing rapidly through his head, Crawley pounced on the pistol, took off the caps, whipped out a little bottle, and poured some strong stuff into the caps, that loosened the detonating powder directly. Then with a steel pen he picked it all out, and replaced the caps, their virtue gone, before Mr. Meadows returned with 2 bottles, and the confederates sat in close conclave till the grey of morning broke into the room. The great man gave but few orders to his subordinate, for this simple reason, that the game had fallen into his own hands. Still there was something for Crawley to do. He was to have an officer watching, to arrest Will Fielding on the old judgment, should he, which was hardly to be expected, come to kick up a row and interrupt the wedding. And to morrow he was to take out a writ against his father in law. Mr. Meadows played a close game. He knew that things are not to be got when they are wanted. His plan was to have everything ready that might be wanted long before it was wanted. But most of the night passed in relation of what had already taken place, and Crawley was the chief speaker, and magnified his services. He related from his own point of view all that I have told, and Meadows listened with all his soul and intelligence. At the attack on Mr. Levi, Meadows chuckled. "The old heathen," said he contemptuously. "I have beat him, anyway." "By the way, sir, have you seen anything of him?" asked Crawley. "No." "He has not come home, then?" "Not that I know of. Have you any reason to think he has?" "No, only he left the mine directly after they pelted him. But he would not leave the country any the more for that, and money to be made in it by handfuls. Now, Crawley, go and get some sleep, a cold bath for me, and then on horseback. I must breakfast at Grassmere." "Great man, sir, great man. You will beat them yet, sir. You have beat Mr. Levi. Here we are in his house, and he driven away to lay his sly old bones at the Antipodes. Ha, ha, ha!" The sun came in at the window, and the long conference broke up, and strange to say, it broke into three. Crawley home to sleep, Meadows to Grassmere, Isaac Levi to smoke an Eastern pipe, and so meditate with more tranquil pulse how to strike with deadliest effect these two, his insolent enemies. Siste viator, and guess that riddle. End of chapter 80.
Chapter 81 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria de Fátima da Silva. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 81. Isaac Levi, rescued by George Fielding, reached his tent smarting with pain and bitter insult. He sat on the floor pale and dusty, and anathematized his adversaries in the Hebrew tongue. Wrath still boiling in his heart, he drew out his letters and read them. Then grief mingled with his anger. Old Cohen, his friend and agent, and coeval, was dead. Another self dead. Besides the hint that this gave him to set his house in order, a distinct consideration drew Isaac now to England. He had trusted much larger interests to old Cohen than he was at all disposed to leave in the hands of Cohen's successors, men of another generation. Progenium vitiosiorum, he sincerely believed. Another letter gave him some information about Meadows that added another uneasiness to those he already felt on George's account. Hence his bitter disappointment when he found George gone from the mine, the date of his return uncertain. Hence, too, the purchase of Moore's horses and the imploring letter to George, measures that proved invaluable to that young man, whose primitive simplicity and wise humility led him not to question the advice of his elder, but obey it. And so it was that although the old Jew sailed home upon his own interests, yet during the voyage George Fielding's assumed a great importance, direct and incidental. Direct because the old man was warm with gratitude to him. Indirect because he boiled over with hate of George's most dangerous enemy. And as he neared the English coast, the thought that though he was coming to Farnborough he could not come home grew bitterer and bitterer, and then that he should find his enemy and his insulter in the very house sacred by the shadows of the beloved and dead. Finding in Nathan a youth of no common fidelity and shrewdness, Isaac confided in him. And Nathan, proud beyond description of the confidence bestowed on him by one so honored in his tribe, enlisted in his cause with all the ardor of youth tempered by Jewish address. Often they sat together on the deck, and the young Jewish brain and the old Jewish brain mingled and digested a course of conduct to meet every imaginable contingency, for the facts they at present possessed were only general and vague. The first result of all this was that these two crept into the town of Farnborough at 3 o'clock one morning. that Isaac took out a key and unlocked the house that stood next to Meadows on the left hand. That Isaac took secret possession of the first floor, and Nathan open but not ostentatious possession of the ground floor, with a tale skillfully concocted to excite no suspicion whatever that Isaac was in any way connected with his presence in the town. Nathan, it is to be observed, had never been in Farnborough before. The next morning they worked. Nathan went out, locking the door after him, to execute 2 commissions. He was to find out what the young Cohens were doing, and how far they were likely to prove worthy of the trust reposed in their father, and what Susan Merton was doing, and whether Meadows was courting her or not. The latter part of Nathan's task was terribly easy. The young man came home late at night, locked the door, made a concerted signal, and was admitted to the senior presence. He found him smoking his Eastern pipe. Nathan, with dejected air, told him that he had good news, that the Cohens not only thought themselves wiser than their father, which was permissible, but openly declared it, which he, though young, had observed to be a trait confined to very great fools. "It is well said, my son," quoth Isaac, smoking calmly. "And the other business?" "Oh, master," said Nathan, "I bring still worse tidings of her. She is a true Nazarite, a creature without faith. She is betrothed to the man you hate, and whom I, for your sake, hate even to death." They spoke in an Eastern dialect, which I am paraphrasing here and translating there, according to the measure of my humble abilities. Isaac sucked his pipe very fast. This news was a double blow to his feelings. "If she be indeed a Nazarite without faith, let her go, but judge not the simple hastily. First, let me know how far woman's frailty is to blame, how far man's guile, for not for nothing was Crawley sent out to the mine by Meadows. Let me consider," and he smoked calmly again. After a long silence, which Nathan was too respectful to break, the old man gave him his commission for tomorrow. He was to try and discover why Susan Merton had written no letters for many months to George, and why she had betrothed herself to the foe. "But reveal nothing in return," said Isaac. "Neither ask more than 3 questions of any one person, lest they say, 'Who is this that being a Jew asks many questions about a Nazarite maiden, and why asks he them?'" At night Nathan returned full of intelligence. She loved the young man Fielding. She wrote letters to him and received letters from him until gold was found in Australia. But after this he wrote to her no more letters, wherefore her heart was troubled. "Ah, and did she write to him?" "Yes, but received no answer, nor any letter for many months." "Ah, phew, phew." Then came a rumour that he was dead, and she mourned for him after the manner of her people many days. "Verily, master, I am vexed for the Nazarite maiden, for her tale is sad." Then came a letter from Australia that said he is not dead, but married to a stranger. Then the maiden said, "Behold now, this 12 months he writes not to me. This then is true." And she bowed her head, and the colour left her cheek. Then this Meadows visited her and consoled her day by day. And there are those who confidently affirm that her father said often to her, "Behold now, I am a man stricken in years, and the man Meadows is rich." So the maiden gave her hand to the man, but whether to please the old man, her father, or out of the folly and weakness of females, thou, O Isaac, son of Shadrach, shalt determine, seeing that I am young and little versed in the ways of women, knowing this only by universal report, that they are fair to the eye, but often bitter to the taste. "Aha!" cried Isaac, "but I am old, O Nathan, son of Eli, and with the thorns of old age comes one good fruit, experience. No letters came to him, yet she wrote many. None came to her, yet he wrote many. All this is transparent as glass. Here has been fraud as well as guile. Nathan's eyes sparkled. What is the fraud, master? Nay, that I know not, but I will know. But how, master? By help of thine ears or my own? Nathan looked puzzled. So long as Mr. Levi shut himself up a close prisoner on the first floor, what could he hear for himself? Isaac read the look and smiled. He then rose and, putting his finger to his lips, led the way to his own apartments. At the staircase door, which even Nathan had not yet passed, he bade the young man take off his shoes. He himself was in slippers. He took Nathan into a room, the floor of which was entirely covered with mattresses. A staircase, the steps of which were covered with horsehair, went by a tolerably easy slope and spiral movement nearly up to the cornice. Of this cornice a portion about a foot square swung back on a well-oiled hinge, and Isaac drew out from the wall with the utmost caution a piece of gutta-percha piping. To this he screwed on another piece open at the end and applied it to his ear. Nathan comprehended it all in a moment. His master could overhear every word uttered in Meadows' study. Levi explained to him that ere he left his old house he had put a new cornice in the room he thought Meadows would sit in, a cornice so deeply ornamented that no one could see the year he left in it, and had taken out bricks in the wall of the adjoining house and made the other arrangements they were inspecting together. Mr. Levi further explained that his object was simply to overhear and counteract every scheme Meadows should form. He added that he never intended to leave Farnborough for long. His intention had been to establish certain relations in that country, buy some land and return immediately. But the gold discovery had detained him. But master, said Nathan, suppose the man had taken his business to the other side of his house? Foolish youth, replied Isaac, am I not on both sides of him? Ah, what, is there another on the other? Isaac nodded. Thus, while Nathan was collecting facts, Isaac had been watching. Patient as a cat, keen as a lynx, at his ear-hole, and heard nothing. Now the next day Nathan came in hastily, long before the usual hour. Master, another enemy is come, the man Crawley. I saw him from the window, he saw not me. What shall I do? Keep the house all day, I would not have him see you. He would say, aha, the old Jew is here too. Nathan's countenance fell. He was a prisoner now as well as his master. The next morning, rising early to prepare their food, he was surprised to find the old man smoking his pipe down below. All is well, my son, my turn has come. I have had great patience and great is the reward. He then told him with natural exultation the long conference he had been secretly present at between Crawley and Meadows, a conference in which the enemy had laid bare, not his guilt only, but the secret crevice in his coat of mail. She loves him not, cried Levi with exultation. She is his dupe. With a word I can separate them and confound him utterly. Oh, master, cried the youth eagerly, speak that word today, and let me be there and hear it spoken if I have favor in your eyes. Speak it today, cried Levi, with a look of intense surprise at Nathan's simplicity. Go to, foolish youth, said he. What, after I have waited months and months for vengeance, would you have me fritter it away for want of waiting a day or two longer? No, I will strike, not the empty cup from his hand, but the full cup from his lips. Ha ha! You have seen the Jew insulted and despised in many lands. Have patience now, and you shall see how he can give blow for blow. I, old and feeble, and without weapon, can strike his adversary to the heart. Nathan's black eye flashed. You are the master, I the scholar, said he. All I ask is to be permitted to share the watching for your enemy's words. since I may not go abroad while it is day. Thus the old and young lynx lay in ambush all day, and at night the young lynx prowled but warily, lest Crawley should see him, and every night brought home some scrap of intelligence. To change the metaphor, it was as though while the western spider wove his artful web round the innocent fly, the oriental spider wove another web round him, the threads of which were so subtle as to be altogether invisible. Both East and West leaned with sublime faith on their respective gossamers, nor remembered the Dieu dispose. End of chapter 81.
Chapter 82 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 82 Meadows rode to Grassmere to try and prevail with Susan to be married on Thursday next, instead of Monday. As he rode, he revolved every argument he could think of to gain her compliance. He felt sure she was more inclined to postpone the day than to advance it, but something told him his fate hung on this. These two men will come home on Monday. I am sure of it. Monday morning, before we can wed. I will not throw a chance away. The game is too close. Then he remembered with dismay that Susan had been irritable and snappish just before parting yestereve, a trait she had never exhibited to him before. When he arrived, his heart almost failed him, but after some little circumlocution and excuse, he revealed the great favor he was come to ask. He asked it, she granted it without the shade of a demur. He was no less surprised than delighted, but the truth is that very irritation and snappishness of yesterday was the cause of her consenting. Her conscience told her she had been unkind, and he had been too wise to snap in return. So now he benefited by the reaction and little bit of self-reproach. For do but abstain from reproaching a good girl who has been unjust or unkind to you, and 10 to 1 if she does not make you the amende by word or deed, most likely the latter, for so she can soothe her tender conscience without grazing her equally sensitive pride. Poor Susan little knew the importance of the concession she made so easily. Meadows galloped home triumphant, but 2 whole days now between him and his bliss. And that day passed, and Tuesday passed. The man lived 3 days and nights in a state of tension that would have killed some of us or driven us mad. But his intrepid spirit rode the billows of hope and fear like a petrel, and the day before the wedding it did seem as if his adverse fate got suddenly alarmed, and made a desperate effort, and hurled against him every assailant that could be found. In the morning came his mother, and implored him, ere it was too late, to give up this marriage. I have kept silence, yea, even from good words, said the aged woman, but at last I must speak. John, she does not love you. I am a woman, and can read a woman's heart, and you fancied her long before George Fielding was false to her, if false he ever was, John. The old woman said the whole of this last sentence with so much meaning that her son was stung to rage, and interrupted her fiercely. I looked to find all the world against me, but not my own mother. No matter, so be it. The whole world shan't turn me, and those I don't care to fight I'll fly. And he turned savagely on his heel, and left the old woman there, shocked and terrified by his vehemence. She did not stay there long. Soon the scarlet cloak and black bonnet might have been seen wending their way slowly back to the little cottage, the poor old tidy bonnet drooping lower than it was wont. Meadows came back to dinner. He had a mutton chop in his study, for it was a busy day. While thus employed, there came almost bursting into the room a man struck with remorse, Jefferies, the recreant postmaster. "Mr. Meadows, I can carry on this game no longer, and I won't for any man living." He then, in a wild, loud, and excited way, went on to say how the poor girl had come 100 times for a letter, and looked in his face so wistfully, and once she had said, "Oh, Mr. Jefferies, do have a letter for me," and how he saw her pale face in his dreams, and little he thought, when he became Meadows' tool, the length the game was to be carried. Meadows heard him out, then simply reminded him of his theft, and assured him with an oath that if he dared to confess his villainy "My villainy!" shrieked the astonished postmaster. "Whose else? You have intercepted letters, not I. You have abused the public confidence, not I. So if you are such a fool and sneak as to cut your throat by preaching on yourself, I'll cry louder than you, and I'll show you have emptied letters as well as stopped them. Go home to your wife and keep quiet, or I'll smash both you and her. Oh, I know you are without mercy, and I dare not open my heart while I live, but I will beat you yet, you cruel monster. I will leave a note for Miss Merton, confessing all, and blow out my brains to night in the office." The man's manner was wild and despairing. Meadows eyed him sternly. He said with affected coolness, "Jefferies, you are not game to take your own life." "Ain't I?" was the reply. "At least, I think not. To night will show." "I must know that before night," cried Meadows, and with the word he sprang on Jefferies and seized him in a grasp of iron, and put a pistol to his head. "Ah, no, Mr. Meadows. Mercy, mercy!" shrieked the man in an agony of fear. "All right," said Meadows, coolly putting up the pistol. "You have imposed on me, and that is something for you to brag of. You won't kill yourself, Jefferies. You are not the stuff. Give over shaking like an aspen, and look and listen. You are in debt. I've bought up 2 drafts of yours. Here they are. Come to me to morrow after the wedding, and I will give you them to light your pipe with." "Oh, Mr. Meadows, that would be one load off my mind." "You are short of cash, too. Come to me after the wedding, and I'll give you £50 cash." "You are very liberal, sir. I wish it was in a better cause." "Now go home, and don't be a sneak and a fool till after the wedding, or I will sell the bed from under your wife's back, and send you to the Stone Jug. Be off." Jefferies crept away, paralyzed in heart, and Meadows, standing up, called out in a rage, "Are there any more of you that hope to turn John Meadows? Then come on, come 1,000 strong, with the devil at your back, and then I'll beat you." And for a moment the respectable man was almost grand, a man rock, standing braving earth and heaven. "Hist, Mr. Meadows." He turned, and there was Crawley. "A word, sir. Will Fielding is in the town in such a passion." "Come to stop the wedding?" "He was taking a glass of ale at the Toad and Pickaxe, and you might hear him all over the yard." "What is he going to do?" "Sir, he has bought an uncommon heavy whip. He was showing it in the yard. 'This is for John Meadows' back,' said he, 'and I will give it him before the girl he has stolen from my brother. If she takes a dog instead of a man, it shall be a beaten dog,' says he." Meadows rang the bell. "Harness the mare to the 4-wheeled chaise. You know what to do, Crawley?" "Well, I can guess. But first get him told that I am always at Grassmere at 6 o'clock." "But you won't go there this evening, of course." "Why not? Aren't you afraid he" "Afraid of Will Fielding? Why, you have never looked at me." "I do notice your eyes are always on the ground. Crawley, when I was 18, one evening, it was harvest home, and all the folk had drunk their wit and manners out, I found a farmer's wife in a lane, hemmed in by 3 great ignorant brutes that were for kissing her, or some nonsense, and she crying help and murder, and ready to faint with fright. It was a decent woman and a neighbor, so I interfered as thus: I knocked the first fellow senseless on his back with a blow before they knew of me, and then 3 were 2. I fought the 2, giving and taking for full 10 minutes, and then I got a chance, and 1 went down. I put my foot on his neck and kept him down for all he could do, and over his body I fought the best man of the lot, and thrashed him so that his whole mug was like a ball of beetroot. When he was quite sick, he ran one way, and t'other got up roaring and ran another, and they had to send a hurdle for number 1. Dame Fielding gave me of her own accord what all the row was about, and more than one, and hearty ones too, I assure you, and had me in to supper, and told her man, and he shook my hand a good one. Why, sir, you don't mean to say the woman you fought for was Mrs. Fielding? But I tell you it was, and I had those 2 boys on my knee, 2 chubby toads, pulling at my curly hair. Why do I talk of these things? Oh, I remember. It was to show you I am not a man that can be bullied. I am a much better man than I was at 18. I won't be married in a black eye if I can help it. But when I am once married, here I stand against all comers, and if you hear them grumble or threaten you, tell them that any Sunday afternoon, when there is nothing better to be done, I'll throw my cap into the ring and fight all the feelings that ever were pupped. 1 down, another come on. Then, turning quite cool and contemptuous all in a moment, he said, these are words, and we have work on hand. And even as he spoke, he strode from the room, pattered after by Crawley. At 6 o'clock, Meadows and Susan were walking arm in arm in the garden. Presently they saw a man advancing toward them, with his right hand behind him. "Why, it is Will Fielding," cried Susan, "come to thank you." "I think not, by the look of him," replied Meadows, coolly. "Susan, will you be so good as to take your hand from that man's arm? I have got a word to say to him." Susan did more than requested, seeing at once that mischief was coming. She clung to William's right arm, and while he ground his teeth with ineffectual rage, for she was strong, as her sex are strong, for half a minute, and to throw her off he must have been much rougher with her than he chose to be, 3 men came behind, unobserved by all but Meadows, and captured him on the old judgment. And Crawley having represented him as a violent man, they literally laid the grasp of the law on him. "But I have got the money to pay it," remonstrated William. "Pay it then." "But my money is at home. Give me 2 days. I'll write to my wife, and she will send it me." The officers, with a coarse laugh, told him he must come with them meantime. "Meadows," whispered Susan, "I'll pay it for him to morrow." They took off William Fielding in Meadows' 4-wheeled chaise. "Where are they taking him, John?" "To the county jail." "Oh, don't let them take him there. Can you not trust him?" "Yes." "Then why not pay for him?" "But I don't carry money in my pocket, and the bank is closed." "How unfortunate!" "Very. But I'll send it over to morrow early, and we will have him out." "Oh, yes, poor fellow. The very first thing in the morning." "Yes, the first thing after we are married." Soon after this, Meadows bade Susan affectionately farewell, and rode off to Newborough to buy his gloves and some presents for his bride. On the road he overtook William Fielding going to jail, leaned over his saddle as he cantered by, and said, "Mrs. Meadows will send the money in to free you in the morning." Then on again, as cool as a cucumber, and cantered into the town before sunset, put up Black Rachel at the King's Head, made his purchases, and back to the inn. As he sat in the bar parlour drinking a glass of ale and chatting with the landlady, 2 travellers came into the passage. They did not stop in it long, for one of them knew the house and led his companion into the coffee room. But in that moment, by a flash of recognition, spite of their bronze colour and long beards, Meadows had seen who they were, George Fielding and Thomas Robinson. Words could not paint in many pages what Meadows passed through in a few seconds. His very body was one moment cold as ice, the next burning. The coffee room door was open. He dragged himself into the passage, though each foot in turn seemed glued to the ground, and listened. He came back and sat down in the bar. "Are they going to stay?" said the mistress to the waiter. "Yes, to be called at 5 o'clock." The bell rang, the waiter went, and immediately returned. "Hot with?" demanded the waiter, in a sharp mechanical tone. "Here, take my keys for the lump sugar," said the landlady, and she poured first the brandy and then the hot water into a tumbler, then went upstairs to see about the travellers' beds. Meadows was left alone a few moments with the liquor. A sudden flash came to Meadows' eye. He put his hand hastily to his waistcoat pocket, and then his eye brightened still more. Yes, it was there. He thought he had had the curiosity to keep it by him. He drew out the white lump Crawley had left on his table that night, and flung it into the glass just as the waiter returned with the sugar. The waiter took the brandy and water into the coffee room. Meadows sat still as a mouse, his brain boiling and bubbling, awestruck at what he had done, yet meditating worse. The next time the waiter came in, "Waiter," said he, "one glass among two, that is short allowance." "Oh, the big one is teetotal," replied the waiter. "Mrs. White," said Meadows, "if you have got a bed for me, I'll sleep here, for my nag is tired, and the night is darkish." "Always a bed for you, Mr. Meadows," was the gracious reply. Soon the two friends rang for bed candles. Robinson staggered with drowsiness. Meadows eyed them from behind a newspaper. Half an hour later, Mr. Meadows went to bed too, but not to sleep. End of chapter 82.
Chapter 83 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria de Fátima da Silva. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 83. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Crawley was at Meadows' house by appointment. To his great surprise, the servant told him master had not slept at home. While he was talking to her, Meadows galloped up to the door, jumped off, and almost pulled Crawley upstairs with him. "Lock the door, Crawley!" Crawley obeyed, but with some reluctance, for Meadows, the iron Meadows, was ghastly and shaken as he had never been shaken before. He sank into a chair. "Perdition seize the hour I first saw her!" As for Crawley, he was paralyzed by the terrible agitation of a spirit so much greater than his own. "Crawley," said Meadows, with a sudden unnatural calm, "when the devil buys a soul for money, how much does he give?" "A good lump, I hear. He values our souls high. We don't, some of us." "Mr. Meadows, sir." "Now count those," yelled Meadows, bursting out again, and he flung a roll of notes furiously on the ground at Crawley's feet. "Count and tell me what my soul has gone for." "Oh, oh!" Crawley seized them and counted them as fast as his trembling fingers would let him. So now an eye all remorse, and another eye all greed, were bent upon the same thing. "Why, they are all £100 notes, bright as silver from the Bank of England. Oh dear, how new and crimp they are. Where do they come from, sir?" "From Australia." "Ah, oh, impossible. No, nothing is impossible to such a man as you. 20. "They are at Newborough, slept at King's Head," whispered Meadows. "Good heavens, think of that. 30. "So did I." "Ah, 40. £4,000. "The lump of stuff you left here hocussed one. It was a toss-up. Luck was on my side. That one carried them. Slept like death. Long while hunting. Found them under his pillow at last." "Well done, and we fools were always beat at it. 60. 1, 2, 5, 7. £7,000. £7,000? Who would have thought it? This is a dear job to me." "Say a dear job to them and a glorious haul to you, but you deserve it all, ah!" "Why, you fool," cried Meadows, "do you think I am going to keep the men's money?" "Keep it? Why, of course." "What? Am I a thief? I, John Meadows, that never wronged a man of a penny? I take his sweetheart. I can't live without her, but I can live without his money. I have crimes enough on my head, but not theft. There I say halt." "Then why in the name of heaven Did you take them at such a risk? Crawley put this question roughly, for he was losing his respect for his idol. You are as blind as a mole, Crawley, was the disdainful answer. Don't you see that I have made George Fielding penniless, and that now old Merton won't let him have his daughter? Why should he? He said, if you come back with £1,000, and don't you see that when the writ is served on old Merton, he will be as strong as fire for me and against him. He can't marry her at all now. I shall soon or later, and the day I marry Susan, that same afternoon, £7,000 will be put in George Fielding's hand. He won't know by whom, but you and I shall know. I am a sinner, but not a villain. Crawley gave a dissatisfied grunt. Meadows struck a lucifer match and lighted a candle. He placed the candle in the grate. It was warm weather. Come now, said he coolly. Burn them, then they will tell no tales. Crawley gave a shriek like a mother whose child is falling out of window, and threw himself on his knees, with the notes in his hand behind his back. No, no, sir. Oh, don't think of it. Talk of crime. What are all the sins we have done together compared with this? You would not burn a wheat rick, no, not your greatest enemies. I know you would not. You are too good a man. This is as bad, the good money that the bountiful heaven has given us for the good of man. Come, said Meadows sternly, no more of this folly. And he laid his iron grasp on Crawley. Mercy, mercy, think of me, of your faithful servant, who has risked his life and stuck at nothing for you. How ungrateful great men are. Ungrateful, Crawley. Can you look me in the face and say that? Never till now, but now I can. And Crawley rose to his feet and faced the great man. The prize he was fighting for gave him supernatural courage. To whom do you owe them? To me. You could never have had them but for my drug, and yet you would burn them before my eyes. A fortune to poor me. To you? Yes. What does it matter to you what becomes of them, so that he never sees them again? But it matters all to me. Give them to me, and in 12 hours I will be in France with them. You won't miss me, sir. I have done my work, and it will be more prudent, for since I have left you, I can't help drinking. And I might talk, you know, sir. I might, and let out what we should both be sorry for. Send me away to foreign countries where I can keep travelling and make it always summer. I hate the long nights when it is dark. I see such curious things. Pray, pray, let me go and take these with me and never trouble you again. The words, though half nonsense, were the other half cunning, and the tones and looks were piteous. Meadows hesitated. Crawley knew too much. To get rid of him was a bait, and after all, to annihilate the thing he had been all his life accumulating went against his heart. He rang the bell. Hide the notes, Crawley. Bring me 2 shirts, a razor, and a comb. Crawley, these are the terms, that you don't go near that woman. Crawley, with a brutal phrase, expressed his delight at the idea of getting rid of her forever. That you go at once to the railway. Station opens today. First train starts in an hour. Up to London, over to France this evening. I will, sir. Hurrah! Hurrah! Then Crawley burst into protestations of gratitude, which Meadows cut short. He rang for breakfast, fed his accomplice, gave him a greatcoat for his journey, and took the precaution of going with him to the station. There he shook hands with him and returned to the principal street and entered the bank. Crawley kept faith. He hugged his treasure to his bosom and sat down waiting for the train. Luck is on our side, thought he. If this had been open yesterday, those 2 would have come on from Newborough. He watched the preparations. They were decorating the locomotive with bouquets and branches. They did not start punctually. Some soi-disant great people had not arrived. I will have a dram, thought Crawley. He went and had 3. Then he came back, and as he was standing inspecting the carriages, a hand was laid on his shoulder. He looked round. It was Mr. Wood, a functionary with whom he had often done business. "Ah, Wood, how d'ye do? Going to make the first trip?" "No, sir, I have business detains me in town." "What? A capias, eh?" chuckled Crawley. "Something of the sort. There is a friend of yours hard by wants to speak a word to you." "Come along, then. Where is he?" "This way, sir." Crawley followed Wood to the waiting room, and there on a bench sat Isaac Levi. Crawley stopped dead short, and would have drawn back, but Levi beckoned to a seat near him. Crawley came walking like an automaton from whose joints the oil had suddenly dried. With infinite repugnance he took the seat, not liking to refuse before several persons who saw the invitation. Mr. Wood sat on the other side of him. "What does it all mean?" thought Crawley, but his cue was to seem indifferent or flattered. "You have shaved your beard, Mr. Crawley," said Isaac in a low tone. "My beard? I never had one," replied Crawley in the same key. "Yes, you had when last I saw you. In the gold mine. You set ruffians to abuse me, sir." "Don't you believe that, Mr. Levi." "I saw it and felt it." The peculiarity of this situation was that, the room being full of people both parties wished, each for his own reason, not to excite general attention, and therefore delivered scarce above a whisper the sort of matter that is generally uttered very loud and excitedly. "It is my turn now," whispered Levi. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." "You must look sharp then," whispered Crawley. "Tomorrow, perhaps you may not have the chance." "I never postpone vengeance when it is ripe." "Don't you, sir? Dear me." "You have £7,000 about you, Mr. Crawley." Crawley started and trembled. "Stolen," whispered Isaac in his very ear. "Give it up to the officer." Crawley rose instinctively. A firm hand was laid on each of his arms. He sat down again. Whatever money I have is trusted to me by the wealthiest and most respectable man in the county, and stolen by him, received by you. Give it to Wood, unless you prefer a public search." "You can't search me without a warrant." "Here is a warrant from the mayor. Take the notes out of your left breast and give them to the officer, or we must do it by force and publicity." "I won't without Mr. Meadows' authority. Send for Mr. Meadows if you dare," Isaac reflected. "Well, we will take you to Mr. Meadows. Keep the money till you see him, but we must secure you. Put his coat over his hands first." The great coat was put over his hands, and the next moment under the coat was heard a little sharp click. "Let us go to the carriage," said Levi in a brisk, cheerful tone. Those present heard the friendly invitation and saw a little string of acquaintances, 3 in number, break up a conversation and go and get into a fly. One carried a great coat and bundle before him with both hands. End of chapter 83.
Chapter 84 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 84. Mr. Meadows went to the bank into the parlor and said he must draw £7,000 of cash and securities. The partners look blank. "I know," said Meadows, "I should cripple you. Well, I am not going to, nor let anyone else. It would not suit my book. Just hand me the securities, and let me make over that sum to George Fielding and Thomas Robinson. There. Now for some months to come those 2 men are not to know how rich they are, in fact, not till I tell them. A very ready consent to this was given by both partners. I'm afraid I might say an eager consent. There, now I feel another man. That is off me, anyway, and Meadows strode home double the man. Soon his new top boots were on, and his new dark blue coat with flat double gilt buttons, and his hat broadish in the brim, and he looked the model of a British yeoman. He reached Grassmere before 11 o'clock. It was to be a very quiet wedding, but the bridesmaids, etc., were there, and Susan all in white, pale but very lovely. Father-in-law cracking jokes, Susan writhing under them. Now, then, is it to be a wedding without bells? For I hear none. That it shall not, cried one of the young men, and off they ran to the church. Meantime Meadows was the life and soul of the mirthful scene. He was in a violent excitement that passed with the rustics for gaiety natural to the occasion. They did not notice his anxious glances up the hill that led to Newborough, his eager and repeated looks at his watch, the sigh of relief when the church bells pealed out, the tremors of impatience, the struggle to appear cool as he sent one to hurry the clerk, another to tell the clergyman the bride was ready, the stamp of the foot when one of the bridesmaids took 10 minutes to tie on a bonnet. He walked arm in arm with Susan, waiting for this girl. At last she was ready. Then came one running to say that the parson was not come home yet. What it cost him not to swear at the parson with Susan on his arm and the church in sight. While he was thus fuming inwardly, a handsome dark-eyed youth came up and inquired which was the bride. She was pointed out to him. "A letter for you, Miss Merton." "For me? Who from?" She glanced at the handwriting, and Meadows looked keenly in the boy's face. "A Jew," said he to himself. "Susan, you have got your gloves on." And in a moment he took the letter from her, but quietly, and opened it as if to return it to her to read. He glanced down it, saw Jeffreys, postmaster, and at the bottom Isaac Levi. With wonderful presence of mind he tore it in pieces. "An insult, Susan," he cried, "a mean, malignant insult to set you against me, a wife against her husband." Ere the words were out of his mouth, he seized the young Jew and whirled him like a feather into the hands of his friends. "Duck him!" cried he, and in a moment, spite of his remonstrances and attempts at explanation, Nathan was flung into the horse pond. He struggled out on the other side, and stood on the bank in a stupor of rage and terror, while the bridegroom menaced him with another dose, should he venture to return. "I will tell you all about it to morrow, Susan." "Calm yourself," replied Susan. "I know you have enemies, but why punish a messenger for the letter he only carries?" "You are an angel, Susan. Boys, let him alone, do you hear?" N.B. He had been ducked. And now a loud hurrah was heard from behind the church. "The parson at last!" cried Meadows, exultingly. Susan lowered her eyes, and hated herself for the shiver that passed through her. To her the parson was the executioner. It was not the parson. The next moment 2 figures came round in sight. Meadows turned away with a groan. "George Fielding," said he. The words dropped, as it were, out of his mouth. Susan misunderstood this. She thought he read her heart, and ascribed her repugnance to her lingering attachment to George. She was angry with herself for letting this worthy man see her want of pride. "Why do you mention that name to me? What do I care for him who has deceived me? I wish he stood at the church door, that he might see how I would look at him, and pass him leaning on your faithful arm." "Susan!" cried a well-known voice behind her. She trembled, and almost crouched ere she turned. But the moment she turned round she gave a scream that brought all the company running, and the bride forgot everything at the sight of George's handsome, honest face, beaming truth and love, and threw herself into his arms. George kissed the bride. "Oh!" cried the bridesmaids, awaking from their stupor, and remembering this was her old lover. "Oh! oh! oh!" on an ascending scale. These exclamations brought Susan to her senses. She sprang from George as though an adder had stung her, and red as fire, her eyes like basilisks. She turned on him at a safe distance. "How dare you embrace me? How dare you come where I am? Father, ask this man why he comes here now to make me expose myself, and insult the honest man who honors me with his respect. Oh, father, come to me, and take me away from here." "Susan, what on earth is this? What have I done?" "What have you done? You are false to me. You never wrote me a letter for 12 months, and you are married to a lady in Bathurst." "Oh, George!" "If he is," cried Robinson, "he must be slyer than I give him credit for I have never left his side night nor day, and I never saw him say 3 civil words to a woman." "Mr. Robinson!" "Yes, Mr. Robinson. Somebody has been making a fool of you, Miss Merton. Why, all his cry, night and day, has been 'Susan, Susan.' When we found the great nugget, he kisses it, and says he, 'There, that is not because you are gold, but because you take me to Susan.'" "Hold your tongue, Tom," said George sternly. "Who puts me on my defense? Is there any man here who has been telling her I have ever had a thought of any girl but her? If there is, let him stand out now and say it to my face, if he dares." There was a dead silence. "There is a lie without a backer, it seems," and he looked round on all the company with his calm, superior eye. "And now, Susan, what were you doing on that man's arm?" "Oh!" "Miss Merton and I are to be married to day," said Meadows. "That is why I gave her my arm." George gasped for breath, but he controlled himself by a mighty effort. "She thought me false, and now she knows I am true. Susan," faltered he, "I say nothing about the promises that have passed between us two, and the ring you gave. Here it is." "He has kept my ring." "I was there before you, Mr. Meadows, but I won't stand upon that. I don't believe there is a man in the world loves a woman in the world better than I love Susan, but still I would not give a snap of the finger to have her if her will was toward another. So please yourself, my lass, and don't cry like that. Only this must end. I won't live in doubt a moment, no, nor half a moment. Speak your pleasure, and nothing else. Choose between John Meadows and George Fielding." "That is fair," cried one of the bridegrooms. The women secretly admired George. "This is a man," thought they, "won't stand our nonsense." Susan looked up in mute astonishment. "What choice can there be? The moment I saw your face, and truth still shining in it, I forgot there was a John Meadows in the world." With these words Susan cast a terrified look all round, and losing every other feeling in a paroxysm of shame, hid her burning face in her hands, and made a sudden bolt into the house, and upstairs to her room, where she was followed and discovered by one of her bridesmaids tearing off her wedding clothes, and laughing and crying all in a breath. First Bridegroom. "Well, Josh, what do you think?" Second Bridegroom. "Why, I think there won't be a wedding to day." First Bridegroom. "No, nor to morrow neither. Sal, put on your bonnet, and let's you and I go home. I came to Meadows' wedding, mustn't stay to anybody's else's." These remarks were delivered openly, pro bono, and dissolved the wedding party. 4 principal parties remained: Meadows, old Merton, and the 2 friends. "Well, uncle, Susan has spoken her mind. Now you speak yours." "George, I have been an imprudent fool. I am on the brink of ruin. I owe more than £2,000. We heard you had changed your mind, and Meadows came forward like a man, and said he would Your word, uncle, your promise. I crossed the seas on the faith of it." An upper window was gently opened, and a blushing face listened, and the hand that they were all discussing and disposing of drew back a little curtain and clutched it convulsively. "You did, George," said the old farmer. "Says you, 'Bring back £1,000 to show me you are not a fool, and you shall have my daughter,' and she was to have your blessing. Am I right, Mr. Meadows? You were present." "Those were the words," replied Meadows. "Well, and have you brought back the £1,000?" "I have." "John, I must stand to my word, and I will. It is justice. Take the girl, and be as happy as you can with her and her father in the workhouse." I take her, and that is as much as to say that neither her father nor any one she respects shall go to the workhouse. How much is my share, Tom?" £4,000. "No, not so much." "Yes, it is. Jacky gave you his share of the great nugget, and you gave him sheep in return. Here they are, lads and lasses, 70 of them, varying from 1560 to 1629, and all as crimp as a muslin gown new starched. Why, I never put this," and he took pieces of newspaper out of his pocket book, and looked stupidly at each as it came out. "Why, Tom?" "Robbed." "Robbed, Tom?" "Robbed, oh! I put the book under my pillow, and there I found it this morning. Robbed, robbed. Kill me, George, I have ruined you." "I can't speak," gasped George. "Oh, what is the meaning of this?" "But I can speak. Don't tell me of a London thief being robbed. George Fielding, if you are a man at all, go and leave me and my daughter in peace. If you had come home with money to keep her, I was ready to give you Susan to my own ruin. Now it is your turn to show yourself the right stuff. My daughter has given her hand to a man who can make a lady of her, and set me on my legs again. You can only beggar us. Don't stand in the poor girl's light. For pity's sake, George, leave us in peace." "You are right, old man. My head is confused," and George put his hand feebly to his brow. "But I seem to see it is my duty to go, and I'll go." George staggered. Robinson made toward him to support him. "There, don't make a fuss with me. There is nothing the matter with me, only my heart is dead. Let me sit on this bench and draw my breath a minute, and then I'll go. Give me your hand, Tom. Never heed their gibes. I'd trust you with more gold than the best of them was ever worth." Robinson began to blubber the moment George took his hand, spite of the money lost. "We worked hard for it too, good folks, and risked our lives as well as our toil," and George and Robinson sat hand in hand upon the bench, and turned their heads away, that it was pitiful to see. But still the pair held one another by the hand, and George said, faltering, "I have got this left me still. I have heard say that friendship was better than love, and I dare say so it is." As if to plead against this verdict, Susan came timidly to her lover in his sorrow, and sat on his other side, and laid her head gently on his shoulder. "What signifies money to us two?" she murmured. "Oh, I have been robbed of what was dearer than life this bitter year, and now you are downhearted at loss of money. How foolish to grieve for such nonsense when I am so happy." And again the lovely face rested light as down on George's shoulder, weeping deliciously. "It is hard, Tom," gasped George. "It is bitter hard, but I shall find a little bit of manhood by and by to do my duty. Give me breath, only give me breath. We will go back again where we came from, Tom, only I shall have nothing to work for now. Where is William, if you please? Has he forgotten me too?" "William is in prison for debt," said old Merton gravely. "No, he is not," put in Meadows, "for I sent the money to let him out an hour ago." "You sent the money to let my brother out of jail? That sounds queer to me. I suppose I ought to thank you, but I can't." "I don't ask your thanks, young man." "You see, George," said old Merton, "ours is a poor family, and it will be a great thing for us all to have such a man as Mr. Meadows in it, if you will only let us." "Oh, father, you make me blush," cried Susan, beginning to get her first glimpse of his character. "He doesn't make me blush," cried George, "but he makes me sick. This old man would make me walk out of heaven if he was in it. Come, let us go back to Australia." "Ay, that is the best thing you can do," cried old Merton. "If he does, I shall go with him," said Susan, with sudden calmness. She added, dropping her voice, "if he thinks me worthy to go anywhere with him." "You are worthy of better than that, and better shall be your luck," and George sat down on the bench with one bitter sob that seemed to tear his manly heart in two. There was a time Meadows would have melted at this sad sight, but now it enraged him. He whispered fiercely to old Merton, "Touch him on his pride, get rid of him, and your debts shall all be paid that hour. If not" He then turned to that heart-stricken trio, touched his hat. "Good day, all the company," said he, and strode away with rage in his heart to set the law in motion against old Merton, and so drive matters to a point. But before he had taken a dozen steps, he was met by two men who planted themselves right before him. "You can't pass, sir." Meadows looked at them with humorous surprise. They had hooked noses. He did not like that so well. "Why not?" said he quietly, but with a wicked look. One of the men whistled. A man popped out of the churchyard and joined the two. He had a hooked nose. Another came through the gate from the lane, another from behind the house. The scene kept quietly filling with hooked noses, till it seemed as if the 10 tribes were reassembling from the four winds. "Are they going to pitch into me?" thought Meadows, and he felt in his pocket to see if his pistol was there. Meantime George and Susan and Tom rose to their feet in some astonishment. "There is a gentleman coming to put a question or two," said the first speaker, and in fact an old acquaintance of ours, Mr. Williams, came riding up, and hooking his horse to the gate, came in saying, "Oh, here you are, Mr. Meadows. There is a ridiculous charge brought against you, but I am obliged to hear it before dismissing it. Give me a seat. Oh, here is a bench. It is very hot. I am informed that 2 men belonging to this place have been robbed of £7,000 at the King's Head. The King's Head's in Newborough." "It is true, sir," cried Robinson. "But how did you know?" "I'm here to ask questions," was the sharp answer. "Who are you?" "Thomas Robinson." "Which is George Fielding?" "I am George Fielding, sir." "Have you been robbed?" "We have, sir." "Of how much?" "£7,000." "Come, that tallies with the old gentleman's account. Hum! Where did you sleep last night, Mr. Meadows?" "At the King's Head, in Newborough, sir," replied Meadows, without any visible hesitation. "Well, that is curious, but I need not say I don't believe it is more than coincidence. Where is the old gentleman? Oh, give way there, and let him come here." Now all this was inexplicable to Meadows, but still it brought a deadly chill of vague apprehension over him. He felt as if a huge gossamer net was closing round him. Another moment, the only spider capable of spinning it stood in front of him. "I thought so," dropped from his lips as Isaac Levi and he stood once more face to face. "I accused that man of the theft. Nathan and I heard him tell Crawley that he had drugged the young man's liquor and stolen the notes. Then we heard Crawley beg for the notes, and after much entreaty he gave them him." "It is true," cried Robinson, in violent agitation. "It must be true. You know what a light sleeper I am, and how often you had to shake me this morning. I was hocussed, and no mistake." "Silence. Yes, your worship." "Where were you, Mr. Levi, to hear all this?" "In the east room of my house." "And where was he?" "In the west room of his house." "It is impossible." "Say not so, sir. I will show you it is true. Meantime I will explain it." He explained his contrivance at full. Meadows hung his head. He saw how terribly the subtle Oriental had outwitted him. Yet his presence of mind never for a moment deserted him. "Sir," said he, "I have had the misfortune to offend Mr. Levi, and he is my sworn enemy. If you really mean to go into this ridiculous affair, allow me to bring witnesses, and I will prove to you he has been threatening vengeance against me these 2 years. And you know a lie is not much to a Jew. Does this appear likely? I am worth £60,000. Why should I steal?" "Why, indeed," said Mr. Williams, "I stole these notes to give them away. That is your story, is it?" "Nay, you stole them to beggar your rival, whose letters to the maiden he loved you had intercepted by fraud at the post office in Farnborough." Susan and George uttered an exclamation at the same moment. "But having stole them, you gave them to Crawley." "How generous!" sneered Meadows. "Well, when you find Crawley with £7,000, and he says I gave them him, Mr. Williams will take your word against mine, and not till then, I think." "Certainly not. The most respectable man for miles around." "So be it," retorted Isaac coolly. "Nathan, bring Crawley." At that unexpected word Meadows looked round for a way to escape. The hook-nosed ones hemmed him in. Crawley was brought out of the fly, quaking with fear. "Sir," said Levi, "if in that man's bosom on the left-hand side the missing notes are not found, let me suffer scorn, but if they be found, give us justice on the evil-doer." The constable searched Crawley amid the intense anxiety of all present. He found a bundle of notes. There was a universal cry. "Stop, sir," said Robinson. "To make sure I will describe our property. 70 notes of £100 each, numbers 1560 to 1629. Mr. Williams examined the bundle, and at once handed them over to Robinson, who shoved them hastily into George's hands, and danced for joy. Mr. Williams looked ruefully at Meadows, then he hesitated. Then, turning sharply to Crawley, he said, "Where did you get these?" Meadows tried to catch his eye and prevail on him to say nothing. But Crawley, who had not heard Levi's evidence, made sure of saving himself by means of Meadows' reputation. "I had them from Mr. Meadows," he cried. "And what about it? It is not the first time he has trusted me with much larger sums than that." "Oh, you had them from Mr. Meadows?" "Yes, I had. Mr. Meadows, I am sorry to say I must commit you, but I still hope you will clear yourself elsewhere." "I have not the least uneasiness about that, sir, thank you. You will admit me to bail, of course?" "Impossible. Wood, here is a warrant. I will sign it." While the magistrate was signing the warrant, Meadows' head fell upon his breast. He seemed to collapse standing. Isaac Levi eyed him scornfully. "You had no mercy on the old Jew. You took his house from him, not for your need, but for hate. So he made that house a trap, and caught you in your villainy." "Yes, you have caught me," cried Meadows, "but you will never cage me." And in a moment his pistol was at his own temple, and he pulled the trigger. The cap failed. He pulled the other trigger. The other cap failed. He gave a yell like a wounded tiger, and stood at bay, gnashing his teeth with rage and despair. Half a dozen men threw themselves upon him, and a struggle ensued that almost baffles description. He dragged those 6 men about up and down, some clinging to his legs, some to his body. He whirled nearly every one of them to the ground in turn, and when by pulling at his legs they got him down, he fought like a badger on his back, seized two by the throat, and putting his feet under another drove him into the air, doubled up like a ball, and he fell on Levi, and sent the old man into Mr. Williams' arms, who sat down with a Jew in his lap, to the derangement of his magisterial dignity. At last he was mastered, and his hands tied behind him with 2 handkerchiefs. "Take the rascal to jail," cried Williams, in a passion. Meadows groaned. "Ay, take me," said he. "You can't make me live there. I've lived respected all these years, and now I shall be called a felon. Take me where I may hide my head and die." And the wretched man moved away with feeble steps, his strength and spirit crushed now his hands were tied. Then Crawley followed him, abusing and reviling him. "So this is the end of all your manoeuvring? Oh, what a fool I was to side with such a bungler as you against Mr. Levi. Here I am, an innocent man, ruined through knowing a thief. Ah, you don't like that word, but what else are you but a thief?" And so he followed his late idol, and heaped reproaches and insults on him, till at last Meadows turned round and cast a vague look of mute despair, as much as to say, "How am I fallen, when this can trample me?" One of the company saw this look and understood it. Yielding to an impulse, he took 3 steps, and laid his hand on Crawley. "Ye little snake," said he, "let the man alone." And he sent Crawley spinning like a teetotum; then turned on his own heel, and came away, looking a little red and ashamed of what he had done. My reader shall guess which of the company this was. Half way to the county jail, Meadows and Crawley met William Fielding coming back. It took hours and hours to realize all the happiness that had fallen on 2 loving hearts. First had to pass away many a spasm of terror at the wrongs they had suffered, the danger they had escaped, the long misery they had grazed. They remained rooted to the narrow spot of ground where such great and strange events had passed in a few minutes, and their destinies had fluctuated so violently, and all ended in joy unspeakable. And everybody put questions to everybody, and all compared notes, and the hours fled while they unraveled their own strange story. And Susan and George almost worshipped Isaac Levi, and Susan kissed him and called him her father, and hung upon his neck all gratitude, and he passed his hand over her chestnut hair, and said, "Go to, foolish child." But his deep rich voice trembled a little, and wonderful tenderness and benevolence glistened in that fiery eye. He would now have left them, but nobody there would part with him. Behooved him to stay and eat fish and pudding with them. The meat they would excuse him, if he would be good, and not talk about going again. And after dinner George and Tom must tell their whole story, and as they told their eventful lives, it was observed that the hearers were far more agitated than the narrators. The latter had been in a gold mine, had supped so full of adventures and crimes and horrors that nothing astonished them. and they were made sensible of the tremendous scenes they had been through by the loud ejaculations, the pallor, the excitement of their hearers. As for Susan, again and again during the men's narratives the tears streamed down her face, and once she was taken faint at George's peril, and the story had to be interrupted and water sprinkled on her, and the men in their innocence were for not going on with their part, but she peremptorily insisted, and sneered at them for being so foolish as to take any notice of her foolishness. She would have every word. After all, was he not there alive and well, sent back to her safe after so many perils, never, never to leave England again? O giorno felice, a day to be imagined or described by a pen 1,000 times greater and subtler than mine. But of this be sure, it was a day such as neither to Susan nor George, nor to you nor me, nor to any man or woman upon earth has ever come twice between the cradle and the grave. End of chapter 84. Chapter 85 of It Is Never Too Late to Mend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade. Chapter 85. A month of Elysium. And then one day George asked Susan plump when it would be agreeable to her to marry him. "Marry you, George?" replied Susan, opening her eyes. "Why, never. I shall never marry any one after. You must be well aware of that." Susan proceeded to inform George that though foolishness was a part of her character, selfishness was not. Recent events had destroyed an agreeable delusion under which she had imagined herself worthy to be Mrs. George Fielding. She therefore, though with some reluctance, intended to resign that situation to some wiser and better woman than she had turned out. In this agreeable resolution she persisted, bearing it occasionally with little showers of tears, unaccompanied by the slightest convulsion of the muscles of the face. But as I am not, like George Fielding, in love with Susan Merton, or with self-deception, another's, I spare the reader all the pretty things this young lady said and believed and did to postpone her inevitable happiness. Yes, inevitable, for this sort of thing never yet kept lovers long apart since the world was, except in a novel worse than common. I will but relate how that fine fellow George dried these foolish drops on one occasion. "Susan," said he, "if I had found you going to be married to another man with the roses on your cheek, I should have turned on my heel and back to Australia. But a look in your face was enough. You were miserable, and any old fool could see your heart was dead against it. Look at you now, blooming like a rose. So what is the use of us two fighting against human nature? We can't be happy apart. Let us come together. Ah, George, if I thought your happiness depended on having a foolish wife." "Why, you know it does," replied the inadvertent Agricola. "That alters the case. Sooner than you should be unhappy, I think I—" "Name the day, then." In short, the bells rang a merry peal, and to reconcile Susan to her unavoidable happiness, Mr. Eden came down and gave an additional weight, in her way of viewing things, to the marriage ceremony by officiating. It must be owned that this favorable circumstance cost her a few tears too. "How so, Mr. Reade?" "Marry, sir, thus. Mr. Eden was what they call eccentric. Among his other deviations from usage, he delivered the meaning of sentences in church along with the words. This was a thunderclap to poor Susan. She had often heard a chanting machine utter the marriage service all on one note, and heard it with a certain smile of unintelligent complacency her sex wear out of politeness. But when the man Eden told her at the altar, with simple earnestness, what a high and deep and solemn contract she was making then and there with God and man, she began to cry, and wept like April through the ceremony. I have not quite done with this pair, but leave them a few minutes, for some words are due to other characters, and to none, I think, more than to this very Mr. Eden, whose zeal and wisdom brought our hero and unheroine happily together through the subtle sequence of causes I have related, the prime thread a converted thief. Mr. Eden's strength broke down under the prodigious effort to defeat the effect of separate confinement on the bodies and souls of his prisoners. Dr. Gulson ordered him abroad, having now, since the removal of Hawes, given the separate and silent system a long and impartial trial. His last public act was to write at the foot of his report a solemn protest against it, as an impious and mad attempt to defy God's will as written on the face of man's nature, to crush, too, those very instincts from which rise communities, cities, laws, prisons, churches, civilization, and to wreck souls and bodies under pretense of curing souls, not by knowledge, wisdom, patience, Christian love, or any great moral effort, but by the easy and physical expedient of turning one key on each prisoner instead of on a score. "These," said Mr. Eden, "are the dreams of selfish, lazy, heartless dunces and reckless bigots, dwarf Robespierres, with self-deceiving hearts that dream philanthropy, fluent lips that cant philanthropy, and hands swift to shed blood, which is not blood to them because they are mere sensual brutes, so low in intelligence that although men are murdered and die before their eyes, they cannot see it was murder because there was no knocking on the head or cutting of throats." The reverend gentleman then formally washed his hands of the bloodshed and reason shed of the separate system, and resigned his office, earnestly requesting at the same time that as soon as the government should come round to his opinion, they would permit him to cooperate in any enlightened experiment where God should no longer be defied by a knot of worms as in jail. Then he went abroad, but though professedly hunting health, he visited and inspected half the principal prisons in Europe. After many months, events justified his prediction. The government started a large prison on common sense and humanity, and Mr. Lacy's interest procured Mr. Eden the place of its chaplain. This prison was what every prison in the English provinces will be in 5 years' time, a well-ordered community, an epitome of the world at large, for which a prison is to prepare men, not unfit them as frenzied dunces would do. It was also a self-sustaining community like the world. The prisoners ate prisoner-grown corn and meat, wore prisoner-made clothes and bedding, wire lighted by gas made in the prison, etc., 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 etc. The agricultural laborers had outdoor work suited to their future destiny, and mechanical trades were zealously ransacked for the city rogues. Anti-theft reigned triumphant. No idleness, no wicked waste of sweat. The members of this community sleep in separate cells as men do in other well-ordered communities, but they do not pine and wither and die in cells for offenses committed outside the prison walls. Here, if you see a man caged like a wild beast all day, you may be sure he is there, not so much for his own good as for that of the little community in which he has proved himself unworthy to mix pro tem. Foul language and contamination are checkmated here, not by the lazy, selfish, cruel expedient of universal solitude, but by Argus-like surveillance. Officers, sufficient in number, listen with sharp ears and look with keen eyes. The contaminator is sure to be seized and confined till prudence, if not virtue, ties his tongue. Thus he is disarmed, and the better disposed encourage one another. Compare this legitimate and necessary use of that most terrible of tortures, the cell, with the tigro-asinine use of it in 7 English prisons out of 9 at the present date. It is just the difference between arsenic as used by a good physician and by a poisoner. It is the difference between a razor-bladed, needle-pointed knife in the hands of a Christian, a philosopher, a skilled surgeon, and the same knife in the hands of a savage, a brute, a scoundrel, or a fanatical idiot. Mr. Eden had returned from abroad but a fortnight when he was called on to unite George and Susan. I have little more to add than that he was very hard worked and supremely happy in his new situation, and that I have failed to do him justice in these pages. But he shall have justice one day, when pitiless asses will find themselves more foul in the eyes of the all pure than the thieves they crushed under 4 walls. And the just shall shine forth as the sun, and they that turn, not crush, many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. Thomas Robinson did not stay long at Grassmere. Things were said in the village that wounded him. Ill repute will not stop directly ill conduct does. He went to see Mr. Eden, sent his name in as Mr. Sinclair, was received with open arms, and gave the good man a glow of happiness, such as most of us, I fear, go to the grave without feeling or earning. He presented him a massive gold ring he had hammered out of a nugget. Mr. Eden had never worn a ring in his life, but he wore this with an innocent pride, and showed it people, and valued it more than he would the Pitt diamond, which a French king bought of an English subject, and the price was so heavy he paid for it by installments spread over many years. Robinson very wisely went back to Australia, and more wisely still married Jenny, with whom he had corresponded ever since he left her. I have no fear he will ever break the 8th commandment again. His heart was touched long ago, and ever since then his understanding had received conviction upon conviction. For oh, the blaze of light that enters our souls when our fate puts us in his place, in her place, in their place, whom we used to strike, never realizing how it hurt them. He is respected for his intelligence and good nature. He is sober, industrious, pushing, and punctilious in business. One trait of the Bohemian remains. About every 4 months a restlessness comes over him. Then the wise Jenny, of her own accord, proposes a trip. Poor Tom's eyes sparkle directly. Off they go together. A foolish wife would have made him go alone. They come back, and my lord goes to his duties with fresh zest, till the periodical fit comes again. No harm ever comes of it. Servants are at a great premium, masters at a discount in the colony. Hence a domestic phenomenon which my English readers can hardly conceive, but I am told my American friends have a faint glimpse of it in the occasional deportment of their helps in out-of-the-way places. Now Tom, and especially Jenny, had looked forward to reigning in their own house, and it was therefore a disappointment when they found themselves snubbed and treated with hauteur, and Jenny revolted against servant after servant, who straightway abdicated and left her forlorn. At last their advertisement was answered by a male candidate for menial authority, who proved to be Mr. Miles, their late master. Tom and Jenny colored up, and both agreed it was out of the question they should feel too ashamed. Mr. Miles answered by offering to bet a crown he should make them the best servant in the street, and strange to say, the bargain was struck, and he did turn out a model servant. He was civil and respectful, especially in public, and never abused his situation. Comparing his conduct with his predecessors, it really appeared that a gentleman can beat snobs in various relations of life. As Tom's master and Jenny's, he had never descended to servility, nor was he betrayed into arrogance now that he had risen to be their servant. A word about Jacky. After the meal off the scented rabbit in the bush, Robinson said slyly to George, "I thought you promised Jacky a hiding. Well, here he is." "Now, Tom," replied the other, coloring up, "is it reasonable? And he has just saved our 2 lives. But if you think that I won't take him to task, you are much mistaken." George then remonstrated with the chief for spoiling Abner with his tomahawk. Jacky opened his eyes with astonishment and admiration. Here was another instance of the white fellow's wonderful power of seeing things a good way behind him. He half closed his eyes and tried in humble imitation to peer back into the past. Yes, he could just manage to see himself very indistinctly giving Abner a crack. But stop, let him see. It was impossible to be positive, but was not there also some small trifle of insolence, ingratitude, and above all bungality on the part of this Abner? When the distance had become too great to see the whole of a transaction, why strain the eyes looking at a part? Finally Jacky submitted that these microscopic researches cost a good deal of trouble, and on the whole his tribe were wiser than the white fellows in this, that they reveled in the present, and looked on the past as a period that never had been, and the future as one that never would be. On this George resigned the moral culture of his friend. "Soil is not altogether bad," said Agricola, "but bless your heart, it isn't a quarter of an inch deep." On George's departure, Jacky, being under the temporary impression of his words, collected together a mixed company of blacks and marched them to his possessions. Arrived, he harangued them on the cleverness of the white fellows, and invited them to play at Europeans. "Behold this ingenious structure," said he in Australian. "This is called a house. Its use is to protect us from the weather at night. All you have to do is to notice which way the wind blows, and go and lie down on the opposite side of the house, and there you are. Then again, when you are cold, you will find a number of wooden articles in the house. You go in, you bring them out and burn them, and are warm." He then produced what he had always considered the chef d'oeuvre of the white races, a box of lucifer matches. This, too, was a present from George. "See what clever fellows they are," said he. "They carry about fire, which is fire or not fire at the fortunate possessor's will." And he let off a lucifer. These the tribe admired, but doubted whether all those little sticks had the same marvelous property, and would become fire in the hour of need. Jacky sneered at their incredulity, and let them all off one by one in a series of preliminary experiments. This impaired their future usefulness. In short, they settled there. One or two's heads had to be broken for killing the breeders for dinner, and that practice stopped. But the pot-bellied youngsters generally celebrated the birth of a lamb by spearing it. They slept on the lee side of the house, warmed at night by the chairs and tables, etc., which they lighted. They got on very nicely. Only one fine morning, without the slightest warning, whirr, they all went off to the woods, Jacky and all, and never returned. The remaining bullocks strayed devious, and the douce McAlpin blandly absorbed the sheep. Hasty and imperfect as my sketch of this Jacky is, give it a place in your note book of sketches, for in a few years the Australian savage will breathe only in these pages, and the Saxon plough will erase his very grave, his mill meridian. Brutus lived, but the form and strength he had abused were gone. He is the shape of a note of interrogation, and by coincidence is now an asker. That is, he begs, receives alms, and sets on a gang of burglars, with whom he is in league, to rob the good Christians that show him pity. mephistopheles came suddenly to grief. When gold was found in Victoria, he crossed over to that port and robbed. One day he robbed the tent of an old man, a native of the colony, who was digging there with his son, a lad of 15. Now these currency lads are very sharp and determined. The youngster caught a glimpse of the retiring thief, and followed him, and saw him enter a tent. He watched at the entrance, and when mephistopheles came out again, he put a pistol to the man's breast, and shot him dead, without a word of remonstrance, accusation, or explanation. A few diggers ran out of their claims. "If our gold is not on him," says the youngster, "I have made a mistake." The gold was found on the carcass, and the diggers went coolly back to their work. The youngster went directly to the commissioner and told him what he had done. "I don't see that I am called on to interfere," replied that functionary. "He was taken in the act. You have buried him, of course?" "Not I. I let him lie for whoever chose to own him." "You let him lie? What? When there is a printed order from the government stuck over the whole mine that nobody is to leave carrion about? You go off directly and bury your carrion, or you will get into trouble, young man." And the official's manner became harsh and threatening. If ever a man was shot like a dog, surely the assassin of Carlo was. Mr. Meadows in the prison refused his food and fell into a deep depression. But the third day he revived and fell to scheming again. He sent to Mr. Levi and offered to give him a long lease of his old house if he would but be absent from the trial. This was a sore temptation to the old man, but meantime stronger measures were taken in his defense and without consulting him. One evening that Susan and George were in the garden at Grassmere, suddenly an old woman came toward them with slow and hesitating steps. Susan fled at the sight of her. She hated the very name this old woman bore. George stood his ground, looking sheepish. The old woman stood before him, trembling violently and fighting against her tears. She could not speak, but held out a letter to him. He took it. The ink was rusty. It was written 20 years ago. It was from his mother to her neighbor, Mrs. Meadows, then on a visit at Newborough, telling her how young John had fought for and protected her against a band of drunken ruffians, and how grateful she was. "And I do hope, Dame, he will be as good friends with my lads when they are men as you and I have been this many a day." George did not speak for a long time. He held the letter, and it trembled a little in his hand. He looked at the old woman, standing a piteous, silent supplicant. "Mrs. Meadows," said he, scarce above a whisper, "give me this letter, if you will be so good. I have not got her handwriting except our names in the Bible." She gave him the letter half reluctantly, and looked fearfully and inquiringly in his face. He smiled kindly, and a sort of proud curl came for a moment to his lip, and the woman read the man. This royal rustic would not have taken the letter if he had not granted the mother's unspoken prayer. "God bless you both," said she, and went on her way. The assizes came, and Meadows' two plaintiffs both were absent, Robinson gone to Australia, and George forfeited his recognizances and had to pay £100 for it. The defendants were freed. Then Isaac Levi said to himself, "He will not keep faith with me." But he did not know his man. Meadows had a conscience, though an oblique one. A promise from him was sacred in his own eyes. A man came to Grassmere and left £100 in a letter for George Fielding. Then he went on to Levi and gave him a parcel and a note. The parcel contained the title deeds of the house, and the note said, "Take the house and the furniture and pay me what you consider they are worth. And, old man, I think you might take your curse off me, for I have never known a heart at rest since you laid it on me, and you see now our case is altered. You have a home now, and John Meadows has none." Then the old man was softened, and he wrote a line in reply, and said, "3 just men shall value the house and furniture, and I will pay," etc., etc. Put now adversity to profit. Repent and prosper. Isaac Levi wishes you no ill from this day, but rather good. Thus died, as mortal feelings are apt to die, an enmity its owners thought immortal. A steam vessel glided down the Thames, bound for Port Phillip. On the deck were to be seen a little girl, crying bitterly. This was Hannah, a stalwart, yeoman-like figure, who stood unmoved as the shores glided by. Omne solum forti patria. And an old woman who held his arm, as if she needed to feel him at the moment of leaving her native land. This old woman had hated and denounced his sins, and there was scarce a point of morality on which she thoroughly agreed with him. Yet at 80 years and 10 she left her native land with 2 sole objects: to comfort this stout man and win him to repentance. "He shall repent," said she to herself. "Even now his eyes are opening, His heart is softening. 3 times he has said to me that George Fielding is a better man than I am. He will repent. Again he said to me, I have thought too little of you, and too much where it was a sin for me even to look. He will repent. His voice is softer. He bears no malice. He blames none but himself. It is never too late to mend. He will repent, and I shall see him happy, and lay my old bones to rest contented, though not where I thought to lay them, in Grassmere churchyard. Ah, you do well to hold that quaint little old figure with that strong arm closer to you than you have done this many years, ay, since you were a curly-headed boy. It is a good sign, John, on neither side of the equator shall you ever find a friend like her. All other love is mockery and deceit. 'Tis like the mirage of the desert that appears a cool, refreshing water, and allures the thirsty traveler, but flies anon, and leaves him disappointed, wondering so fair a vision should so futile prove. A mother's love is like unto a well sealed and kept secret, a deep hidden fount that flows when every other spring is dry. Sophia Woodruff. Peter Crawley, left to his own resources, practices at the county courts in his old neighborhood, and drinks with all his clients who are of the lowest imaginable order. He complains that he can't peck, yet continues the cause of his infirmity, living almost entirely upon a cock-a-doodle broth, eggs beat up in brandy, and a little water. Like Scipio, he is never less alone than when alone, with this difference, that the companions of P.C.'s solitude do not add to the pleasure of his existence. Unless somebody can make him see that it is never too late to mend, this little rogue, fool, and sot will shut up like a knife some day, so says a medical friend, and then it will be too late. It is 9 in the evening. A little party is collected of farmers and their wives and daughters. Mrs. George Fielding rises and says, "Now I must go home." Remonstrance of hostess, "George will be at home by now." "Well, wait till he comes for you." "Oh, he won't come, for fear of shortening my pleasure." Susan then explains that George is so foolish that he never will go into the house when she is not in it. And here is a drizzle come on, and there he will be sitting out in it, I know, if I don't go and drive him in. Events justify the prediction. The good wife finds her husband sitting on the gate, kicking his heels, quite contented and peaceable, only he would not pay the house the compliment of going into it when she was not there. He told her once he looked on it as no better than a coal hole when she was not shining up and down it. Note well, they have been some years married. A calm but very tender conjugal love sits at this innocent hearth. George has made a great concession for an Englishman. He has solemnly deposited before witnesses his sobriquet of Unlucky George, not, he was careful to explain, because he found the great nugget, nor because the meadow he bought in Bathurst for £200 has just been sold by Robinson for £12,000, but on account of his being Susan's husband. And Susan is very happy. Besides the pleasure of loving and being loved, she is in her place in creation. The class of women, a very large one, to which she belongs, comes into the world to make others happy. Susan is skillful at this and very successful. She makes everybody happy round her, and that is so pleasant. She makes the man she loves happy, and that is delightful. My reader shall laugh at her, my unfriendly critic shall sneer at her. As a heroine of a novel she deserves it. But I hope for their own sakes neither will undervalue the original in their passage through life. These average women are not the spice of fiction, but they are the salt of real life. William Fielding is godfather to Susan's little boy. He can stand by his brother's side and look without compunction on Anne Fielding's grave, and think without an unmanly shudder of his own. End of chapter 85. End of It Is Never Too Late to Mend by Charles Reade.